Chapter 3899. All of a sudden Lin Fei's voice rang out. Who are you? Can't you see that we're talking business? The yellow-haired man glared at him. Stand aside. The blonde knew where Brother Wang came from. Behind him was a giant company in the food and beverage industry. If a giant company was interested in a formula, it would be a piece of cake. It was precisely because of Brother Wang's shocking background that Blondie dared to put in so much effort. Lu Qingru didn't like the two people in front of her. Seeing Lin Fei come out, she subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Fei, they want to buy the formula. Wang Dong saw Lin Fei, a very ordinary-looking guy, and said arrogantly, I am here on behalf of Perfect International. 500,000 for the formula. Lady boss, you should be satisfied. You are from Perfect International. Lu Qingru was shocked and her face changed slightly. In Donghai, everyone knew about Perfect International. Perfect International is one of the giants in the restaurant industry. This company's favorite thing to do was to acquire again and again. They had a large number of recipes for signature dishes, palace dishes, and so on. They had even registered the copyrights. Therefore, in the Donghai food and beverage industry, Perfect International had a large number of signature dishes. If he wanted to eat, he could only go to Perfect International. As for imitators, it might be fine if they were not famous, but once they became famous, they would be attacked. At best, they would be closed down, and at worst, they would be imprisoned. Perfect International was just so overbearing. Wang Dong was a business manager under Perfect International. There were many business managers like this. Their mission was very simple. They were to dig out all kinds of delicacies in the East Sea. As long as there was a certain highlight, they would buy it directly. Ever since Wang Dong accidentally found out about the existence of this fairy duck, he arranged for Blondie to investigate it. After tasting it, he was shocked. If he took it to Perfect International, he would definitely get the approval of his superiors. No matter what, it had to be taken down. Wang Dong brought up the background of Perfect International. As long as this lady boss knew about Perfect International, she wouldn't dare to refuse even if she had 120 guts. Yes, I am from Perfect International. Wang Dong said. Your celestial duck tastes pretty good. I can take the risk and add another 30,000. That's a total of 530,000. Lu Qingru knew about Perfect International and knew that this company was not a good thing. Back then, there was a case of Perfect International forcefully buying and selling at Watercloud Street. Lu Qingru remembered it clearly. Perfect International is awesome. Lin Fei laughed. I can say this. Are you guys blind? You want to buy this formula for 530,000 yuan? Who gave you the courage? Kid, how could you say that? The blonde could tell that Brother Wang was unhappy and knew that this was his chance to show off. Get out of here right now. Lin Fei found it quite funny. Wanting to buy the formula for 530,000 was no different from forcing someone to buy it. Scram. Lin Fei kicked the yellow-haired man's stomach, sending him flying and rolling several times on the street. Wang Dong didn't expect this person to make a move. I'm a member of Perfect International. How can you hit me? Wang Dong subconsciously took a step back. Lin Fei said, Can't I be happy? By the way, let me tell you something. The recipe of the fairy duck is mine. I can give it to whoever I want. Try to force me to sell it to you. This is yours. Wang Dong was in disbelief. Yes, it's 100% mine. Lin Fei laughed. I don't care what ability your Perfect International has. The formula is with me. You can try it. Of course, let me tell you in advance. If you dare to do anything to Sister Lu, I will make your company bleed. Wang Dong felt that the words in front of him gave him great pressure. He didn't forget the power of the previous kick. Misunderstanding. Wang Dong laughed dryly. Our company is really sincere. Sir, why don't you give me a price so I can talk to my boss? Just give me 10 billion. Lin Fei said. Remember, this price is only valid for 3 days. After 3 days, the price will increase. Wang Dong wanted to curse. 10 billion for a formula. Why don't you just rob? How could the head office agree? It's impossible. Sir, this is not funny. Wang Dong said. Do you know that our Perfect International? Before he finished speaking, Wang Dong felt that he was flying. That's right, he was flying. Just as the blonde was about to get up, He was smashed to the ground again. He dared to hit me. How dare he hit me? Wang Dong relied on the support of Perfect International. He didn't expect that he would dare to hit him. He didn't put the company in his eyes. Blonde, don't you know her? Hurry up and call for help. Wang Dong got up and was exasperated. The blonde shrunk his neck. Brother Wang, this lady boss also has someone behind her. It seems to be related to the Yi family. Right, it's that Yi Qinglong. What are you afraid of? Wang Dong had heard of the Yi family in Zhongbei, but in front of the company it was completely useless. Forget it. I will call for help. If you dare to refuse my kindness, I will teach you a lesson. Xiao Fei, I seem to have caused trouble for you again. Lu Qingru said worriedly. I heard that this Perfect International has a big background. They are a giant in our food and beverage industry. Their market share is more than 50%. They are a real behemoth. To be able to occupy half of this big cake was indeed amazing. It was a behemoth, but in the eyes of Lin Fei it was just that. It's okay. I can handle this kind of thing. Lin Fei said with a smile, you should just obediently be the lady boss. The current me is very powerful. Lu Qingru was still a little worried. Xiao Fei, you don't have to do this. Lu Qingru said in a low voice. All these years I have been tired of running a restaurant. If I cause you trouble because of a recipe, I will feel very sorry. Sister Qingru, it's just a recipe. Let me tell you, I have a lot of recipes in my head. Lin Fei said with a smile. The fairy duck recipe is just the most inconspicuous one. Lin Fei didn't lie. He had tasted all kinds of delicacies in the other world and knew a lot of recipes. It could be said that any recipe that Lin Fei took out could have a great impact on the market. This is the worst one. Lu Qingru covered her mouth in disbelief. You can rest assured that you will be the lady boss. Lin Fei said with a smile. With me here, no one will dare to make trouble. Sister, did someone come to make trouble just now? Lu Qingfeng came back. What's wrong? Lu Qingru asked. I think I saw the business manager of Perfect International. Did he come for our fairy duck? Lu Qingfeng said. So we will be in trouble. It seems that guy is calling for help. Chapter 3900. Yi Qinglong hadn't been having a good time recently. Ever since he had accompanied his friend to pick up girls and met that young man a few days ago, he had been on tenterhooks and his heart was constantly on tenterhooks. Even his own father had to be courteous to that person. Yi Qinglong had listed him as someone he couldn't afford to offend. Ever since he returned, he didn't dare to go out anymore and behaved himself like a turtle. Until a phone call came. What? Someone's going to cause trouble. Yi Qinglong pushed away the woman beside him and his expression turned cold. Call for help right now. Who the hell is this? Yi Qinglong kept one thing in mind. That lady boss and young Master Lin knew each other. And their relationship wasn't ordinary. They might even be a woman. Because of this, Yi Qinglong secretly arranged for people to keep an eye on them. First, to prevent anything from happening. Second, to have a chance to perform. Although Yi Qinglong usually acted like a playboy, in fact he was still a very scheming person. According to the people he had sent to investigate Lin Fei, they came up with a shocking piece of news. This person had disappeared for a few years, as if he had vanished into thin air. That was a little scary. Yi Qinglong was still capable. He had disappeared for a few years without any clues. It was as if he had really disappeared. How unbelievable. But he had disappeared. Even if he had returned, it would have been without a trace. He had disappeared into thin air and returned. If it was just this matter, Yi Qinglong would at most be fearful. But a recent incident made Yi Qinglong realize that Lin Fei was a terrifying person. Gao Rong of the Gao family, who secretly controlled the Azure Dragon Gang, couldn't do anything to Lin Fei. He even sent him out. It was obvious that he wasn't an ordinary person. In private, Yi Qinglong also knew that the leader of the Azure Dragon Gang, Gao Jian, was dead. As for how he died, no one knew. Yi Qinglong thought that there was a high possibility that the leader was killed by Lin Fei. After killing someone, Gao Rong had to personally send him out. If Yi Qinglong didn't believe in the people he had arranged, he would have thought that it was a joke. That was the Azure Dragon Gang, the largest gang in the entire East Ocean. Gao Rong was as treacherous as a poisonous snake. Anyone who had crossed paths with him basically did not have a good ending. Yi Qinglong did not dare to underestimate Lin Fei anymore. Perhaps that person was a terrifying existence. Water Cloud Street had always been peaceful. Suddenly, a group of strong men wearing black vests appeared. With dozens of people standing there, anyone would have a bad feeling. Brother Nan, thank you for your help. Wang Dong took the initiative to offer a cigarette. Chun Hao Nan was just like his name in a movie. After watching the movie, he joined a big gang and relied on his courage to fight and fight. In a short period of time, he finally became a gangster. Even though it was just a few streets nearby, he still had quite a high status. He could be said to be doing very well. Chun Hao Nan and Wang Dong were considered friends, and they had quite a few business collaborations. We're acquaintances. Isn't it just a young man? I'll handle it for you. For example, Wang Dong would usually look for Chun Hao Nan to deal with someone he couldn't take down. After a long time, the two had gotten to know each other and had a good relationship. Brother Nan, that kid inside seems to be good at kung fu. Be careful. Wang Dong did not forget that kick. Even now his stomach still hurt. Piece of cake. Chun Hao Nan said. No matter how good his kung fu is, look at what era it is. My underlings are all elites. You should have heard of the saying, 2 fists are difficult to deal with many enemies. In the shop, Lu Qingfeng was also anxious. That bastard, how dare he call for help? Lin Fei was very calm. He had no interest in what was happening outside. They won't dare to do anything. Let's just watch the show. Watch the show. Lu Qingruo's head was filled with confusion. Those people were tall and strong. Lu Qingru was actually quite afraid of them. Although she had seen a lot over the years, there was a kind of fear in her bones when it came to these people. Is it really okay? Lu Qingru asked. Someone will come out and deal with it. Lin Fei picked up the writing brush. If it was in the past, Lu Qingru might really call the police or make peace. But somehow with Lin Fei here, his calm look made Lu Qingru feel a lot more at ease. Lu Qingfeng gave his future brother-in-law a thumbs up. Those guys outside knew at a glance that it was not going to be good. Ordinary people would have been afraid. If it was Lu Qingfeng, he would have turned around and run away. Ordinary people could not learn this kind of courage. It was Lin Fei's first time to write calligraphy. To be honest, he was really not used to it. But it was just a matter of a moment. He felt it soon. He began to write. Lu Qingru suppressed the troubles outside and stood aside to watch Lin Fei write. What a taste! The 3 words fairy duck were written almost in one breath. Lu Qingruo's eyes lit up. The 3 simple words revealed a different kind of atmosphere. It was as if the 3 words were not words, but the fragrant fairy duck. She could not wait to have a bite to satisfy her hunger. What do you think of my 3 words? This was Lin Fei's first time to write calligraphy. It was written in one breath with essence, qi, and spirit. It was not an ordinary word, but almost no different from a work of art. I feel hungry, Lu Qingru whispered. But it's clearly a word, but it feels so different. Lin Fei laughed. Of course. What do you think people will think of these 3 words? Of course it's to eat. As soon as Lu Qingru finished speaking, she suddenly realized, Fei, you are really amazing. At this time on Water Cloud Street, Chun Hao Nan was ready to take his men to the field. But at this time, a group of 30 or 40 people rushed out of the alley in front of them, blocking the road. As soon as these people came out, Chun Hao Nan frowned slightly. Who are you? At this time a group of people came out and it was a large number. He was a little surprised, but he did not act rashly. We are from the Yi family. The middle-aged man in the lead said. The lady boss is under our protection. The Yi family. Chun Hao Nan was puzzled. A small place like this actually had the protection of the Yi family. What the hell? However, Chun Hao Nan represented the Azure Dragon Gang, and his influence was not something the Yi family could compare with. A small Yi family is nothing. I am from the Azure Dragon Gang. Get out of here before we start fighting. Chun Hao Nan snorted. If you offend the Azure Dragon Gang, your Yi family will not have a good life. A person's name was like a tree's shadow. The Azure Dragon Gang's power was indeed not something anyone could offend. However, after the Yi family leader's expression changed, he did not back down. The Azure Dragon gang is so arrogant in broad daylight. A few people walked over, led by Yi Qinglong with a gloomy face. Chen Haonan, do you really think you are a big shot? Chapter 3901. Yi Qinglong was here. He came as soon as he heard that someone was making trouble. Fortunately, he was in the Shuiyun Street area. Otherwise he would not have been able to make it. Yi Qinglong. Chen Haonan's face darkened when he saw the man. The Yi family in the River North district still had some influence. Chen Haonan was just a gangster on a few streets. Compared with Yi Qinglong's status, he was obviously much lower. It's good that you know me. How dare you make trouble here? Yi Qinglong's face was gloomy. Get out of here as far as you can. Wang Dong had heard that the landlady was protected by someone, but he did not expect it to be the son of the Yi family. He could not help but tremble and did not dare to breathe. Lu Qingfeng had been paying attention to the outside. When he saw Yi Qinglong, he was completely stunned. Yi Qinglong is here. Why is he here? After exclaiming, he subconsciously looked at his future brother-in-law. Lin Fei was very satisfied with the 3 words he wrote. He's pretty fast. Lin Fei said casually. Go tell Yi Qinglong to settle things quickly. Lu Qingfeng was overjoyed. His future brother-in-law was really powerful. He could even command Yi Qinglong. In his eyes, this kind of person could only be looked up to. I'll tell him right away. Lu Qingfeng went out eagerly. Lu Qingru did not stop him. Through the window she could see what was going on outside. She subconsciously covered her mouth. Is this not good? It's okay. Lin Fei laughed. This kind of small fry must be cleaned up. Whoever dares to hit the recipe of the fairy duck will be the same. Young Master Yi, if it was something else I can leave, but not today. Chen Haonan shook his head. You know I have the Green Dragon gang behind me. If we really fight your Yi family. Yi Qinglong frowned slightly. Although his name was also Green Dragon, it was really incomparable to the Green Dragon gang of the Gao family. But Yi Qinglong knew that the landlady was supported by Lin Fei, who was an existence that even Gao Rong had to treat with caution. So what? Yi Qinglong said stiffly. I'm covering that place. It's that simple. If you know what's good for you, get out of here. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Chen Haonan did want to scare Yi Qinglong. He had underestimated Yi Qinglong's determination. Just what kind of background did the lady boss have for Yi Qinglong to protect her like this? This was different from what Wang Dong had said. Young Master Yi. Lu Qingfeng ran over and greeted Yi Qinglong. Yi Qinglong was about to lose his temper when he recognized the person. I will take care of things here. Tell Miss Lu not to be afraid. Lu Qingfeng had never seen Yi Qinglong speak to him so politely. Brother-in-law is awesome. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Lu Qingfeng said, My brother-in-law asked you to deal with the matter as soon as possible. It's broad daylight, and it will affect the appearance of the city. Brother-in-law. Yi Qinglong immediately reacted. Isn't brother-in-law Lin Fei? So Lin Fei was in the restaurant. I came to the right place. Yi Qinglong really did not know that Lin Fei was in the small restaurant, and did not dare to arrange people to keep an eye on him. Finally, I can perform well. Tell young Master Lin not to worry. I will take care of things right away. Yi Qinglong said. Young Master Lin? Chen Haonan also heard the words, and his heart skipped a beat. The lady boss's backer was so powerful that it could make Yi Qinglong show a fawning expression. After thinking about it, Chen Haonan could not think of any powerful guy in the River North district with the surname Lin. Chen Haonan, I will say one more time. Are you leaving or not? Yi Qinglong said fiercely. If you don't leave, I will definitely break your legs later. Chen Haonan's expression was complicated. If he left, it would be really embarrassing. Not only would he lose face, but also the Azure Dragon gangs. Young Master Yi, you've gone too far. When was the Azure Dragon gang afraid of the Yi family? Chen Haonan gritted his teeth. He could not admit defeat. It was just a fight. Who was afraid of who? Do it, beat him hard for me. Yi Qinglong ordered, took the iron bar and smashed it at Chen Haonan. They started fighting. Lu Qingfeng was shocked. He was just passing on a message. How could they start fighting? The two sides immediately became a mess. The scene was quite explosive. Everyone secretly shrank their necks and did not dare to move forward. The Azure Dragon Gang's strength is not bad. Lin Fei also noticed. He was very satisfied with Yi Qinglong's performance. When the two gangs started fighting, Yi Qinglong's men were obviously weaker, and were basically suppressed. Yi Qinglong himself was injured, but he was also struggling to hold on. No wonder the Azure Dragon Gang is so influential. Lin Fei squinted, and with a flick of his finger, a stream of energy shot out. Chen Haonan was feeling proud of himself when he felt a pain in his knee, and fell to the ground. Before he could react, Yi Qinglong's iron bar hit his shoulder, and he fell to the ground. His head was in a daze. Yi Qinglong's side was originally inferior, but suddenly, as if they were helped by God, the Azure Dragon Gang fell to the ground one after another, holding their heads and begging for mercy. Many people even looked at each other. How did they lose? Everyone could not understand. It must be young Master Lin. Yi Qinglong saw the problem. It must be young Master Lin who helped them defeat Chen Haonan's men. Chen Haonan, I've already told you that I'll definitely break your legs. Yi Qinglong was injured, and with a sullen face, he hit his knee a few times. No matter who it was, that crisp cracking sound would cause their hearts to tremble. Wang Dong and Huang Mao, who were standing not far away, were so scared that they collapsed to the ground. It's over, it's over. Wang Dong regretted asking for help. Chen Haonan's knee was probably broken, and if the Azure Dragon Gang blamed him, he would definitely be finished. Wang Dong, you made me suffer. Chen Haonan almost fainted from the pain. He turned around and stared at Wang Dong with a murderous look. Wang Dong's face was pale without a trace of blood. Brother Haonan, I really didn't know it would turn out like this. Yi Qinglong came over. You're the one who caused trouble. You're very capable. Wang Dong was really scared, and his body trembled uncontrollably. I'm from Perfect International, you can't touch me. Yi Qinglong said disdainfully. So you're from Perfect International, no wonder you dare to do such a thing. You could come anywhere but you chose this place. I can only say that you're unlucky. The metal rod in his hand smashed down. Ah, my leg. Yi Qinglong was also a ruthless person, and Perfect International's influence was not small. However, he had young Master Lin, who even Gao Rong was afraid of, behind him. Who was afraid of who? He broke both his legs cleanly. Since he wanted to do it, he had to be thorough. Lin Fei was very satisfied with Yi Qinglong's performance. He was a ruthless person, and a ruthless person who would do things. The Azure Dragon Gang's influence was not low, much higher than the Yi family's. He knew this, but he still dared to do it. Lin Fei liked it. This person can be groomed. Suddenly, an idea popped into his head. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 3902. The scene on Watercloud Street. This caused everyone to be shocked once again. Although they knew that the lady boss of the small restaurant had someone backing her up, they didn't expect her backer to be so strong. The people from Perfect International had beaten her up just like that. This wasn't something an ordinary person would dare to do. Those who still had thoughts about the fairy duck had completely given up on it. They couldn't afford to offend them. Whoever went would be courting death. Yi Qinglong arranged for his men to throw out Chen Haonan's men one by one. Watercloud Street regained its peace. Young Master Lin. Yi Qinglong stood in front of Lin Fei obediently. You did a good job this time. Lin Fei looked at Yi Qinglong. I don't want this kind of thing to happen again. Yi Qinglong nodded repeatedly. I promise that this kind of thing will never happen again. Whoever dares to cause trouble here is my enemy. In the Zhongbei district, the Yi family has never been afraid of anyone. That's for the best. Lin Fei said. As for the Green Dragon Gang, I'll take care of it. Yi Qinglong put down a stone. Miss Lu, this is my name card. If anyone dares to cause trouble, feel free to call me. Yi Qinglong gave her 2 name cards. I'll be there as soon as possible. Lu Qingru didn't refuse this time. After being in business for so long, she knew a thing or two. Yi Qinglong was tactful. After leaving his name card, he took the initiative to leave. His heart was filled with pride. He had finally curried favor this time. Lily, take this and frame it. Lin Fei called Yi Qinglong back and gave him the words he had written. I'll do it and send it back. Outside Watercloud Street. Chen Haonan's legs were broken, and so was Wang Dong's. Revenge, we must get revenge. Chen Haonan couldn't take it lying down. And you, Wang Dong, contact Perfect International too. You need to help out in this matter. Wang Dong didn't dare to say no. He had suffered such a big loss. If he didn't get revenge this time, he wouldn't be able to take it lying down for the rest of his life. I'll call them right away. As a business manager, even though it was just a title, he was still someone who could get things done. Whether it was Chen Haonan's side or Wang Dong's Perfect International, they were furious when they heard that something had happened. They didn't take them seriously at all. Big brother Lin, it seems like they haven't left yet. Lu Qingfeng went out and told Lin Fei about it when he came back. He was a little worried. Whether it was the Azure Dragon Gang or Perfect International, they were not easy to deal with. Looks like I haven't beaten them enough yet. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Then let them call for reinforcements. Let's settle this once and for all. Lin Fei didn't want something like this to happen more than once or twice. It might be fine if he was around, but if he wasn't, the lady boss would be the one to suffer. Lin Fei would never allow such a thing to happen. Xiao Fei, why don't we call the police? Lu Qingru was also worried. It's just a small matter. I'll deal with it later. Lin Fei smiled. Oh right, I'm going to try Lady Boss's home-cooked dishes tonight. Lu Qingru giggled. You're really bold. There's someone outside and you're still thinking about dinner. Although she said so, in fact, Lu Qingru was very happy. For some reason, as long as Lin Fei was here, Lu Qingru was in a particularly good mood. It was as if she had found a safe harbor where she didn't have to worry about people making trouble or being bullied. I like Sister Qingrou's dishes. Lin Fei smiled. As the saying goes, dying under a peony is also romantic. This is the same principle as Sister Qingrou's delicious dishes. Lu Qingru rolled her eyes. I don't care about you, I'm going to prepare. Lu Qingfeng secretly gave him a thumbs up. Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Brother-in-law. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In the face of this word, he was not angry. Instead, he was quite satisfied. Come to me tomorrow. Lin Fei glanced at Lu Qingfeng and said, Your sister has already said that it's time for you to temper yourself. Lu Qingfeng's heart was not calm. Did he say something wrong just now? Outside Shuiyun Street. About less than half an hour had passed. 2 black Mercedes-Benz stopped on the side of the road. Chen Haonan is really a waste. He mentioned our Azure Dragon Gang and still got beaten. From the Mercedes-Benz, a strong man with a ferocious face came down. Anyone who looked at him would feel a chill. Brother who? Chen Haonan was supported by someone. Waste. Brother who came over and slapped Chen Haonan to the ground. Disgraceful. Chen Haonan was so scared that he trembled and didn't dare to say a word. Brother who, what a coincidence. A middle-aged man also came next to Wang Dong and took the initiative to greet Li Hu. You're from Perfect International. Li Hu seemed to have seen the person in front of him. I'm little Zhang. I ate at the hotel last time. Zhang Xueming took the initiative to say, When I was with Minister Luo, I had the honor to see Brother Hu's figure. Li Hu finally had some impression. So it's little Zhang. Your Perfect International really doesn't know how to do things. Li Hu was also a little angry. If this spread, the Azure Dragon Gang would be laughed at. Zhang Xueming didn't dare to say anything more. Brother Hu, our Perfect International will definitely give you an explanation for this matter. I'll remember this. As a member of the Azure Dragon Gang and a confidant of the young master, Perfect International had to give an explanation for this matter. It was impossible not to bleed at least once. Right now there was one more thing, and that was to clean up the people in the restaurant. Daring to challenge the Azure Dragon Gang, Li Hu wanted to see who had the guts to do so. Lead the way. Chen Haonan was supported by someone. Even if his head was sweating, he didn't dare to make a sound. That's the one. Li Hu really wanted to slap Chen Haonan to death. He was at a disadvantage in this kind of small place, and even had his knee broken. It was really shameful. Chen Haonan could feel Brother Hu's anger. No matter where you come from, you're dead this time. Chen Haonan cursed in his heart. This time, if that Yi Qinglong dared to come again, he would have to obediently lower his head. Li Hu brought his 3 subordinates in Chen Haonan and went straight to the small restaurant. You people here have guts. daring to injure people from our Azure Dragon gang. Li Hu came up and prepared to kick the door open. If I were you, I'd stand there obediently. A cold voice with a trace of familiarity came from inside. Who are you daring to talk to me like this? Li Hu didn't manage to kick out, but his knee went numb. With a plop he half knelt down. Kneel there obediently. Lin Fei walked out unhurriedly. With one look it was actually a familiar person. Li Hu got up and wanted to beat the other up, but when he raised his head he saw a figure. Suddenly his entire body broke out in cold sweat. How could it be him? Chen Haonan didn't notice this. Brother Hu, it's him. You have guts daring to attack Brother Hu. What are you guys still standing there for? Go and beat him up. Who allowed you to speak? Li Hu turned around and knocked Chen Haonan onto the ground with a palm. Young Master Lin, I'm really not here to cause trouble. Come. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 3903. Chen Haonan's face was burning, and his entire face was filled with confusion. Why did Brother Hu hit him? Of course Li Hu remembered this person. The leader of the Azure Dragon Gang, Gao Jian, was killed by Lin Fei in front of him. This secret was only known by a few people in the Azure Dragon Gang, and Li Hu was one of them. Li Hu was even warned by the young master. Offend anyone but this Lin Fei. Once someone offended Lin Fei, they would be directly punished according to the gang rules. Li Hu was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Chen Haonan, you're really good. Of all people to offend, you had to offend young Master Lin. Li Hu kicked Chen Haonan. I'll kick you, you bastard. Li Hu was also furious and couldn't care less. Who asked you to offend young Master Lin? Young Master Lin is not someone you can offend. Li Hu kicked again and again with full force, kicking until Chen Haonan could only hug his head. Brother Hu, I was wrong. I won't dare next time. He subconsciously held his head. Chen Haonan absolutely did not expect that this person would have such a big background. Wang Dong really killed me this time. Zhang Xueming, who was standing at the door, did not dare to breathe. Both his legs were trembling. This time he kicked an iron plate. Li Hu was one of the confidants of the young master of the Azure Dragon Gang. One could imagine how high his status was. But now, he actually beat his own subordinate. Zhang Xueming felt that the sky had collapsed. Enough. Lin Fei said indifferently. Go back and tell your young master that I'm covering this place. If there's any more trouble next time, I don't mind going over to have tea with him. Li Hu broke out in a cold sweat. Young Master Lin, don't worry. This kind of thing won't happen again. Li Hu lowered his head. Get lost. Lin Fei waved his hand. Oh right, there's also the matter of Perfect International. I don't want to see them appear in this area again. Yes, yes. Li Hu nodded repeatedly. Take him away. The two subordinates behind him picked up Chen Haonan and left. Lin Fei believed that Gao Rong would definitely handle this matter well, and conveniently take care of Perfect International. No matter how powerful the restaurant giant was, how could it compare to the Azure Dragon Gang? Lu Qingfeng, who was watching from the side, was extremely excited. The people from the Azure Dragon Gang were actually all well behaved. Just what kind of background did his brother-in-law have? It had to be known that a person like Li, who had a fierce reputation in the Eastern Sea, even ordinary billionaires had to be polite to him. Lu Qingru suddenly couldn't see through Lin Fei. The matter has been resolved. Just wait for the opening. Lin Fei smiled. Li Hu limped out. Go back and tell your boss that this time, your Perfect International will have to bleed. Li Hu fiercely threw down a sentence before leaving with Chen Haonan. This matter must be reported to the young master immediately. Glory Club. Gao Rong liked to stay in the Glory Club. Ever since he witnessed his subordinate being beaten to death, Gao Rong had given up on dealing with Lin Fei. That kind of person was not someone he could deal with. Gao Rong was even worried that the other party would take revenge on him. Only later did he realize that he had been thinking too much. That kind of person would definitely look down on him. In fact, Gao Rong was overthinking things. That person really didn't look for trouble with him. Gao Rong could be considered to be relieved. He even sealed the matter of that day. Thus no one knew what happened. As for Gao Jian's death, he just had to choose another gang leader. Young master, something happened. Li Hu knocked on the door and came in. With a plop he kneeled down. Gao Rong's face immediately turned gloomy. What happened? My subordinate offended young Master Lin. Li Hu lowered his head and said, It's that Lin Fei. Gao Rong still wanted to curse a few more times. In the next second he grabbed the ashtray on the table and smashed it down. Bastard, how many times have I told you not to offend Lin Fei? Do you have ears or not? Li Hu didn't dare to speak anymore. Tell me what happened before and after. Don't leave out any details. Until now, Gao Rong still hadn't forgotten Lin Fei's methods. It was fine if he didn't mention it. But once he mentioned it, he fell into a terrible nightmare. At Perfect International's side, Zhang Xueming brought Wang Dong back. This alarmed the Perfect International's boss. Wang Dong, Zhang Xueming, you guys really know how to cause trouble for me. A man with a fat head and big ears roared. Drops of cold sweat dripped down. The Azure Dragon Gang. Even if Perfect International's influence was great, they had no chance of winning against the Azure Dragon Gang. Immediately contact young Master Gao. The man wiped his sweat. If this matter wasn't solved, no one could sleep well. After Lu Qingru finished her dinner, Lin Fei left the restaurant. I'll be there on the opening day. Lin Fei smiled. Lu Qingru nodded. I'll wait for you. She waited until Lin Fei drove away in his Bentley Timbo. Lu Qingfeng walked out. Sis, I think Brother Lin is very good. I have no objection to him being my brother-in-law. In the next second, Lu Qingru turned around and glared at him. What nonsense are you talking about? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. Lu Qingfeng shrank his neck. The next morning, Lin Fei sent Charlene to work. Since she knew that Lin Fei was driving a luxury car, Charlene changed to hitchhiking. The reason was so good that Lin Fei had nothing to say. You're a big boss now. You should at least take care of the company every day. Lin Fei really didn't know how to refute such a sentence. He could only drive Charlene to work. When Charlene arrived at the company, Lin Fei didn't go up. Instead, he called Lu Qingfeng from a nearby place and told him his location. About half an hour later, Lu Qingfeng had arrived. He had taken a taxi. Brother Lin. Lu Qingfeng actually wanted to call him brother-in-law, but he changed it later. Get in. Lin Fei greeted. Lu Qingfeng carefully sat in the Bentley Timbo. Brother Lin, where are we going? Lu Qingfeng asked. You'll know later. Lin Fei drove all the way to the suburbs of Jiangbei District. Compared with the bustling Jiangbei District, the suburbs were much quieter. Listen up. Lin Fei stopped the car by the roadside and took out a bank card. There's 5 million in this card. Your task is to rent a warehouse in this area. It doesn't have to be very big, but it needs to be quiet. Lu Qingfeng's eyes widened. He was actually doing things for Brother Lin. He was excited. After that, you'll collect materials according to the list on this. Lin Fei continued. Don't be afraid to spend money. I believe you can do it well. Tell me if you don't have enough money. Collect materials. Lu Qingfeng was stunned for a moment. Then he became excited. At first he thought that he was doing things for others, so he wasn't too happy. However, it was different to do things for his brother-in-law. He was proud. Lu Qingfeng didn't like Lin Fei back then, but it was different now. He wanted his sister to marry Lin Fei more than anyone else. I understand. Lu Qingfeng said happily. I'm the best at this kind of thing. I promise I'll do it well. Come. Miao Shuwu. Chapter 3904. After arranging things for Lu Qingfeng, Lin Fei felt much more relaxed now. He believed that Lu Qingfeng would not let him down for such a simple thing as purchasing materials. It was such a simple thing. If Lu Qingfeng couldn't do it well, then he could only say that Lu Qingfeng was useless. Lin Fei had nothing to say. If Lu Qingfeng really had the ability to do it, Lin Fei could really relax. He left the suburbs of River North District. Lin Fei was not idle. The fusion liquid needed to be refined, but Lin Fei did not want to do this kind of thing often. These trivial things had to be solved completely. Lin Fei planned to find someone to customize a machine that could refine fusion liquid. Others might not be able to do it, but Lin Fei could. The outside of the equipment depended on processing, as long as the core was refined by Lin Fei himself. This idea was still feasible. Lin Fei was almost not idle the whole morning. He went to many OEM factories, some of which refused him directly because they thought it was too troublesome. The last one. There were many small private factories in the suburbs of River North District. The equipment designed by Lin Fei was very rough and did not contain any technical content. It was also used to fool outsiders. As long as there was a real core, the rest was not a simple thing. The last factory was very ordinary. A middle-aged man with a square face came out. There was a sense of sharpness in him, but it was almost worn out. "Boss, we can process everything here. And the specifications are 100% suitable." The man with a square face greeted him enthusiastically as soon as he saw the Bentley Timbo. "Everything." Yes, everything," the man with a square face said. "We can negotiate the price." Lin Fei could see that the man was a little embarrassed when he spoke. Life was not easy. "Look at this. If you can process it, then process it. If not, then forget it." Lin Fei took out the drawing. This was drawn by Lin Fei himself. Even though he had never learned how to design to an Undying Realm expert like Lin Fei, it was actually very simple. The man with the square face took the drawing. This design was not very standard, but it felt very real. It was a very strange thing. The design was a completely sealed item. It was very strange, but the square-faced man didn't ask much. "I don't know what material you want to use to make it." Lin Fei did not have high requirements for this. After all, the processing here required further refinement. "An average one is fine. If you can make it, make 3 first," Lin Fei said. The square-faced man thought for a moment and said, "If it's 3, if the material is average, it'll cost at least 300,000 each. 3 for 900,000. I can give you a discount 880,000. For the square-faced man, such a business deal could at least relieve some of his stress for a period of time. 900,000 it is. Lin Fei laughed. "After all, your situation isn't too good. For me, there's not much difference between 900,000 and 880,000. The square-faced man said. "Thank you." This was the first time the square-faced man had encountered such a considerate boss. Lin Fei transferred 500,000 over. "Consider this a deposit." Lin Fei laughed. "I don't ask you to rush the work, but the quality must be guaranteed." The square-faced man sent the other party away, feeling like he was dreaming. A martial artist actually opened a factory. Lin Fei drove Tianyu back to the Jiangbei district. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, revealing a smile. The square-jawed man looked like a boss, but there was always a sense of sharpness about him. There was also a sense of ambivalence about him. There was a trace of qi in the man's body. Although it was very weak, it was not difficult to see that this man was definitely a martial artist. As for why he was here, there must be a problem. Lin Fei was not interested in knowing, as long as the other party could produce his own equipment. Although this product was a knockoff, once this knockoff product passed through his hands, it would become a treasure with a shake of its body. Yes, it was a treasure. With the blessing of a formation and talisman, even a pig could become a flying pig, let alone a piece of equipment. In Lin Fei's eyes, the path of refining was broad and profound. A mere piece of equipment could be reborn with a little refining. Oh, at the same time, Southeast Asia, in an old forest in the mountains. In the depths of the old forest, there was a cold and gloomy atmosphere. Sunlight could not shine in. Large amounts of fallen leaves piled up, filling the air with a pungent smell. Zhao Tai knelt on the decaying leaves, and on the ground around him, crawling insects appeared continuously. These crawling insects included centipedes, poisonous snakes, spiders, and so on. Those who were timid would break out in cold sweat on the spot, not even daring to move. "Master, you must avenge your disciple." Zhao Tai knelt on the ground. During this trip to China, Zhao Tai had suffered a lot. Fortunately, he had connections, otherwise his corpse might really have sunk in the Huangpu River. Who would have thought that Hu Zhonghua would find such a powerful grandmaster? Who could cripple him so easily? If not for his desire for revenge, Zhao Tai would have long been killed by Hu Zhonghua's people. That place had now become a nightmare that Zhao Tai could not forget for the rest of his life. Right now, Zhao Tai could only hope that his master would make a move. As long as his master made a move, that grandmaster would definitely die. Only then would he be able to vent the anger in his heart. A dignified grandmaster expert had now become a cripple. This was not something that anyone could accept. It was already good enough that Zhao Tai did not collapse. Zhao Tai, how many times have I told you not to make a move in that place? Why didn't you listen? A dark-skinned silhouette walked out. This was a man covered by a cloak, revealing only a pair of cold eyes. The surrounding temperature dropped instantly. The insects that were crawling on the decaying leaves all fell to the ground, no longer breathing. This person was Zhao Tai's master Kaishan, the #1 tame headmaster. Master, I was wrong. I was really wrong. But I am not resigned to this. Zhao Tai kowtowed to the ground, making loud banging sounds. I only ask that Master avenge me. I am willing to give up everything I have. Even if Zhao Tai had to die, he would kill that young grandmaster. If he did not kill him, he would not be able to rest in peace. Even if he died, he would not be able to rest in peace. He had spent most of his life training and ascended to the position of grandmaster. In the end, he was crippled. No one would be willing to accept this. Although you have disappointed me, you are still my disciple, and also my most talented disciple. The man under the cloak said, I will satisfy your request for revenge. But before that, I need to take something from you. Master, take whatever you want. Zhao Tai did not regret it. This disciple only asks for a quick death. All right. Whoosh. The man under the cloak opened his mouth and shot out a black light. It was a black snake with a strange luster. It drilled into Zhao Tai's heart. Zhao Tai's body immediately twisted and struggled. Then he no longer moved. He stood up slowly, without a trace of color on his face. He was like a walking corpse. China, wait for me to refine the strongest helper. I will step into China again. This time, I will take revenge for the enmity from 50 years ago. Chapter 3905. Young Master, I found the place where that kid is staying. When should we make a move? Outside the Soaring Dragon Villa. In an inconspicuous car. Yenin was reporting the situation. Since the young master suffered a loss last time, Yenin had put a lot of effort into this matter. Heaven rewarded those who worked hard. He finally found the place where the other party was staying. Keep watching. Yin Tianheng heard the voice and was filled with hatred. After visiting the third grandmaster of Donghai, Yin Tianheng was relieved. No matter how powerful that kid was, he would definitely lose if he asked the third grandmaster of Donghai, Luo Tianyun. Arrange someone to follow him. Lin Fei dealt with the matter. He came to the Soaring Dragon Villa to take a look. In fact, it was Xiaolan who called Lin Fei, who had nothing to do, that's why he came. Standing on the balcony of the villa, Lin Fei smiled lightly. It seems that you still haven't given up. At such a close distance, no one could follow Lin Fei. When he got out of the car, Lin Fei had already noticed it. He also knew who was watching him. As long as he had seen someone before, unless Lin Fei didn't want to remember them, he would know them as soon as they appeared. Daring to follow me, I'm afraid they found a grandmaster. Interesting. Lin Fei said with a smile. When he was about to turn around, Lin Fei frowned slightly. I didn't expect there to be more than one group of people following me. Could it be that they are from the Li family? Could it be that they can't take it lying down? In an inconspicuous place near the villa, someone was peeping at him with a trace of killing intent. Hubby, this is my choice. What do you think? Xiaolan walked over and leaned half of her body on Lin Fei. Very stylish. You have better taste than me. Lin Fei said with a smile and hugged Xiaolan. Xiaolan was very happy recently. There was a luxury car. There was a villa to live in soon. And it was Xiaolan's style. Where else could he find such a good thing? I also found someone to design a few rooms. Hubby, can you help me refer to them? Xiaolan blinked. Okay. On the opposite side of the street. This was a high-rise business district. On one of the floors, the black curtains were drawn, leaving only a corner exposed. The high-powered binoculars allowed one to see what was happening in the villa. This is the kid. He is worth $100 million. There were 3 people in the room, 2 men and 1 woman. The man was a Caucasian, and the woman was a blonde beauty with an explosive figure. However, if anyone thought that they were easy to bully, they would be gravely mistaken. This was Anna, also known as the Black Widow. The other two were also very famous. They were the silver assassins of the dark organization. $100 million is too easy to earn. John, a Caucasian man, said with a smile. Even if he's a martial artist, he'll definitely die. It's a pity that we can't bring sniper rifles in. Otherwise, we'd be able to finish him off with one shot. Why go through so much trouble? We can only blame those guys from the Yen Huang battle team. Another Caucasian, Zach, said unwillingly. But it doesn't matter. We'll go and kill that kid tonight. Anna, what do you say? Anna was wearing a tight-fitting leather suit, and her blonde hair was draped over her shoulders. Her entire body was brimming with passion. It was hard to imagine that this was an assassin. China's martial artists are suitable for long-range attacks. However, that kid seems to be into women. I think we should change to another method to kill that kid. Anna said with a smile. After all, killing a Chinese martial artist is quite an achievement. Therefore, I've decided to do it myself. You guys just need to help me keep a close eye on him. The two Caucasians felt a tinge of envy. Anna, we're actually very strong, John said. We can totally satisfy you. Swoosh. A ray of cold light flashed past. It's better for a candle head like you to stand aside. Anna was playing with a dagger in her hand. However, as long as you can block 3 of my attacks, I don't mind playing with you. The two Caucasians shook their heads subconsciously. Forget about that. The Black Widow wasn't that easy to sleep with. Lin Fei had to give up on Xiaolan. He thought that she was referring to a normal room. However, when it came to the reference, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hubby, do you like it? Xiaolan made a few rooms on her own. These rooms were different from normal rooms, because each room had a special name. For example, teacher's room, doctor's room, CEO's office, etc. I didn't expect my old classmate to be so dirty. Does your mother know? Lin Fei said with a smile. Xiaolan blinked. Hubby, you just need to say whether you like it or not. To be honest, Lin Fei quite liked it. This was a kind of bad taste, but it was something that men couldn't refuse. Hubby, you're too amazing. I can't take it anymore after being tormented by you a few times. As a man, it's uncomfortable to hold it in. I'm planning to find a few brothers-in-law to serve you, Xiaolan said as she lowered her head. Lin Fei was an immortal expert. Just a bit of battle power from him was something that Xiaolan couldn't handle. It could be said that Lin Fei couldn't enjoy himself to his heart's content every time. He didn't expect Xiaolan to be so considerate. She even knew how to find a woman for him. Lin Fei really didn't think about this kind of thing. Not bad. You're starting to learn how to get customers. Lin Fei lightly patted Xiaolan's perky butt. Xiaolan was indeed worried that Lin Fei would be angry. Her heart was in a mess. After this light pat, she heaved a sigh of relief. Hubby doesn't seem angry. I seem to have done the right thing. Let's talk about this kind of thing next time. Lin Fei felt that after he came back, he seemed to be doing as the Romans do. If it was before, he might have scolded her loudly. But now there was actually a trace of yearning. Xiaolan smiled sweetly. She was completely relieved and obediently said, I know. Lin Fei accompanied Xiaolan for dinner. After that, he personally sent Xiaolan home. After returning home, he inevitably urged the horse to sail. Unfortunately, the horse had a problem with its physical strength. It couldn't take it anymore halfway. He could only urge the horse to gallop another day. Lin Fei didn't stay the night. He came out of the neighborhood and left on Tianyue. At night, there weren't many cars on the road. Lin Fei's speed wasn't very fast. He thought about some things and calculated the time. It was time to go to Longting Villa to meet Master Yu Zishan. He was quite interested in that thing in Longting Villa. This place had always been on Lin Fei's mind. When turning a corner, a woman on a bicycle appeared in front of him. Coincidentally, when Lin Fei was about to turn, they brushed past each other. The woman on the bicycle fell over. I bumped into someone. Lin Fei frowned. He immediately got off the bicycle to check the situation. After getting off the bicycle, he saw a woman. It was a foreign woman with blonde hair and blue eyes. At this moment, she looked like she was frowning slightly. I'm sorry. I was thinking about something just now and was lost in thought. Without waiting for Lin Fei to speak, the woman on the ground spoke first. She spoke in very pure Mandarin without a trace of noise. Can you help me up? Chapter 3906. Lin Fei smiled. Sure. He took the initiative to reach out and hold the blonde beauty's hand. When she stood up, he realized that the blonde beauty was much taller than Lin Fei himself. She really was a tall woman. Oh, I think I hurt my foot. The tall woman stood up and let out a soft cry. Half of her body leaned on Lin Fei. A faintly discernible fragrance filled the air. At the same time, her full breasts also leaned on Lin Fei's arm. This scene, no matter what kind of man it was, would definitely be unbearable. Sir, I live not far from here. Can you take me home? The tall woman said coquettishly. Sure. At this time, Lin Fei seemed to be fascinated. Even his speech became unnatural. Actually, it's all my fault. If it weren't for me, I wouldn't have bumped into you. I should have taken you home. Lin Fei said. How about I take you to the hospital? The tall woman said. No need, sir. I have ointment at home. I'll be fine after applying it overnight. It's too much trouble to go to the hospital. Okay, then I'll take you home. Lin Fei helped the tall woman lift the bicycle, folded it, and put it in the back. Then, he carefully helped the tall woman get off the car. Inadvertently, the tall woman's eyes flashed with a touch of pride. What Wuxia martial artists? Aren't they all the same? They all fell for my trick. When I get there, I can do whatever I want. This $100 million was really easy to get. Guru? If all Wuxia gurus were like this, Anna promised that she would take care of all of them. At this time in a dark room, both Caucasians gave a thumbs up. Anna is really amazing. That Wuxia martial artist took the bait. I guess that man thinks he's having an affair. The Caucasian man laughed. Haha, when that brat arrives, he'll be in for a hard time. According to the tall woman's guidance, Lin Fei drove to a neighborhood not far away. I live in this community on the 12th floor of Block B. The tall woman said softly with a weak look. Don't worry, I will send you upstairs. After all, it was my fault tonight. Lin Fei said. I should send you upstairs. He helped the Caucasian horse down. Half of her body was almost leaning on Lin Fei. Step by step, he entered the elevator all the way to the 12th floor. The Caucasian commander, Lin Fei, opened the door. After going in, a gun was pointed at Lin Fei's head. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin, but this is a real gun. I hope you won't move or struggle. Hardadef spoke in Chinese as he held a needle in his hand and stabbed it into Lin Fei's neck. All the liquid in the syringe was injected into Lin Fei's body. I gave you a muscle relaxation potion just now. It can instantly make your body enter a weakened state, Zach said. The two white men pushed Lin Fei onto the sofa. Who are you? Sitting on the sofa, Lin Fei's face suddenly turned pale, and his whole body seemed to be limp. Anna, should we kill this person now or? Anna no longer looked like she had been injured before. You can't kill people here. Anna shook her head. If you want to kill him, you have to take him outside. Then take him immediately. Anna and the other two pushed Lin Fei into a van. Aren't you afraid of my people's revenge on you? Lin Fei sat in the back. 3 foreigners came to deal with him. Lin Fei really wanted to laugh. Anna also sat in the back, playing with a dagger in her hand. Revenge? That's if they can find us first. So you're very confident. Lin Fei laughed. Oh right, I want to know how much this bounty is worth so I can have an idea. It can't be too cheap. Kid, you're already at death's door, and you still want to know this. Zach kept pointing his gun at Lin Fei. He was very cautious. One must know that Chinese martial artists were not easy to deal with. Many people in the underground organization had fallen to Chinese martial artists. Therefore, there was a saying in the organization. One must be extremely careful when dealing with Chinese martial artists, because one careless mistake would cause them to suffer greatly, or even pay with their lives. It sounded ridiculous, but the repeated incidents had taught the underground organization many lessons. From then on, they had to be careful whenever they came to China to carry out a mission. Mr. Lin, I'm actually quite surprised that your bounty is so high, because you're not worth it at all. Anna suddenly said, do you believe that you're worth 100 million not in Chinese currency but in US dollars? According to conversion, you're worth 600 million Chinese dollars, right? Anna really couldn't see why this person was worth 100 million US dollars. She thought it would be very difficult to deal with, but in the end he was easily taken down. It was like a dream. So I'm worth 100 million US dollars. That's quite valuable. Lin Fei laughed. I thought it was only worth a few million. Anna suddenly felt that this young man was quite interesting. He was so calm even in the face of death. Was he not afraid of death? Once they left the Zhongbei district and went to the river outside, it would be Lin Fei's time of death. You're a very interesting person, Anna said. Ordinary people would definitely struggle and beg for mercy when they know they're going to die, but you're different. Lin Fei leaned back. Since I'm going to die anyway, what's the use of struggling and begging for mercy? You're still going to kill me anyway. If that's the case, I might as well accept my fate. Accept his fate? Anna seemed to agree with this statement. Even the so-called almighty immortals of China would not be able to help once they were poisoned by the drug developed by their organization. Whether it was a Chinese martial artist or a Chinese grandmaster, as long as they were poisoned, they would not be able to exert their strength. Could be said that it worked every time. But for some reason, Anna felt that there was something wrong with his smile. It was as if he had nothing to fear. Anna quickly suppressed that thought, because it was completely unrealistic. Under such circumstances, how could Lin Fei, the Wuxia man, resist? That was completely impossible. In order to deal with Lin Fei, they had put in a lot of effort. I must be worrying too much, Anna told himself in his heart. He has already lost the chance to make a move. He's like a fish on the chopping board. Can he still turn the situation around? Anna felt that he was thinking too much. He was really thinking too much. Unknowingly, the van left the Zhongbei district and came to the outskirts. It went straight to a deserted riverside. The moon tonight is not bad. Unfortunately, you're going to die. Anna looked outside. Because you're a Chinese martial artist, I'll give you a quick death. Lin Fei nodded seriously. Tonight is indeed not bad. It's not a dark and windy night to kill. Not long after, the van stopped in a forest. Come down. Zack pushed the man down. The muzzle never left. As long as the man dared to move, he would shoot him dead. Mobile version of the fastest updated website. Chapter 3907. To be able to complete the mission so easily was out of Anna's expectations. The person who placed the bounty had taken Lin Fei too seriously. Mr. Lin, the scenery here isn't bad, right? Anna took out a dagger from the side of his tight clothes. The dagger wasn't big, but it was very exquisite and emitted a terrifying cold light. This is my specialized dagger. I have killed 136 people so far, and you are my 137th. Lin Fei nodded. The dagger is not bad, but I'm afraid it will disappoint you because the quality of your dagger isn't good enough. The quality wasn't good enough. This was the funniest joke Anna had ever heard. Is that so? Anna laughed and casually slashed with the dagger as fast as lightning. It slashed across Lin Fei's neck. Unfortunately, you're wrong, Anna said. My dagger is sharper than you think. This slash was filled with strength. Anna had used the dagger in his hand to slash open countless people's necks. Your strength is too light. Lin Fei shook his head. Moreover, your dagger is too blunt. Anna indeed did not take him seriously. Using a dagger to kill was his favorite method. No blood. After the dagger slashed across, no blood splattered out, and the opponent looked even more relaxed. Anna subconsciously looked at the dagger in his hand. The dagger was made of alloy, and the blade was filled with nicks. On the surface of the dagger there were even cracks. How is this possible? Anna sucked in a breath of cold air. This was a dagger that Anna had specially made. It was incomparably sharp and extremely hard, but the scene in front of him was really strange. You! Anna took advantage of the situation and directly stabbed the dagger towards Lin Fei's heart. It was fast and ruthless. Lin Fei waved his hand and Anna flew out. Shoot! Zack, who had been pointing his gun at Lin Fei, reacted extremely quickly and was ready to shoot. Bang! Before he could shoot, Lin Fei slapped Zack's body, causing him to explode into a pool of blood. Seeing this scene, Hardadef's mind went blank. His teammate was actually killed with a single palm. Was this a Chinese martial artist? I don't like white people. Lin Fei didn't even spare him a glance. With a single palm strike, he exploded Johann, causing blood to drip down. You killed John and Zack, go to hell. Anna got up with a pale face. She took out her silencer and fired at Lin Fei. Bang bang bang. A total of 3 shots. His marksmanship was very accurate, all aimed at Lin Fei's head. At such a short distance, Anna was 100% confident that she could kill this Lin Fei martial artist. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed, like searching for the moon at the bottom of the sea. He arrived in front of Anna in the next step. He snatched the silencer gun and exerted force, shattering it into pieces. If you want to beat me to death with this, I guess you'll be disappointed. Lin Fei raised his hand and the bullet fell to the ground. Martial artist. Martial artists can't be as powerful as you. Anna trembled. He actually met a guy who caught bullets with his bare hands. With the strength of his bare hands, he crushed the silencer gun. Lin Fei laughed. I'm not an ordinary martial artist. You can just treat me as the most powerful one. Anna smiled bitterly. Victory was in his grasp, but the situation was suddenly reversed. Now he finally understood why there was a $100 million bounty. This was a grandmaster. A Chinese grandmaster. You win, Anna said. But if you want to know more, think about it. He was about to bite the poison on his teeth. Anna found that he couldn't move. As a silver assassin of the underground organization, he was already prepared for death. There was a fake tooth in Anna's teeth that was filled with poison. With a light bite, the poison could instantly kill a person. Before you explain clearly, only I can control your life, Lin Fei said with a faint smile. Anna's face turned even paler. What kind of enemy did I offend? In front of Lin Fei, Anna's actions couldn't be hidden from Lin Fei's eyes. It wouldn't be that easy to die. Lin Fei grabbed with his 5 fingers and a drop of transparent liquid fell on his hand. With a flick, it fell on the grass and shattered Anna's tight clothes. Now you can't die even if you want to. Anna was only left with a set of underwear. All the small things he carried on his body were destroyed. Go ahead and run. But I'm afraid that a lot of people in the suburbs will be interested in a beauty like you, Lin Fei said with a smile. It must be said that Anna's figure belonged to the standard European and American body. It was really curvy. As long as it was a man, he would be tempted. Anna found that he could move. But after biting the fake teeth, there was no poison. Thinking back to the scene just now, the man with the smile in front of him was really too scary. This kind of method was never seen before. You're very powerful. We failed. Although Anna was panicking, he tried to calm himself down. As long as you don't kill me, I can help you find out who wants to kill you. I can even help you cancel the bounty mission. To be able to spend $100 million on his bounty, Lin Fei just needed to use his brain to know who did it. So far, he had only offended a few people. He would know the answer when he found them one by one. They wouldn't admit it? Did he forget that Lin Fei was an immortal expert? He had many methods. No need to investigate, Lin Fei said with a smile. I will find them one by one. As for your organization, I'll kill as many as you come. After all, I'm very free these days. It's quite interesting to have someone to play games with me. Too free? This was the first time Anna heard such an absurd reason. But she didn't know why she didn't suspect anything. Maybe it was just like what he said. He was really free and wanted to find someone to play games with. But using an assassin from the Dark Organization to play games, Anna felt that if the people from the Dark Organization knew about this, they would definitely be furious. This was the same as looking down on the Dark Organization. Don't kill me. I'm still useful. Anna seemed to understand that if she really couldn't say anything that could move the other party, she might really die here. Not even her bones would be left. She clearly saw what happened to John and Zack. They exploded into a puddle of blood. Perhaps she didn't know about it if she hadn't seen it. But Anna saw it with her own eyes. There was nothing more horrifying than this in the world. If they died, they would only be left with a corpse. But if they died in the hands of this man, they would only be left with a puddle of blood. In the end, it would even water the ground. There was nothing more ironic than this. Mr. Lin, as long as you don't kill me, I can be your subordinate and protect the people around you. There are many assassins in the Dark Organization. Mr. Lin can be unafraid of them. But it's different for the people around you, Anna said. And I know the tricks of the dark organization. I can become a ghost and protect them at any time. I can even cheer you up when you're in a bad mood. For example, Lin Fei smiled. Please allow me to perform a song for Mr. Lin. Come. WonderfulBookhouse.com. Chapter 3908. Anna was indeed afraid. As a woman, Anna was very confident in her sixth sense. She knew that if she said something bad, there would only be one result, death. Fortunately, Anna could speak. She managed to escape death. As for the performance after that, Anna did not have the slightest dissatisfaction. She even tried her best to perform. She used all her means and was almost exhausted. Her performance could barely be considered a success. How can there be such a terrifying person in the world? Are all the martial artists in the East so terrifying? Anna did not believe it before. But this time she really believed it. Your performance is not up to standard. Lin Fei laughed. Anna's tense heart was lifted again. I am willing to serve Mr. Lin, Anna said in her heart. Here's my chance. Even though Anna looked very harmless right now, only the people of the dark organization knew that Anna was called the Black Widow. It was not as simple as she said. Pucker up. Lin Fei was also on a whim. After all, this was a foreign horse, the dream of his youth. Anna was very compatible with Lin Fei's taste in every aspect. It wasn't easy to find someone like Anna. She dared to murder him. She could be spared from death, but she could not escape punishment. She had to pay the price. Anna did not believe that this man was made of iron. If she made a move when she was at her weakest, she could definitely kill the man in front of her. This was Anna's last move. But when the other party rode the horse, Anna realized that she made a mistake. The other party instantly turned into a giant beast and attacked her crazily. He kept hitting her and climbed to the top of the clouds in the blink of an eye. This was a feeling she had never felt before. And this was only the beginning. It was rare for Lin Fei to show off on such an occasion. Moreover, it was a foreign horse. How could he show mercy to the fairer sex? He advanced by leaps and bounds. The whole process lasted for a full hour. Anna finally collapsed to the ground, unable to use any strength. Not bad, your endurance is not bad. Lin Fei laughed. Ordinary people can't endure that long. Your performance is not bad. Anna wanted to cry but had no tears. This was like encountering a beast. It had to be said that Anna experienced what a real man was. Eat this and your strength will recover. Lin Fei threw out a pill. What you need to do next is very simple. Destroy the contact point of the dark organization in the East Sea. Anna didn't dare to say no and obediently ate the pill. Initially, he was unable to exert any strength at all. However, after consuming the pill, he recovered swiftly, becoming even stronger than before. Remember, this is your only chance to shine. Lin Fei flicked his finger, and a stream of light entered Anna's body. After destroying it, bring me the information. Anna shuddered. By the time he regained his senses, the other party had already disappeared without a trace. All that was left was darkness and silence, as well as the faint smell of blood. Lin Fei felt great. This was a physical pleasure. He couldn't do as he wished with Xiaolan, but he didn't have to worry about Anna at all. His body felt great, but mentally he was quite displeased. The Gao family probably doesn't have the guts to take revenge on me. So far, only the Li family can take out $100 million. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. It seems like the Li family is going to bleed again. As long as Lin Fei believed in something, it would not be far from the truth. Snort. Li Leitang of the Li family sneezed. I must have been under a lot of pressure recently. I didn't sleep well last night. Li Leitang was waiting for the news. He had just received the news that the Dark Organization had started to make their move. If nothing unexpected happened, he would know the results soon. Grandmaster Humph. Even a grandmaster has to die after spending $100 million. Previously, Li Leitang wanted to deal with Lin Fei, so he sent out all the elites of his family. However, he didn't expect to kick an iron plate, causing the Li family to suffer a great loss. It was impossible for him not to vent his anger. Revenge was naturally to find a grandmaster. Normally, a grandmaster wouldn't be happy to deal with a grandmaster. If the other party wasn't killed, a grandmaster's revenge would be very terrifying. Li Leitang could only settle for the next best thing and choose to hire an assassin to deal with Lin Fei. So what if he was a grandmaster? He was still made of flesh and blood. For this, Li Leitang spent $100 million. It was a huge loss. However, when he thought about killing a grandmaster, it was also very worth it. At least he didn't have to worry about a grandmaster taking revenge on the Li family. Li Leitang was waiting for the news. As long as Lin Fei wasn't dead, Li Leitang wouldn't be able to sleep well. He would never forget the scene of that day for the rest of his life. Lin Fei returned to Xiao Lin's place. He found that Xiao Lin didn't go home. This situation lasted for a few days. It was probably because of Yun Su. She had to work overtime. The next morning, Lin Fei felt refreshed. He went to eat breakfast outside the neighborhood. Today, Lin Fei planned to go to the Li family. Last time he earned 1 billion Chinese dollars, but he invested it in by Shengnan's company. He didn't have much money on hand. Now that the Li family had taken the initiative to come to him, it would be a pity if Lin Fei didn't go. It wasn't easy to find such an ATM. If Li Leitang knew that his family was being used as an ATM, he would definitely vomit blood. He stepped on the accelerator and the Bentley rushed out. Li Leitang didn't sleep well that night. His phone didn't ring. The people from the underground organization have always been very trustworthy. Once they make a move, they have a way to kill. Li Leitang's face showed a trace of fatigue. As long as Lin Fei, who was suspected to be a grandmaster, didn't die, he couldn't rest easy. But from last night until now there was no news. Could it be that the mission failed? Li Leitang shook his head. Impossible, something must have happened. The mission failed. Li Leitang didn't dare to imagine what the result would be. The last time Lin Fei came to the Li family, he suffered a heavy loss. If it happened again, Li Leitang didn't dare to imagine. Of his 3 sons, one was scared to death, and the other's Dantian was destroyed. Li Leitang didn't want it to happen again. Master, it's not good, that person is here again. Li Wantian rushed in, his face was pale, and his voice was trembling. Impossible. Li Leitang almost fell to the ground. The second time he came to the Li family, Lin Fei was familiar with the place. When the Li family's martial artists saw Lin Fei, it was as if they saw a ghost. They didn't dare to breathe loudly, and they didn't even dare to stop him. Ask your Li family's patriarch to come out. Lin Fei sat down. Make a cup of good tea. The Li family's servants didn't dare to refuse, and went to make the tea. Lin Fei tasted the tea and smiled, looking at Li Leitang coming down from above. Li family head, you have guts. He put down the teacup. The entire hall shook, as if there was an earthquake. Li Leitang's heart trembled. Calm down, you must not panic. Calm. Wonderful book house. Chapter 3909. His words shocked Li Leitang so much that his expression changed. Grandmaster Lin, we don't have the guts in front of you. Li Leitang forced a smile. Lin Fei said calmly. So your Li family won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Li Leitang's mind was in turmoil. Does he really know something? Li Leitang didn't dare to imagine what would happen if this matter was known. Grandmaster Lin, I really don't understand. Before Li Leitang could finish his words, he was pulled over by a force. I'll give you one more chance. Lin Fei said. If you confess, you'll be lenient. If you resist, your Li family will welcome a nice firework. Firework. Li Leitang recalled a scene not long ago. He knows. He really knows. Li Leitang's mind went blank. What do you want? Li Leitang gritted his teeth. My eldest son is a master, a grandmaster. A grandmaster? Lin Fei waved his hand and attacked from afar. Li Leitang was sent flying into the wall, unable to move. I can take your life now. Leader. Li Wantian and the other inward strength warriors rushed out. Stand still. Whoever moves will die. Lin Fei sat on the sofa and poured himself a cup of tea. For a moment no one dared to move. They looked at each other and endless fear shrouded them. Last time he killed so many elite warriors with one punch. They all saw it with their own eyes. They didn't doubt his words at all. Whoever moved would die. No one dared to try. Li Leitang's heart was full of bitterness. He kept cursing the dark organization. What top assassin organization? Li family had to bear the anger of a grandmaster. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed, easily pulling Li Leitang out. Do you think you can take another hit from me? Li Leitang was floating in the air with a pale face. He knew that if this happened again, he would die for sure. Our Li family admits defeat. As long as Grandmaster Lin doesn't kill me, we are willing to accept any punishment. Li Leitang lowered his head. He had to lower his head. Now Li Leitang was sure that this was a real grandmaster. His every move carried an irresistible and terrifying power. Actually, I like your Li family very much. Lin Fei took a sip. Your two sons gave me money, and now you're giving me money. Don't you think I should thank you? Li Leitang didn't dare to speak anymore. 2 billion yuan. Lin Fei laughed. I'll buy your life. Li Leitang's face was extremely pale. I'm willing. Now, whether it was 2 billion or 3 billion, Li Leitang would agree. In order to deal with a guru like Lin Fei, he had spent at least 5 billion. Li Leitang regretted it so much that he really wanted to slap himself. What a fool. Grandmaster Lin, I need time to collect the 3 billion. Li Leitang said. Right now, I can only squeeze out about 1 billion from the liquid funds. I need to sell some companies for the remaining 2 billion. 3 billion was not a small number. It was impossible for Li Leitang to take it out immediately. 1 billion. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. What other companies do you have? Li Leitang honestly introduced them. To be able to suppress the Bai family in Donghai, the overall strength of the Li family was still very strong. They had a variety of companies covering all walks of life, and their influence was not low. I want this biological company. Lin Fei interrupted Li Leitang's words. Let's set the price at 500 million. And the other company, Perfection, I want it too. It's also set at 500 million. 2 companies, 1 billion. I'll ask someone to bring the contract right away. Within 3 days, transfer 2 billion to my card. Lin Fei said. Of course, you can find someone to support you. I have no problem with that. However, the price will be very high. You must be mentally prepared. I dare not. Li Leitang really didn't dare now. A guru. Hurry up and contact my lawyer to prepare my equity transfer contract. Li Leitang shouted. Not everyone was willing to be fixed in midair. The feeling of not being able to move up and down was really unpleasant. The equity transfer contract was quickly prepared. Lin Fei signed his name. From this moment on, the biological company and the Perfection company both belonged to Lin Fei. Patriarch, he's gone. Li Leitang sat on the ground, paralyzed. With a wah sound, he vomited blood. 3 billion or even more than 3 billion. It was no longer the Li family. Patriarch, tell the young master. Li Wantian came up and said. That Guru Lin is too much. He wants our Li family to suffer a great loss. Li Leitang shook his head with difficulty. Our Li family can't afford another failure. Li Leitang said. That's a guru, a real guru. Oh, he got 2 companies from the Li family plus 2 billion yuan. Lin Fei's mood was not just good. The biological company is just right to analyze and develop elixirs. And the Perfection company is a cosmetics company. Just right to incorporate Sister Bai's company. This was also an idea that came to Lin Fei when he had a sudden inspiration. After returning from the alternate world, the large amount of accumulated knowledge always piled up in his mind. Lin Fei felt that it was a waste. Building a business empire is also not bad. Lin Fei felt that Bai Shengnan was not bad. Although the way she handled things was still a bit immature, she had the aura of a strong woman. Such a woman, as long as she was tempered, she would definitely have great achievements. She was the ideal CEO candidate. Lin Fei didn't have the mood to go to work, but if he could build a powerful business empire with his own hands, that would be something he would be very proud of. At the very least, he would fulfill his wish from back then. A ding-dong sound. Lin Fei scanned with his divine sense and found that Li Leitang was quite tactful. He first sent the first sum of mental damage compensation, a total of 1 billion. In my previous life, let alone 1 billion, even the simplest 1 million was an extravagant dream. If I didn't eat or drink, it would have taken me more than 10 years. But now, Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Now that I have strength, authority is nothing in front of strength. Lin Fei was a little emotional. Sister Bai, find a few people and prepare to take over the new company. He turned on his phone and called Bai Shengnan. Bai Shengnan's mind was on Yun Su's matter. When she suddenly heard this, she was confused. Boss, take over the company? Our company is too small. Someone couldn't stand it, so he gave me a company. Have you heard of the Perfection Company? Lin Fei said with a smile. The Perfection Company? That's a famous company in Donghai. Bai Shengnan suspected that she heard wrong. We're taking over their company? It's good that you know. Then get ready and bring some people to take over. Lin Fei said. I'll pass the documents to Shaolin to pass to you. Listening to the beeping sound from the phone, Bai Shengnan felt like she was dreaming. That was the Perfection Company. Wonderfulbookhouse.com. Chapter 39:10. Sister Shengnan, what's wrong? Brother Lin called. Xiaolin still liked to call Lin Fei Brother Lin instead of boss. It was awkward to hear. Our company is going to expand, Bai Shengnan said. Perfect has also been bought by the boss. Our company has reached the sky in one step. Xiaolin was also shocked. That's the third most perfect in our EC cosmetics industry. Yes, that's the perfect. Others might not know the details of the perfect, but Bai Shengnan did. That was a business belonging to the Li family, and it was said that it was going to be listed. Bai Shengnan had never heard of the Li family selling it. Boss, what's the background of this? How could the Li family be willing to give up such a big piece of meat? No matter how Bai Shengnan thought about it, she couldn't think of a reason. Thinking that the perfect company was going to be taken over by her, Bai Shengnan didn't know why, but her heart surged with excitement. I wonder what expression my father will have when he finds out. Oh, Lin Fei believed that Bai Shengnan would definitely handle it well. It could be considered a happy thing to be able to make a fortune from the Li family's ATM. Lin Fei felt that he had to find someone to share it with. Shaolin, where are you? After thinking about it, Lin Fei thought of Shaolin, the commercial square of Jiangbei district. Shaolin, who was wearing a skimpy outfit, was preparing to go shopping with her best friend. Ever since she stopped working at the company, Shaolin drove a Maserati CEO. Every day, she would sit and have her beauty done and afternoon tea. Her days were indescribably carefree. Seeing the call, Shaolin's face revealed joy. As a woman, Shaolin was very sensible. She basically wouldn't take the initiative to call Lin Fei, because she didn't want to leave a bad impression. In Shaolin's eyes, her old classmate Lin Fei was a tycoon, and he was the kind of person who had secrets all over his body. As Lin Fei's woman, Shaolin also experienced the highest beauty of being a woman. Hubby, I'm shopping. What? You're coming? Okay. After hanging up, Shaolin quickly took out a mirror and checked her makeup. Little Xiao, your boyfriend is coming. The one who asked the question was a 1.65 tall beauty with big eyes. Her figure was not inferior to Shaolin's. Her name was Li Tingting. At this moment her big eyes were blinking, filled with curiosity. Yes, look at the makeup on my face. Is it ruined? Shaolin asked. It wasn't easy for Shaolin to take the initiative to look for him, so he had to display his most perfect side. Hey, you are very beautiful now. Li Tingting giggled and said. Look at the people around you, they are all head over heels for you. Shaolin rolled her eyes, but she couldn't help but reveal a hint of pride on her face. I'm ignoring you. In less than half an hour, Lin Fei arrived at the commercial square. He parked his car and came up from below. It was easy for him to find Shaolin. Today Shaolin was wearing a white dress. Coupled with her beautiful makeup, she was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Just by standing there casually, she immediately became a scenery line. It was hard not to be noticed. In addition, Lin Fei also saw a cute beauty. Her upper body was wearing a flowery short-sleeved shirt, and her lower body was wearing an A-line skirt. It should be said that it was a pleated skirt. Her jade legs were long and slender. When the two of them stood together, they indeed became a scenery line. Hey! Lin Fei waved at Shaolin. Shaolin also saw Lin Fei. She ran over with a beaming smile, jumped up and sweetly said, Hubby! Lin Fei reached out and hugged Shaolin. Aren't you afraid of being exposed? Lin Fei joked. A lot of people are watching. Xiaolan giggled. No, I'm wearing safety pants. They will be envious to death. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. To those men, this was no less than a critical hit of 10,000 points. Okay, your friend is watching. Lin Fei patted Xiaolan's shoulder. Xiaolan's face revealed a trace of redness. She got down from Lin Fei and generously introduced, This is my boyfriend Lin Fei. Then she introduced Li Tingting to Lin Fei. My bestie Li Tingting, isn't she very beautiful? Lin Fei smiled. You're such a beauty. You're also a handsome guy. Li Tingting still had good taste. When she first saw Xiaolan's boyfriend, she felt that he was very different, because this man had a different kind of temperament that she couldn't have. Li Tingting couldn't think of it for a moment. I found out that bestie are generally great beauties. Lin Fei joked. No matter where you are, it's the same. Li Tingting was amused on the spot. Xiao, control your boyfriend. Li Tingting rebuked. With his glib tongue, he must know a lot of girls. You have to watch him closely. Lin Fei hugged Xiaolan's waist. Let's go, I'm in a good mood today. I'll buy you anything you like. Xiaolan blinked her eyes. Is that for real? Of course it's true. Lin Fei smiled. Under normal circumstances I won't brag. Oh right, your bestie can also choose any 3 items. He got 3 billion from the Li family. Although 1 billion was used to pay for the company, there was still 2 billion left. Lin Fei didn't feel bad spending it. Moreover, for him there wasn't much difference between 1 billion and 10 billion. Li Tingting's first impression of her bestie, Xiaolan's boyfriend, was good, but it immediately changed. This was the Zhongbei District Commercial Square, where many luxury brands gathered. Even Li Tingting didn't dare to say that she would buy whatever she liked. Xiao's boyfriend's tone is really big. Li Tingting decided that if this Lin Fei really talked nonsense, she would find a time to talk to him. In the commercial district, there were luxury brands everywhere. For women, this was a luxury paradise, enough to dazzle them. Wow, Prada has a classic bag. Li Tingting said happily. Xiao, didn't you think of a bag for a long time last time? Why don't you go in and take a look? Xiaolan was also tempted. Xiaolan really liked Prada bags, but they were too expensive, so she could only look at them every time. Even the cheapest one cost a few thousand. Your bestie already said so, why don't you go in and take a look? Lin Fei smiled. Take whatever you like. I've heard of a saying that cures all diseases. Xiaolan burst out laughing. In the Prada store there were many new bags. However, the price was not very good. Basically, if one didn't have money, they wouldn't dare to enter this kind of store because they couldn't afford it. Xiaolan also rarely came to this kind of store because she really couldn't afford it. Hubby, how about this? In the end, Xiaolan chose a 6,800 yuan bag. Not generous enough. Lin Fei shook his head. Remember, don't save money for me. Not generous enough? Xiaolan opened her mouth. The eyes of the beautiful attendant next to her also lit up, and she quickly said, This lady, I think this bag suits you, whether it's the color or the style. Price. 88,000. Chapter 39:11. I'll buy it. Lin Fei smiled and waved his hand. It's not expensive. Xiaolan had never used such an expensive bag. Usually, she would praise it for more than half a year and might not even buy it. She thought that Xiaolan would be happy. But the next scene made Xiaolan feel like she was hit by a pie from the sky. Prada handbag 38,000. Prada wallet 12,389. After leaving Prada, Lin Fei brought Xiaolan to buy clothes. Chanel dress suits 23,000. Chanel white dress 12300. Then, Chanel lipstick 32,000. This was just the beginning. As her best friend, Li Tingting was very envious. Xiao's boyfriend is so awesome. Li Tingting looked at the big and small bags. Along the way, he didn't even frown and was full of charm. Enough. Xiaolan wore a platinum necklace from Tiffany. It was not expensive, just a little more than 100,000. With the jewelry, Xiaolan's body had a different feeling. Today was Xiaolan's happiest day. She must have spent at least 700,000 or 800,000 on herself during this trip. The necklace on her neck was more than 100,000 and the Cartier women's watch on her wrist was more than 200,000. Just these 2 items alone cost more than 300,000. This was crazy. Li Tingting also got a bracelet that cost more than 30,000. Lin Fei brought Xiaolan and Li Tingting to a Western restaurant for a meal. This Western restaurant cost more than 5,000 per person. Normal white-collar workers wouldn't dare to come to such a place. Xiaolan and Li Tingting had heard of it but had never been here. They couldn't help but take pictures and show off in their WeChat moments. In the meantime, Lin Fei ordered a bottle of red wine. It was not expensive, just more than 10,000, and it tasted good. If Lin Fei said it was good, the taste must be good. Nothing could hide from an immortal. Xiaolan and Li Tingting had good alcohol tolerance. After a bottle of wine, their faces were flushed and looked very cute. This meal had cost him more than 40,000 points. Xiaolan and Li Tingting were speechless. This was indeed a place they couldn't afford. It was almost a year's income. Lin Fei was driving. Xiaolan and Li Tingting were whispering to each other in the back row. The corners of Lin Fei's mouth curled up, revealing a faint smile. He went straight to a 5-star hotel in Jiangbei district and booked a presidential suite. That night, Xiaolan and Li Tingting served Lin Fei together. However, it still couldn't withstand Lin Fei's powerful physical strength. Lin Fei didn't care how Xiaolan managed to convince her best friend, but he had to admit that it felt pretty good. When Xiaolan woke up, Lin Fei left. However, he left a note with 50,000 yuan in cash, 30,000 for Xiaolan and 20,000 for Li Tingting. Xiao, your boyfriend is really amazing. Li Tingting's face turned red. Last night, he achieved the kind of feeling that every woman dreamed of. I feel like I'm going to die. Xiaolan giggled and said, Then are you happy? I'm not going to talk to you anymore. If you can't do it yourself, then drag me down with you. Li Tingting covered herself with the quilt. Don't be shy. Lin Fei left the 5-star hotel feeling refreshed. 1 against 2, it was really too easy. My old classmate really understands me. Lin Fei laughed. How could he not know that he was looking for someone to share the firepower? Not to mention anything else, Lin Fei really fell for this. There are actually people who aren't afraid of death who dare to follow me. As soon as Lin Fei got on the car, he frowned slightly. Within his divine sense, there was someone spying on him from a small black car not far away. This kind of spying could not be hidden from an expert like Lin Fei. It shouldn't be them who just made the Li family bleed. It should be that young Master Yan. Lin Fei got off the car and in a few steps he knocked on the car door. The person who was following him was so scared that his expression changed greatly. He couldn't see clearly at all. Come down and have a chat. The person who was following him didn't dare to say the word no, and automatically opened the car door. Big brother, I really don't know anything. I'm just a follower. The young man's voice was trembling. Don't worry, I won't make things difficult for you. Take out your phone. Lin Fei patted the young man's shoulder. As long as you're obedient, call your contact. As soon as the call was connected, Lin Fei heard a familiar voice on the other side of the phone. What's up? You guys are really brave. How dare you ask someone to follow me? Do you really think I don't know? Lin Fei said lightly. Boom. Yan'an's heart shook. He felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, and he almost couldn't stand still. It's him. I've been discovered. Yan'an had indeed asked someone to follow him, and the person was an expert who was influential. However, he was still discovered. What a waste. Unfortunately, Yan'an didn't know that even the most powerful expert could not hide his tracks. Our young master wants to talk to Mr. Lin. Yan'an suppressed the panic in his heart. Fortunately, he had found the help of Luo Tianyun, a master, the third-ranked master in Donghai. Yan'an didn't believe that this guy could defeat Master Luo Tianyun. Sure, let's talk. Lin Fei smiled. I'm short of money recently, so I want young Master Yan to sponsor me. Outside Donghai Xiaoyao Temple. Our young master is waiting for you. Yan'an had never seen such an arrogant guy. If this was in Beijing, this guy with the surname Lin would be skinned alive even if he didn't die. Drive to Xiaoyao Temple. Don't tell me you don't know. I know. The young man nodded knowingly. Young master, that bastard Lin Fei will be here soon. Yan'an walked a few steps and reported in a low voice. Yin Tianheng sneered. It's good that he's here. As long as he's here, don't leave today. "Oh right, did that guy say something again?" Yanan said. "That guy said he wants young master to sponsor him. What an arrogant guy. How dare he say something like that to me?" Yan Tianheng was angry. This guy really didn't know what was good for him. He had no choice when he was blackmailed for a few million last time. Now he still dared to come. Did he really think that he was a supreme master? "Young Master Yan, actually you don't have to be angry with this kind of person." A middle-aged man sitting beside him smiled faintly. "Anger makes people age easily." Yan Tianheng nodded. "Master Luo is right. There's really no need to be angry with this kind of person. I'll have to trouble Master Luo to help me vent my anger later." Luo Tianyun was 50 years old this year, but his appearance was no different from a middle-aged man in his 30s. He was energetic and his face was rosy. People nowadays with a little bit of strength, they don't know how high the sky is. They really need to be taught a lesson. As a master, Luo Tianyun was very clear of the Yan family's influence. Luo Tianyun was very willing to help with such a small matter. A 20-something-year-old master? What a joke. At most he was at the peak of dark Jing. To be able to perform well in front of the Yan family's young master, Luo Tianyun felt that when that brat came, he would directly strike like a thunderbolt so that young Master Yan would value him. Peak. Chapter 39:12. Xiaoyao Taoist Temple. On a mountain outside the East Sea. He was not very famous, but in the upper circle of East Ocean it was a place that everyone knew, because there was a grandmaster living here. A true martial Dao grandmaster. His punches and kicks were terrifying and destructive. He was no different from an earth immortal. The area within 10 miles of the Xiaoyao Taoist Temple was designated as a forbidden area. No matter who you were, you had to behave yourself in the Xiaoyao Taoist Temple. There was once a tycoon in Donghai who spoke arrogantly and insulted a grandmaster powerhouse. The grandmaster on the mountain didn't say a word. Donghai's upper-class tycoons joined forces and beat the tycoon down to the mortal world overnight. In the end, the tycoon was imprisoned and died in less than a year. All of this was the invisible deterrence of this grandmaster. When a grandmaster was enraged, blood would flow like a river, and one's head would be lost. This was no joke. "Mr. Lin, that's Xiaoyao Taoist Temple." 10 miles away, the young man stopped the car, not daring to drive any further. "There's a rule here. You can only walk within 5 kilometers. You can't drive," the young man said in a low voice. There was a hint of fear in his words. Lin Fei did not disturb this person. He pushed the door open and came down. At the end of his vision, he could vaguely see the Taoist temple in the forest. He's not weak. Lin Fei walked forward, leaving a footprint with each step. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the distance. This person. The young man broke out in a cold sweat. "I actually followed such an expert." "Papa." The young man gave himself 2 slaps in the face. Oh, Lin Fei was very fast. His injuries from the other world had been suppressed. His recovery wasn't fast, but he didn't have to worry about it anymore. In less than a minute, the Taoist temple was right in front of him. He walked up the stairs. Lin Fei stood at the entrance of the Taoist temple and spread out his divine sense. He saw the man surnamed Yan, the servant, and a grandmaster with good spirits. Boom! The door of the Taoist temple was pushed open. The expressions of Yan Tianheng and Grandmaster Luo Tianyun, who were drinking tea, changed. The door flew backward, blocking out the sunlight like a huge black shadow. Impudent! Luo Tianyun was furious. Everyone knew that the area within 10 miles of the Xiaoyao Taoist temple was a forbidden area. No driving allowed. No noise. Which one of them did not come in a respectful and careful manner? But now there was actually someone who dared to destroy the door of the Taoist temple. This was a direct provocation and disregard for him, a grandmaster. Even the other 2 grandmasters would not dare to do such a thing. With a low roar, Luo Tianyun pulled Yan Tianheng away and stood behind him. He then raised his hand and sent out a palm strike. Releasing his inner energy, he attacked through the air and destroyed the incoming door. For a moment sawdust flew everywhere. "Ha ha ha, this kid is dead for sure." Yan Tianheng laughed in his heart. "There's no need for me to say anything more. Grandmaster Luo already hates him to the core." The moment Grandmaster Luo Tianyun got angry, the other party was destined to suffer. Seeing Lin Fei fall to the ground like a dead dog, Yin Tianheng felt a burst of excitement. He couldn't wait to step on him a few more times. It would be best if he could stomp Lin Fei's face into the ground. That was not enough. Yin Tianheng also wanted to capture the two women from that night and torture them to his heart's content. He wanted to make Lin Fei suffer so much that he wished he was dead and live in remorse. Lin Fei walked in. "Young Master Yan, why do we meet again?" Luo Tianyun's usually amiable face was now filled with anger. "Young man, you dare to destroy the door of my Taoist temple. Do you know what kind of place this is?" Luo Tianyun's eyes flashed coldly. He took a step forward and his aura was like a mountain. Grandmaster. He could control a certain amount of aura and pressure. Every gaze and every word carried a great amount of pressure. This was like a big boss who was full of confidence. Facing an ordinary person, he did not even need to say anything to make them collapse. The mastery of a grandmaster was on another level. However, Luo Tianyun's pressure seemed to be non-existent in front of Lin Fei. It did not have any effect at all. Compared to the grandmaster he met last time, the strength of the grandmaster before him seemed to be on another level. "I'm here to collect sponsorship fees." Lin Fei smiled and said, "Looking at your appearance, it seems that you also want to pay a sum of money. Then I won't be polite. Seeing that you are in good spirits, I will reluctantly collect 500 million. Luo Tianyun was so angry that he laughed. "You are really bold. Do you know who I am? I am a grandmaster, an existence that can kill you with one finger." He took another step forward. There was a trace of doubt in his heart. The other party did not have any fear at all. This should not be the case. Under his pressure, no matter if it was a martial artist or a rich person, no one dared to make a sound. But this guy, there was something strange, really strange. "Lin Fei, you are too much. This is Luo Tianyun, a grandmaster, and this is Xiaoyao Temple. How dare you offend a grandmaster? Quickly kneel down and admit your mistake," Yin Tianheng said. "Maybe if you perform well, Grandmaster Luo will spare your life." "What grandmaster?" Lin Fei laughed. "You haven't even opened the innate stage and you still have the nerve to call yourself a grandmaster. Thinking about it makes me laugh." Courting death. Luo Tianyun was enraged. Like a ferocious tiger, he pounced forward and punched out. The furious punch set off a burst of air. A grandmaster is indeed a grandmaster. So powerful. Yin Tianheng clapped his hands and cheered. This was the style of a grandmaster. Yin Tianheng did not believe that Lin Fei could withstand a punch from Grandmaster Luo Tianyun. In the next second, there would definitely be a scene of him vomiting blood. "I have already said that a grandmaster is nothing." Lin Fei laughed. He stretched out his hand and clasped his 5 fingers together. With a simple and casual movement, he stopped the incoming punch. Luo Tianyun was shocked. How can he stop it? The energy in his body flowed out. The vigorous energy flowed out, but it was like entering a bottomless pit. The other party's hand continued to hold on, as if nothing had happened. How can he be fine? Luo Tianyun wanted to pull his hand back, but he realized that the other party's 5 fingers were clasped. He could not pull his hand back at all, as if he was being suppressed. "I am a grandmaster. How can I not pull my hand back?" Luo Tianyun's other hand took the opportunity to slap the other party's head. It could be said that he had rich combat experience. "Ah, my hand!" With a thought, Lin Fei exerted his strength and kicked Luo Tianyun. Boom! Luo Tianyun was like a stream of light. He knocked over a green brick wall, and more than half of his body was buried inside. "Young Master Yan, your helper is not good enough." Lin Fei smiled. "Don't you think so?" Yin Tianheng, who had a sneer on his face, knelt on the ground with a thud. "Young Master Lin, please spare my life." He kicked Grandmaster Luo Tianyun away. Who would dare to believe such a thing? But it was true. Good performance. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed. Grandmaster Luo Tianyun, who was buried in the green brick wall, was sucked out. He floated in front of Lin Fei and slapped him with his big hand. Ah! A scream rang out. The green bricks on the ground cracked. Half of Grandmaster Luo Tianyun's body was buried in the ground. Chapter 39:13. Luo Tianyun finally knelt down. The person who came was a truly terrifying existence, a top-notch expert. As a veteran grandmaster, Luo Tianyun was confident in his own strength. There was nothing to be afraid of when facing a grandmaster. However, he never thought that he would be so vulnerable. He was easily swept away by the other party and was almost beaten half to death. What an unbelievable thing. Now that half of his body was buried in the ground, he didn't even have the strength to think about it. He was almost no different from a wooden stake. If you don't beg for mercy, you're courting death. Luo Tianyun knew that the other party was merciful. Otherwise, he would have been beaten to death. The person in front of him was too terrifying. The Master Realm couldn't withstand a single blow from the other party. If he knew that the other party was so strong, Luo Tianyun wouldn't have dared to make a move. He was courting death. Now you know how to spare your life. Lin Fei reached out and grabbed a mahogany chair and gently placed it behind him. You were so arrogant just now. In the blink of an eye, the situation changed greatly. Yin Tianheng knelt on the ground, trembling in extreme panic. I kicked a big iron plate. He thought that he could sit back and relax after inviting Master Luo Tianyun, but the other party was too fierce. That was a master, an existence that made people tremble in fear, but in front of this person, he was as weak as an ant. Luo Tianyun lost his temper. Master Lin, I was wrong. As long as you spare me, I will agree to anything. In order to survive, Luo Tianyun couldn't care less. A dead master, what kind of master was he? Master Lin, I have eyes but failed to see. I won't dare to do it again in the future. Yin Tianheng raised his hand and slapped his face left and right. One slap on the left, one on the right, and the other on the left. Lin Fei watched with a smile and didn't say anything. But for Yin Tianheng and Luo Tianyun, the oppressive aura almost made them collapse. Young Master Yin, you are a rich man. I don't care who you are. If you want to live, then give me 1 billion. Lin Fei said indifferently, you only have 3 days. A cold light shot into Yin Tianheng's body. 3 days later, if you don't see the money, you will explode with a bang like a ripe watermelon, truly splitting into pieces. I'll go get the money right away. Yin Tianheng said. I'll definitely send it to Grandmaster Lin within 3 days. Yin An's servant trembled as he helped the young master up and walked outside. You're a grandmaster. Just go straight to the point and ask for 1.5 billion. Lin Fei said. No problem, right? 1.5 billion. No matter how painful it was, it would be good enough if he could survive. No problem, I can transfer it to Grandmaster Lin right away. Luo Tianyun hurriedly said. He reached out and pulled Luo Tianyun out before tossing him aside. Not long after, Lin Fei's card had an additional 1.5 billion. A grandmaster is indeed a grandmaster. He's so rich. Lin Fei laughed. Luo Tianyun didn't dare to say anything and just stood there obediently. This 1.5 billion was practically his entire net worth. It was natural for him to feel the pain. He also hated Yin Tianheng in his heart. He had really screwed himself over this time. If he had another chance, Luo Tianyun wouldn't have dared to do it again. Tell me about the grandmasters in the East Sea. Lin Fei smiled and said, I want to know in detail. Luo Tianyun was at his wits' end. He only hoped that Grandmaster Lin would leave as soon as possible. The psychological pressure was too great. Luo Tianyun had never seen a grandmaster ranked 3rd in the Eastern Sea who could easily crush him. But this time he had witnessed something terrifying. Luo Tianyun didn't know that such a young man had the terrifying power of a grandmaster. It was terrifying just thinking about it. Luo Tianyun believed that if this news were to spread, who knew how many master-level powerhouses would be stunned? Who would believe it? Luo Tianyun began to explain in detail. Lin Fei was intrigued by Luo Tianyun's explanation. He immediately understood the grandmasters in the East Sea. The first Grandmaster Dynasty mid-stage transcendent state. The second Grandmaster by Zishan, early stage transcendent state. He thought there would be more Grandmasters in the East Sea. However, when he heard that there were only 5 Grandmasters, Lin Fei was disappointed. Grandmaster Lin, if there is a place with the most powerful Grandmasters, it should be the Yanhuang squad. Luo Tianyun said cautiously. There was even a hint of fear on his face. The Yanhuang squad. Luo Tianyun said. The Yanhuang squad was formed by the government. All the grandmasters have been registered. Almost all the grandmasters in the East Sea have been recruited. Is the Yanhuang squad very powerful? Lin Fei asked. After returning to the East Sea, Lin Fei hadn't seen any grandmasters with great potential. Now that he heard Luo Tianyun's words, it seemed that this was the case. The most powerful war god in China personally took over the Yanhuang squad. Luo Tianyun took a deep breath and said, "He is also the most powerful grandmaster in China. How powerful is he?" 3 years ago, he was at the peak of the transcendent state. Rumor has it that the most powerful war god is trying to break through. Once he breaks through, he will become an immortal level overlord. Immortal level overlord? In Lin Fei's opinion, it should be the Khanate level. Are there many immortal level overlords? Lin Fei asked again. Luo Tianyun smiled bitterly and said, "I'm not sure yet. I've never heard of any immortal level overlords." No. Lin Fei felt that something was wrong. Under normal circumstances, there should be immortal level overlords. Perhaps some unforeseen event had occurred. I'm only at the early stage of the transcendent level. I'm not qualified to know this. Luo Tianyun said, "With Grandmaster Lin's strength, you are definitely qualified to know more high-level secrets. Maybe it won't be long before the Yanhuang squad comes to find you." Lin Fei asked a few more questions. Maybe Luo Tianyun was not strong enough, so he didn't ask for any useful information. After watching Lin Fei leave, Luo Tianyun sat on the ground paralyzed. The East Sea is going to change. Even the strongest grandmaster in Donghai might not be a match for such a ferocious grandmaster. Luckily, I lowered my head quickly, or I would have died. Luo Tianyun decided to keep a low profile for a while. The East Sea was going to change soon. With such a master, who would dare to offend him? Even the Yanhuang squad would have to treat him politely. Once he joined the Yanhuang squad, his status would definitely not be low. Returning from the Xiaoyao temple, Lin Fei had forgotten about the Yanhuang squad. What grandmaster? To Lin Fei, they were no different from floating clouds. If I have free time in the future, I can meet this Yanhuang squad and of course, China's #1 war god. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Walking leisurely on the road, one step could cover dozens of meters. 100 meters could be covered in 1 or 2 steps. Zhao Ro, you can't run away. Hand over the thing in your hand. In a forest, a figure moved back and forth between the trees. Behind him, 5 figures were chasing in a fan shape. They were neither fast nor slow, as if they were determined to win. Remember the mobile version of the website. Chapter 39:14. What should I do? It was a petite figure that was constantly moving. But this figure could explode with power, constantly jumping and moving. But the 5 people behind her followed closely, their faces full of disdain and mockery. It was as if they were treating Zhao Ro like a fish on the chopping board. Zhao Ro panicked and spat out a mouthful of blood. Her movement speed slowed, and one of the brawny men who had been following closely took the opportunity to raise his palm. In that instant, Zhao Ro was like a kite with a broken string, crashing into a tree. Zhao Ro, hand over the things on you, and I might leave your corpse intact. The brawny man laughed as he came forward. The remaining 4 stood separately. Cough cough. Zhao Ro spat out blood. By Ziguang, how dare you be a traitor? Zhao Ro struggled helplessly, leaning against the tree. Aren't you afraid of being wanted by the Yanhuang battle team? Bai Ziguang was the brawny man who had attacked. Zhao Ro, you're really stupid. Bai Ziguang said disdainfully. If I kill you, who will know that I'm a traitor? Zhao Ro was a member of the East Sea Yanhuang battle team. This time he had gone on a mission to bring something back to the base, but he had been ambushed on the way. His subordinates had all died, and even he had been attacked by the traitor Bai Ziguang. Brother Bai, didn't you want to have a taste of her? This is a good chance. A bearded man laughed sinisterly. The Yanhuang battle team is famous, and everyone is afraid of them. But I've never slept with a beauty from the Yanhuang battle team. Let's each have a shot and have some fun. We can also give the Yanhuang battle team a warning. Bai Ziguang had a crush on Zhao Ro, but she had never felt anything for him. Coupled with his slow improvement in strength, there was a clear gap between them. Zhao Ro, did you hear that? Bai Ziguang's talent was average, and he had never passed the Yan Huang battle team's test. He would be demoted the next time he passed. Bai Ziguang could not accept it. Coincidentally, someone had contacted him secretly, and the temptation was not small. He had decisively chosen to betray them. This was the first time Bai Ziguang had betrayed them. The only mishap was that he had underestimated Zhao Rou. Blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, and she had no strength. Bai Ziguang, even if you die, don't even think about getting it. He took out a small tube in his hand. It was colorful. Not good. Hurry up and stop her. That's a high-efficiency bomb. Bai Ziguang was shocked and reached out to stop her. It's too late. Zhao Rou's expression was firm. No matter what, this thing must not be taken back by them. He would rather die than help them achieve their goal. DDD. The crisp sound was exceptionally clear in the dark night. As soon as Bai Ziguang made his move, he became afraid and chose to retreat. The others did the same. Death is not a good solution. All of a sudden a voice rang out. Bai Ziguang saw a person appear next to Zhao Rou. With a casual grab, the item fell into his hand, and the beeping stopped. Seeing this, Zhao Rou's blood rushed to her heart and she fainted. Who are you? Bai Ziguang was also inwardly shocked, and a hint of anger appeared on his face. He had been tricked, and this was clearly bad. One had to know that once this thing exploded, flesh and blood would not be able to withstand it at all. I'm just passing by, the person said with a smile. Bai Ziguang did not believe this. This place was deserted. Who would pass by this place? So you're just passing by. Bai Ziguang took a step forward. Then you can go, we're acting. Acting? Lin Fei laughed. Bai Ziguang took a step forward and closed in. His palm struck down ferociously, as if it could split Mount Hua. No matter who it was seeing this scene, they had to die. The secret could not be leaked. Lin Fei had not paid attention to this at first, but he could not stand the mention of the Yan Huang battle team, so he came over to take a look. He saw an exciting scene. A group of dark Jing martial artists bullying a weak girl. How shameless. He had to intervene in this kind of thing. Even though he was not interested in the Yan Huang battle team, it was still useful to maintain stability. Since he had met them, he had to intervene. Ambushing people is immoral. Don't you know that? Bai Ziguang was also a dark Jing martial artist. This palm strike was meant to kill the other party. So what if I ambushed you? As soon as he said this, Bai Ziguang suddenly felt a wave of pain. His hand was actually grabbed by the other party. You're looking for death. Dark Jing exploded, thousands of threads and invisible wounds. Lin Fei smiled. With such little strength, you still dare to come out and scare people. Boom! A wave of energy entered Bai Ziguang's body. Before Bai Ziguang died, he felt a wave of energy enter his body, and then he lost his senses. This kind of traitor, Lin Fei would not be lenient when it came to killing. Bai Ziguang's body exploded, and blood splattered all over them. They all looked at each other, and after a while, their faces were full of fear. Friend, we are from the Flaming Star sect. The bearded man took a deep breath and directly brought out his backer. He knew Bai Ziguang's strength, but now he had turned into a pool of blood. This was two. And this person was really young, like a university student. It was hard to think of him as a martial artist. No matter what, the bearded man felt that it was better to be careful, in case this kid also had the support of an ancient martial arts sect. Flaming Star sect? Lin Fei knew it was the name of a sect the moment he heard the name. Could there be sects on Earth? There might even be innate masters, so it was normal to have a sect. Yes, our Flaming Star sect is a big sect in the East Sea. The bearded man said. Even the Yan Huang battle team has to be polite to us. This Zhao Rou is our Flaming Star sect's enemy. We are bringing her back in the name of our sect. Please don't interfere, friend. Lin Fei was still smiling. Your position isn't low anymore. You should know a lot of things. Yes. The bearded man nodded subconsciously. That's good. The bearded man thought the other party was afraid. As long as he could bring Zhao Rou away, Bai Ziguang's death was nothing. When the time came, he could even use the Yan Huang battle team to deal with this kid. Then hand Zhao Rou over to us. Lin Fei shook his head. You don't have the right. Whoosh! With a wave of his hand, a leaf flew up. The bearded man saw a leaf flying towards him. Puff, puff, puff. In the next second, the junior brothers beside the bearded man all fell down one by one. Looking at their bodies, they were covered in leaves, almost all of them sunk into their bodies. It was no different from being beaten into a sieve. Grandmaster, you are a grandmaster. The bearded man knelt on the ground. Chapter 39:15. The bearded man was scared out of his wits. How could he run into a grandmaster while trying to catch someone? I'm very interested in your Starfire sect. Tell me about it. Lin Fei laughed. Remember, I want to hear the truth, unless you like it like your friend. Bang, bang, bang. After a few palm strikes, he turned into nothingness. There was not a trace of blood in the air. Gone. Grandmaster techniques. The bearded man's eyes widened. This was too scary. That was a living person. I'll tell you everything. There was no need for Lin Fei to ask anything. The bearded man spilled the beans in full detail. That's all I know. Can I go now? The bearded man stuttered. The person in front of him was not an ordinary grandmaster. You can go down and keep them company. With a wave of Lin Fei's hand, the bearded man also turned into dust. Interesting, really interesting. According to the news, there were many hidden sects in China that had been unified into ancient martial arts sections. Any ancient martial arts sect had a strong foundation. Grandmasters that could not be seen outside could be found in the ancient martial arts sections. But these ancient martial arts grandmasters rarely appeared. At the same time, they were under the supervision of the Yan Huang battle team. They were even more afraid of the Yan Huang battle team's reputation, so very few people knew about them. This Yan Huang battle team is very powerful. They have the #1 expert, and they can suppress the grandmasters of the ancient martial arts sects. Lin Fei laughed. He looked at the petite Zhao Rou who was leaning against the tree. You're lucky. He took out some pills and fed her. He also took care of his injuries before leaving. Zhao Rou had a dream. She was being chased and there was a traitor in the team. She chose to die with them. Where am I? Zhao Rou opened her eyes. The next second she came back to her senses. I didn't commit suicide. No, it seems like someone stole my things. Zhao Rou stood up. Her pretty face changed slightly as she looked down at herself. Where are my injuries? Zhao Rou clearly remembered that she was injured by Ziguang, but now he was as good as he could be. There was not a single scar on his body. He did not look like he was injured at all. I'm really cured. Am I really dreaming? Zhao Rou felt incredulous. She subconsciously touched a part of her body and carefully took it out. How strange. Logically speaking, Ziguang should have killed me to silence me, but I'm alive and well. What about them? Zhao Rou didn't see anyone. It was quiet all around. Whatever, let's go back to the base first. In an inconspicuous building in the East Sea, Zhao Rou came back with something. He immediately reported it to the director. The director of the East Sea Yan Huang battle team was a middle-aged man. He looked to be less than 50 years old, but his eyes were extremely sharp, as though they could see through everything. In front of such a person, everything would be seen through. Taizhan, the director of the East Sea Yan Huang battle team, was also a Grandmaster Mighty One, the second most powerful man in East Sea. Although he was only ranked second in Donghai, no one dared to ignore him, even the one who ranked first. Because Taizhan represented the country, there was also the #1 war god of Wuxia, who suppressed the entire martial arts circle. That be asterisk starred by Ziguang. How dare he betray us? Taizhan slammed his palm on the table. With a crack, the table broke into pieces. I am my table. Zhao Rou giggled. Director, I'm also curious. I clearly lost my ability to resist, but why is the thing still on me? Zhao Rou was puzzled. Ziguang and the rest are all gone. Taizhan had heard the report. Under normal circumstances, Zhao Rou would have died without a doubt. But the current situation was indeed unexpected. If there are no accidents, someone should have saved you. Ziguang and the rest were chased away. Taizhan said after a moment of silence. The person who saved you is most likely a grandmaster. This was also the result of Taizhan's analysis. With the strength of Ziguang and the rest, unless it was a grandmaster, no one could beat them. Grandmaster. Zhao Rou was very surprised. I just don't know which Grandmaster it is. Taijan's face darkened. But since the Starfire sect dared to make a move no matter what, they must give us an explanation. Our Yan Huang battle team is not that easy to bully. A vague figure appeared in Zhao Rou's mind. I was actually saved by a Grandmaster. Lin Fei returned from the suburbs. In the blink of an eye, a few days had passed. The Li family's remaining 2 billion for mental damage had also been received. Yan Tianheng's had also been sent over. Lin Fei did not lack money anymore. Adding everything together, it had reached billions. The whole process took less than a week. Brother Lin, I'm so busy right now. Charlene complained. As the big boss, you're the most relaxed. Bai Shangnan had taken over the Absolute Perfection Company. The originally small company had merged into Absolute Perfection. There were a lot of things to do, big and small. This also caused Charlene to be extremely busy. Lin Fei laughed. That's why I'm the boss and you're the employee. Charlene rolled her eyes. Although she said that, she was very happy in her heart. Brother Lin, we've taken an Absolute Perfection, but they're in the cosmetics business. We don't know anything about this. Charlene said. Sister Shangnan is also worried. Tell Shangnan that there's no rush. Lin Fei laughed. After he's sorted out the company's matters, I'll take care of it. Alright, tell Shangnan to find a few powerful technicians. Beauty products? Lin Fei's mind was filled with them. It was precisely because there were so many of these things that he planned to start a company for fun, so as to not waste these good things from the alternate world. Also, how's that biological company? Charlene rolled her eyes. Nothing big for the time being, but you as the boss need to make a trip. Oh right, Brother Lin, why do you want a biological company? It's a secret. I'll go to the biological company in a few days. Lin Fei laughed. In a few days I might have to change my living place. Longtung Villa was about to change owners. Ah, you're leaving. Charlene's smiling face suddenly stiffened. This day still came. They hadn't been together for long, but Charlene had unknowingly fallen in love with Lin Fei. She liked Lin Fei's domineering ways. She liked Lin Fei's mysteriousness. Charlene was very happy to see Lin Fei every day. But when she heard that he was leaving, Charlene couldn't sit still and became unhappy. Even though she knew that such a small place was not suitable for a second-generation heir to live for a long time. It's not good for a man and a woman like us to be alone, Lin Fei said. I'm not afraid. Charlene seemed to have thrown caution to the wind. She came up and hugged Lin Fei. Brother Lin, I don't want you to leave. Also, I like you, I really like you. Was this a confession? This was the first time Lin Fei had been confessed to. Remember the mobile website, M. Chapter 39:16. Charlene's confession indeed shook Lin Fei's heart. Are all beauties so direct now? Lin Fei only felt a little strange for a moment, but he quickly recovered. Smelling that faint fragrance, he really didn't know what to do. Reject? Charlene was still very much to Lin Fei's liking. If she dressed up, she would be the goddess in everyone's mouth. If she were to drive a BMW, she would be a Miss Perfect. I'm a scumbag, do you believe me? Lin Fei said. Charlene was indeed going all out. I like scumbags too. This reply was very fierce. I like you no matter what you look like, I like you. Charlene's face revealed a hint of redness. She leaned down and kissed him. If you want to leave, then you are also mine. It was rare for the timid Charlene to take action for real. Be careful, don't play with fire. Lin Fei could actually push Charlene away. But he still didn't. What's there to be afraid of? Charlene kissed him and hugged Lin Fei tightly. If you have the ability, then eat me. Lin Fei himself wasn't someone who was good at expressing himself. How could he be looked down upon by a woman? Then I'll eat you. Lin Fei hugged Charlene, stood up from the sofa, and pushed open the bedroom door. Who's afraid of who? The next morning, Charlene opened her eyes and realized that Lin Fei wasn't on the bed, but she herself was soft. But when she thought of the craziness from last night, her face subconsciously turned red. The sun is shining on your butt. Time to wake up and eat. Lin Fei pushed open the door and entered. Charlene was a shy person. She pulled the blanket to cover her face. Now you know how to be shy. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Who else said that they fought for 300 rounds? And who was the one who begged for mercy in the end? Brother Lin, you're so bad you're not allowed to say it. Charlene wanted to dig into the ground. It was really too embarrassing. You go out first, I'll be out soon. Lin Fei closed the door. Xiao Lin's face was boiling. Xiao Lin, you are too useless. They say that cows die of exhaustion in the fields. Why can't you do it? Charlene came out after dressing herself up. He was still a little embarrassed to see Lin Fei. Big brother Lin, are you really leaving? Charlene sat in front of Lin Fei and ate the porridge in her bowl. What are you worried about? It's not like I won't come back. Lin Fei laughed. I'm just going to do something. I'll come back when I have time. Charlene was already mentally prepared. Then you have to come and see me often. Xiao Lin said softly. I'm your boss and you're my employee. We'll definitely see each other often. Lin Fei laughed. Moreover, you're my woman. Although your combat power isn't good. Charlene was even more shy, but she was even happier. I'm finally brother Lin's woman. Lin Fei personally drove Charlene to work. Since Perfection was incorporated, the company moved to another location. Fortunately, it was still in Jiangbei District. Tianhai Building, 36th floor. It was Lin Fei's first time at Perfection. After walking in, Lin Fei realized that most of the employees in the company were girls, and they looked young. Lin Fei felt as if he had walked into a zoo. Assistant Xia, is this your boyfriend? Good friend, you're so manly. Charlene was still an assistant. What nonsense are you talking about? This is our company's boss. Although Charlene wanted to admit it, she still changed her method. Boss? For a moment it was dead silent. The change of ownership of the Perfect Company caused quite a commotion in Donghai, especially within the company. Everything happened too fast, so fast that no one could react. Especially the company's executives, they were all dumbfounded, as if they were dreaming. Perfection. That was the property of the Li family. In a place like Donghai, it was the ultimate existence. However, such a big backer, the Li family that could cause a terrifying impact in Donghai actually didn't say anything. It was full of disbelief. Hello, boss. Boss, you're so handsome. Boss, I want to bear your children. After a short moment of shock, these office girls became excited. Do your job well. Charlene shouted. It's office time now. As the manager's assistant, Charlene still had a lot of deterrence. Boss, this way please. Charlene glared at them. That would let these little vixens get close to brother Lin. This was her Charlene's man. After Lin Fei left with Charlene, the women in the workplace started chattering. As long as one wasn't a fool, they would definitely know that the young boss had a great background. He was 100% a diamond bachelor. Xiao Lin, what was going on outside just now? Bai Xingnan was busy reading documents and didn't raise her head. Ahem, Sister Shen, the boss is here. Charlene coughed. Bai Xingnan was shocked when she saw the smiling Lin Fei. Boss, you scared me to death. Bai Xingnan patted her chest. If I was scared to death, then no one would help you. Don't worry with me here, you definitely won't be scared to death. Lin Fei teased. I'm the one who created miracles. Brother Lin, I'll help you pour some tea. Charlene took the initiative to pour tea, leaving Lin Fei and Bai Xingnan in the office. Are you used to it? Lin Fei took a sip and said. I'm still getting used to it. Bai Xingnan had a lot of questions in her heart. Boss, how did you get it to be perfect? This is the Li family's company. Lin Fei smiled. Just treat it as a gift from the Li family. Gift? Bai Xingnan couldn't believe it. When did the Lin family become so easy to talk to? But I knew fashion design before, not cosmetics. Bai Xingnan really didn't know much. If you don't know, then learn slowly. Lin Fei smiled. You can find a headhunter. As for the future management of the company, that's even easier. Isn't it popular now? Just make a few popular ones. Bai Xingnan rolled her eyes. If it was so easy to make popular, it would already be popular outside. Boss, it's easy for you to say, but it's hard to make popular ones. Bai Xingnan said helplessly. I looked at the management of the company, and it's not bad. I'll take care of the popular ones. Lin Fei smiled. You just need to take care of the company's matters. If you can't handle it, then find a CEO to help you. Bai Xingnan didn't believe Lin Fei's words. He was definitely bragging. I'll find someone to do that. Bai Xingnan nodded. She suddenly thought of something and looked embarrassed. Boss, are you free tonight? Tonight? Lin Fei smiled mischievously. Could it be that you want to treat me to a meal? If it's a normal person, I can forget about it, but you're a beauty, I'm more than willing. Bai Shengnan felt uncomfortable. Boss, you misunderstood. I just want you to pretend to be my boyfriend. Yes, pretend to be my boyfriend. Chapter 39:17. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of tea. You're a beauty. Yet you want me to stop pretending to be my boyfriend? Did I hear you wrong? Bai Shengnan didn't dare to look at Lin Fei. Fortunately, they were in the office. If they were somewhere else, Bai Shengnan would have been too ashamed to show her face. Despite her strong appearance, Bai Shengnan was still very traditional in her bones. If it wasn't for this incident, Bai Shengnan wouldn't dare to say this. However, she had no other choice. After thinking about it, this was the only way to solve the problem. In Bai Shengnan's eyes, her boss was still very mysterious. I'm serious, boss. Bai Shengnan actually felt guilty. Bai Shengnan had never done this kind of thing in her life. It's not like I can't be your boyfriend, Lin Fei said with a smile. Then how are you going to thank me? After all, not everyone is qualified to be my girlfriend. Bai Shengnan was speechless. I'll treat you to a meal. Lin Fei laughed. That's so simple. Then forget it. It's meaningless. Bai Shengnan really wanted Lin Fei to help her. This was a perfect company that could be taken from the Li family. Boss, I'm your employee. Don't you want to help me? Bai Shengnan said weakly. Actually, she wanted to act coquettishly, but a strong woman was lacking in this aspect. Act coquettishly like a man? Wouldn't that kill Bai Shengnan? You're right. Lin Fei nodded. Then how about this? Come and give your boss a massage. I'll accompany you if I'm happy. That should be easy to talk to. Remember what you said. Bai Shengnan actually had a certain resistance towards men. However, it wasn't so obvious around Lin Fei. She didn't know why. But there was an indescribable aura around the boss that attracted her. It was really comfortable. It was also Bai Shengnan's first time giving someone a massage. She only knew how to do it for a short while, but it still made the strong woman blush. Use more strength. Yes, use more strength. Lin Fei smiled. It was interesting to tease a strong woman. Bai Shengnan really wanted to pinch Lin Fei, but she didn't dare. She still needed Lin Fei's help tonight. If she had a choice, Bai Shengnan really didn't want to go. But she had no choice. Sister Shengnan, what's wrong with you? Why is your face so red? Charlene felt a little strange when she came back after dealing with things. Could it be that it's too hot? The massage didn't last long, but it had a huge impact on Bai Shengnan. It felt more like they were having an affair. It's probably because the air conditioner isn't very good, Bai Shengnan said seriously. We have to change it. Lin Fei had to hand it to Bai Shengnan. Women always had an excuse to lie without batting an eyelid. No wonder. Charlene did not understand what he meant. I'll find someone else to replace them. It's a big company after all. How could they not do the small details well? After sitting for a while, Lin Fei got up and left. After leaving the building, Lin Fei received a text message. I'll wait for you at the square tonight. Lin Fei glanced at it and suddenly thought of something. It seems that tonight is Longting Villa, Yu Zishan's birthday banquet. Could it be that Bai Shengnan is also going to Longting Villa? Lin Fei still knew about Bai Shengnan's background. She was the eldest daughter of Donghai's Bai family. She had a conflict with her family and started her own business. The Bai family was currently the #1 family in Donghai, but its influence was not as great as before. However, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Boss! A figure walked over. It was none other than the assassin of the dark organization, Anna. Different from last time. This time she was dressed in a youthful and lively outfit. She wore a pair of sapphire blue jeans and a white short-sleeved shirt. Her long blonde hair draped over her shoulders and her face was brimming with a bright smile. Those who didn't know would never think that this blonde beauty was a silver assassin of the dark organization. You look very beautiful, Lin Fei said with a smile. Anna was afraid of Lin Fei. Even now, she was still afraid of the scene from that night. If she was afraid of Lin Fei's strength. What she loved was the mysterious feeling of reaching the peak. She would never forget it for the rest of her life. Get in the car. Lin Fei walked into the parking lot, and Anna followed. Sitting in the front passenger seat, Anna didn't even dare to breathe. The Lin Fei in front of her was a terrifying demon king. He could kill people with a flick of his finger. "Boss, I've removed the stronghold in Donghai," Anna reported. "What about your organization?" Lin Fei said. "When can you send someone over? It's been very boring recently." Anna couldn't help but worry about the organization. With such a terrifying demon king, no matter how many people from the organization came, they would all die. "In a week at most, they will send a higher-level assassin over," Anna said. "Gold level? Is he a grandmaster?" If he wasn't a grandmaster, it was really boring for Lin Fei. "A gold assassin can kill a grandmaster," Anna said. Then she added, "When he's fully prepared." "Then, have you exposed yourself?" "Not yet," Anna said. "If I don't go back soon, I might be suspected. There are many experts in the organization, and they are also proficient in this aspect. Just keep an eye on them," Lin Fei said. "Your strength is still a little lacking. I'll help you another day." To make Anna his subordinate, her strength was completely insufficient. She needed to be mentioned. Others might not be able to do it, but Lin Fei had a way. Anna was delighted. She knew Lin Fei's terrifying strength. He could turn a person into ashes with one palm. Even if she could only achieve 1% of his strength, she would be satisfied. "Thank you, boss. Go to the back. I miss your performance." Lin Fei patted Anna's long legs and laughed. Last night he didn't have enough fun with Charlene. He surrendered after a few rounds. He wasn't as strong as Anna. Anna obediently climbed to the back seat. After a while, the Bentley Timberlake started shaking. "This car won't do. I have to change to another one. The shock absorber is not good enough." Evening. Jiangbei District Commercial Square. Lin Fei drove over in his Bentley Timberlake. Bai Shengnan had changed into a party dress and put on some light makeup. She exuded elegance and nobility. Lin Fei came down feeling refreshed. Anna's combat strength was not bad. She could withstand the impact of a horse. "I'm not late, am I?" Lin Fei walked over. Bai Shengnan had just arrived. "No, I just arrived too." "Then let's go. After all, it's Master Yu's birthday banquet tonight," Lin Fei said with a smile. "You know the Longting Villa?" Bai Shengnan thought that Lin Fei didn't know. After all, it was a big event tonight. Almost all the celebrities in East Ocean were there. Of course Lin Fei knew. He was even prepared to talk to Master Yu. That place was a waste in Yu Zishan's hands. Chapter 39:18. In the evening, the Longting Mountain Villa was brightly lit. Tonight was Master Yu Zishan's birthday banquet. 80 years old. Even though he was 80 years old, no one dared to underestimate this 80-year-old Grandmaster Yu Zishan. Even the few Grandmasters of East Ocean would give face to Master Yu Zishan, because Yu Zishan had another identity that even the Grandmasters couldn't ignore. Tonight was destined to be a grand event. "Boss, the Longting Mountain Villa is just ahead," Bai Shengnan said while looking ahead. Lin Fei had been here once before, but compared to the last time, it was completely different this time. There were luxury cars all along the way. "It'll be very lively tonight." Lin Fei smiled. "All right, don't call me boss when we get there. Otherwise, I'll be exposed. Just call me Brother Lin like Xiao Lin." Bai Shengnan nodded. "Brother Lin, I'll listen to you. Your voice is too stiff. Softer or else it won't look like you," Lin Fei joked. Bai Shengnan had never had a boyfriend before. When she called him Brother Lin, her tone sounded very stiff. One could tell that there was something wrong with her. Can't I?" Lin Fei shook his head. "Of course not. You have to change it. I'll teach you while we still have time." "Thank you, Brother Lin." Bai Shengnan nodded. "Come, say it with emotion. Don't use a professional tone." "Brother Lin." No, make your voice longer and softer." "Brother Lin." This time it was longer. "Yes, just like that. Make it softer." For the rest of the journey, Lin Fei taught Bai Shengnan. The effect was quite good. It sounded like a man and a woman. At least it didn't sound cold anymore. It had a taste. Almost there. When Bai Shengnan mastered it, they arrived at the parking lot outside the Longting Mountain Villa. "Thank you." Bai Shengnan blushed. The way Lin Fei called her Brother Lin stimulated Bai Shengnan quite a bit. "I'll hold your hand later. Just relax." Whatever happens tonight, leave it to me. Lin Fei smiled and drove the car into the parking lot. At this time, the parking lot was filled with luxury cars. Ferraris, Rolls-Royce Phantom, Martin, and so on. In contrast, Lin Fei's Bentley was quite ordinary. It could even be said that it was inconspicuous. After all, those who could attend the birthday banquet tonight were all the upper echelons of East Ocean. To them, tonight was not only a birthday banquet, but also a chance to make friends. This was a rare opportunity. Bai Shengnan didn't dare to look at Lin Fei and said in a low voice, "Then I'll have to trouble big brother Lin. Master, it's so lively tonight." In a corner of the parking lot, Li Shan brought his disciples down from a Bentley. Chen Liwen, who was at the side, had a look of envy on his face. Li Shan was not as excited as his disciple. He was very calm and said, "Of course it's lively. Master Yu is celebrating his 80th birthday this year. His health is good and he looks like a person in his 50s or 60s. Who doesn't want to be on good terms with Master Yu? Master, I also heard that a grandmaster will be coming this time. Is that true?" Chen Liwen asked excitedly. Li Shan also looked forward to seeing a grandmaster. He nodded and said, "There should be a grandmaster. I just don't know who it is. I think that Grandmaster Luo Tianyun will definitely come." Grandmaster Luo Tianyun from Shaoyao Daoist Temple. Chen Liwen took a deep breath and said, "Then tonight will be an eye-opener." One had to know that not everyone could meet a grandmaster. For example, Grandmaster Luo Tianyun lived in Shaoyao Daoist Temple outside of Zhongbei District. However, not everyone could visit him. There was no difference between a few 100 million and a few billion. One did not even have the right to meet a grandmaster. When you go in later, just watch obediently. Li Shan warned, "Don't talk nonsense. There are many big shots that you can't afford to offend." Chen Liwen nodded. He wouldn't dare even if he was given 100 guts. "It's him." Chen Liwen suddenly saw a person, and his face couldn't help but darken. "Master, that brat is here too. He even dares to bring a woman here." Li Shan was about to go over and greet a few people he knew. When he heard his disciples' words, he subconsciously looked over and his face darkened as well. "It's that brat." A cold light flashed in Li Shan's eyes. It was the guy who made him suffer the last time. "Master, here's our chance." Chen Liwen hated that guy to the core. Instead of hiding obediently, he actually dared to come to Longting Manor. "This is a chance for us to make a move." Chen Liwen wanted to teach that guy a lesson more than anyone else. However, he never had the chance, nor did he have the guts. Even his master was no match for him, let alone Chen Liwen. If it was somewhere else, he might not have the guts, but this was Longting Manor. Li Shan also remembered this guy called Lin Fei. "Keep an eye on him. I'll go look for him." Li Shan said sinisterly, "We can't deal with this brat, but they can." Li Shan knew Longting Manor's Master Yu's godson, Yu Longfei. "I didn't expect so many people to come to Master Yu's birthday banquet." Bai Shengnan got out of the car and was also very surprised. "I can only say that he has a lot of face." Lin Fei also got out of the car and said with a smile, "If they were to shoot missiles one by one, then who knows how many people East Ocean would lose." Bai Shengnan burst into laughter. "You really know how to talk. Let's go in." Lin Fei reached out and wrapped his arm around Bai Shengnan's waist. He could clearly feel Bai Shengnan tremble. "Don't panic, we're a couple like this." Bai Shengnan was nervous at first, but as she sensed the strong masculine aura, her panic disappeared. "Is your father here?" Lin Fei asked. "He should be inside." Bai Shengnan said, "Why?" "Of course, to get to know him." Lin Fei said with a smile, "No matter what, I'm your boyfriend now. How can I not meet my father-in-law?" Bai Shengnan couldn't help but laugh again. "Big brother Lin, you really know how to talk. Little Lin must have been tricked by you like this." Lin Fei said with a smile, "Yes, do you want to give it a try?" Bai Shengnan rolled her eyes. "I'm ignoring you." Lin Fei felt that teasing Bai Shengnan was a very interesting thing. Yu Longfei was welcoming guests. His face was bathed in the spring breeze. "Young Master Fei, I'm Li Shan." Li Shan found Yu Longfei. "You still have the nerve to come," Yu Longfei said fiercely. Li Shan lowered his head and said, "Young Master Fei, I was wrong last time. Who knew that kid was so powerful? However, I brought you good news this time. Don't mention that guy. Yu Longfei had suffered a loss at the hands of Lin Fei, so he gritted his teeth when he mentioned him. Although his body looked normal now compared to before, there was a big difference. It was all thanks to Lin Fei. Chapter 39:19. That brat. Yu Longfei glared. It's that bastard Lin Fei, Li Shan said in a low voice. Just now I saw that brat. What, he really dared to come? Yu Longfei's eyes turned cold. Are you sure you're not lying to me? Young Master Fei, I wouldn't dare even if I had 100 guts. Li Shan smiled bitterly. I was afraid that the brat would run away, so I immediately came to inform young Master Fei. Only young Master Fei can take down that brat. I hope you're not lying to me. Yu Longfei glanced at Li Shan. Bring me there. Cousin, why are you only here now? Lin Fei and Bai Shengnan walked into the villa. Inside the villa there were pavilions, fake mountains and flowing water. It was as if one was in the Jiangnan water village. After passing through the winding corridor, someone walked towards Bai Shengnan. A beautiful woman in her 30s wearing an evening gown walked over. Beside her was a man with a gentle appearance. Bai Zijuan had been waiting for her cousin, Bai Shengnan. Seeing that it was almost time, she became anxious. She remembered her uncle's words, that she must bring her cousin here. She finally saw them, but when she saw the person beside her, Bai Zijuan couldn't help but frown. Her cousin didn't say that she had a boyfriend. Bai Zijuan knew that her uncle had put a lot of effort into her cousin's matter. It wasn't easy for him to get in touch with such an outstanding person. Whether it was his background or himself, he was first class. Most importantly, he was from Beijing. He was from the center of power in Beijing. But now the situation wasn't right. Bai Zijuan had seen that person before. He was a true tall, rich and handsome man with a strong background. No, I must chase that brat away. Bai Zijuan worked in a government department, so she immediately knew what to do. There's a traffic jam. Bai Shengnan was a little nervous. This cousin of his was not someone who was easy to deal with. She was the best at talking. Others might not understand why her cousin was waiting for her here at this time, but Bai Shengnan understood. It must be her father's request. Uncle has been waiting for you for a long time. Bai Zijuan didn't look at the man. I'll bring you there. From beginning to end, he didn't even look at Lin Fei. With just a glance, Bai Zijuan saw the problem. This young man didn't look very old, and his clothes were very ordinary. He didn't look like a rich person at all. The preliminary conclusion was that he was just an ordinary person. Such a person was not qualified to be friends with his cousin. Bai Zijuan pulled his cousin away. Hubby, greet Xingnan's friend. Bai Zijuan said and even gave him a look. Friend, it's your first time here, right? The gentleman smiled. I'll introduce you to him. Bai Shengnan was displeased. Lin Fei smiled and said, Baby, you go first. I'll come over later. Then I'll wait for you. Bai Shengnan nodded. After they left, the gentleman's face darkened. Young man, I don't care how you met Shengnan, but I advise you to leave quickly. Don't ask for trouble. What kind of person was Lin Fei? He knew what the other party meant with just one sentence. This meant that he didn't want to see him. That was why Lin Fei asked Bai Shengnan to tag along, so that everyone wouldn't feel awkward. You're talking to me. Chen Zizong was Bai Zijuan's husband. Although he looked gentle, he was very fierce when dealing with people. From Chen Zizong's point of view, this man was a toad that wanted to eat swan meat. He didn't even look at Bai Shengnan's status. Don't play dumb. Chen Zizong sneered. It's impossible for Bai Shengnan to like someone like you. People like you should scram as far away as possible. Don't come to this kind of place and make a fool of yourself. You talk too much. Lin Fei was too lazy to say anything. He kicked Chen Zizong into the lotus pond. Help! You bastard, how dare you kick me? Chen Zizong was dumbfounded and roared. So what if I kicked you? Lin Fei said with a smile. Whoever Bai Shengnan likes is her freedom. Who do you think you are? How dare you make a fuss in front of me? You're dead. I'll definitely kill you. Chen Zizong's expression turned ferocious. He wished that he could cut the other party into 8 pieces. Come up here and talk. Lin Fei laughed. He was too lazy to pay attention to this guy. He was already lucky that he didn't kill this guy on the spot. Stop, Lin Fei. Just as Lin Fei was about to leave, a thunderous sound came from behind. Chen Zizong, who was soaking in the water, was startled. He choked a few mouthfuls of water. He was about to die from disgust. When he opened his mouth to curse, he was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. Fifth young master, why are you here? Chen Zizong knew about the 5 young masters of the Soaring Dragon Manor. Did that kid offend the 5th young master? Chen Zizong became excited. Then he's dead for sure. Those who offend the 5th young master never have a good ending. With Li Shan leading the way, Yu Longfei really saw Lin Fei and immediately called for help. Yo, you've recovered, Lin Fei said with a smile. It wasn't easy. Shut up, Yu Longfei roared. Lin Fei, if you obediently kneel down now, you can still suffer less. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the Soaring Dragon Manor today. Behind Yu Longfei stood more than a dozen martial artists. The most powerful one was a peak dark Jing expert. Only the Soaring Dragon Manor had the strength to put out such a lineup. Ordinary people didn't have the qualifications. I really don't want to leave the Soaring Dragon Manor, Lin Fei said with a smile. I quite like it here. To Yu Longfei's ears, these words were full of provocation. This was the Soaring Dragon Manor. Not to mention anything else, just these 3 words were enough to make people's faces change color. Those people with billions and tens of billions of net worth, who wouldn't be respectful when they came here. Putting on airs. They wouldn't dare to. You've got guts to not take our Soaring Dragon Manor seriously. Yu Longfei sneered. Go break his legs. You'll regret it when the time comes. The Soaring Dragon Manor isn't a place for you to behave atrociously. More than a dozen martial artists behind him rushed forward. These martial artists had all been trained. Once they attacked, they were orderly and had a clear division of labor. It could be considered a kind of joint attack. Whoever dared to underestimate them would be finished. Scram! Lin Fei took a step forward and waved his hand. The dozen or so martial artists who had formed a joint attack all let out muffled groans and flew out in disorder. Some crashed into the wall and some fell into the lotus pond. No! Chen Zizong was still gloating when he was immediately dumbfounded. A few figures crashed down and screamed. How is it? Am I very presumptuous? Lin Fei kicked Yu Longfei's stomach and hit the wall. More than half of his body sank into it. Another slap landed on Li Shan's body. Crack! Crack! Li Shan knocked over the rock garden and laid on the ground, panting heavily. You! How dare you! Yu Longfei's eyes widened. He couldn't move and all the bones in his body were broken. Chapter 39-20. Yu Longfei absolutely couldn't believe that he was beaten in his own territory. The injury was more than serious. All the bones in his body were broken, and every breath he took would cause him severe pain. He almost fainted. This is Longting Villa, how dare he? No matter how Yu Longfei thought about it, even if he cracked his head, he couldn't think of anything. Because I have the strength. Lin Fei smiled and turned to leave, leaving behind these words lightly. Yu Longfei was so angry that he vomited blood again. This was the most pretentious thing he had ever heard. He was an expert. Even Grandmaster experts had to give him face. But this guy still dared to say such words. Pull me out! Yu Longfei roared at Chen Liwen. At this time, Chen Liwen had already collapsed on the ground, and the ground was obviously wet. It turned out that he was so scared that he peed. He was completely scared out of his wits by Lin Fei's ferocity. On the other side, Bai Zijuan pulled Bai Shengnan. Cousin, why did you bring a man here? Aren't you afraid that uncle will be angry? Bai Shengnan broke free from her cousin's hand. So what if he's angry? Can't I bring my boyfriend here? Bai Zijuan took a deep breath. Fortunately, there was no one around, so he lowered his voice and said, Cousin, don't say such things. Uncle is really worried about you. Moreover, that person is also here. I just took a look. I don't know how many people want to curry favor with him. Bai Shengnan was not interested in who was inside and said coldly, Cousin, don't worry about this matter. Bai Zijuan really didn't understand. What was so good about that ordinary young man that was worthy of his cousin's approval? One must know that this time, the person who came was the son of the Yan family. In Yanjing, the Yan family was one of the top families, and its influence was so great that it was a terrifying existence. Cousin, you have to think carefully. Bai Zijuan still wanted to persuade her. Bai Shangnan said coldly, "Cousin, if you say this again, I'll be angry." Okay, let's not talk about it anymore." Bai Zijuan laughed dryly. "I'll take you to uncle." Bai Zijuan thought that when his cousin saw that person, she would definitely fall in love with him. On this matter, the entire Bai family approved of this marriage. If they had the support of the Yan family, the Bai family would be greatly improved in every aspect and regain their position as the #1 family. The greater the influence of the Bai family, the greater the benefits of being a member of the family. When uncle asked Bai Zijuan to persuade him, he agreed without any hesitation. He even clapped his hands and promised that he would persuade Bai Shangnan. It seemed like he could only take it one step at a time. She prayed in her heart that her husband would kick that brat out. Longting Manor was huge. Lin Fei walked casually. This Yu Zishan is quite influential. 3 evolved Jing masters have come, and one of them is an old acquaintance. Lin Fei squinted his eyes. The other 2 are a bit unfamiliar, but they are much stronger than Luo Tanyun. It wasn't easy to meet 3 of them at once. Wait, there's another one. Lin Fei smiled again. Under his perception, another grandmaster had arrived in the Longting Villa. It's going to be lively tonight. Lin Fei smiled. It's a good time to announce the ownership of the Longting Villa to avoid trouble in the future. Longtang Villa, Longtung Hall. Celebrities gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, but their gazes would occasionally fall on the silver-haired old man in a gray robe who looked to be in his 60s. The gray-robed old man was Master Yu Zishan. Tonight was his 80th birthday banquet. Grandmaster Luo, I'm very happy that you can come. Yu Zishan smiled. Other than his silver hair, it was hard to tell that he was an 80-year-old man. Old Yu, it's your birthday today. Why can't I come? Luo Tianyun smiled. Actually, if it was possible, he really didn't want to go out. After suffering such a big loss a few days ago, Luo Tianyun also wanted to take revenge, which was why he came to visit Yu Zishan. After all, Yu Zishan had another identity, which was Feng Shui Master, also known as a Dao cultivator. Many people knew about Feng Shui Masters. However, almost no one knew about Dao cultivators. Yu Zishan, on the other hand, was a Dao cultivator grandmaster and had real accomplishments in Dao techniques. Although Yu Zishan wasn't a martial Dao grandmaster, he was a Dao cultivator grandmaster, and his strength was above that of a grandmaster. In the East Sea, Yu Zishan was a hidden expert. A tall man walked out and smiled at Master Yu. Old Yu, your complexion is getting better. I'm so envious. Yu Zishan smiled and said, Director Tai, you're a rare guest. Even if I'm a rare guest, I still have to come. Taijan smiled and handed over a congratulatory gift. This is just a small token of my appreciation. The person beside Yu Zishan took the gift. It's rare for me to come. I have to drink a few cups later. Yu Zishan smiled. Of course. Director, don't you hate this kind of thing the most? A petite figure at the side whispered. Who else could it be other than Zhao Rou? I have to come even if I hate it. Taijan said. Tonight is Master Yu's birthday banquet. I have to give him face. Outsiders might not know Yu Zishan's background, but as the Yanhuang battle team and the East Sea branch director, Taijan knew everything. He had to give face to this master. Director, I'm going out for a walk. Zhao Rou said softly. She was usually on various missions and did not like such occasions. The night view of the Longting Villa is very beautiful. You can go take a look. Taijan also knew Zhao Rou's character. It was indeed not suitable for such occasions. Zhao Rou walked out of the hall. She had to admit that the night view of the Longting Villa was not bad. After all, she did not know how much money had been spent on the Longting Villa. Naturally, it was not comparable to ordinary mansions. It's said that the Longting Villa is different. It is indeed different. Zhao Rou walked and quietly felt the difference of the Longting Villa. This must be the paradise that the director mentioned. The Yanhuang battle team was a big organization. Many secrets that outsiders did not know were not secrets within the Yanhuang battle team. Zhao Rou also knew about the paradise. Places like this rarely appeared in the bustling city of the East Sea. If I can cultivate here, I might have a chance to become a transcendent grandmaster in this lifetime. Zhao Rou thought. At that time, I will be able to see my savior. Zhao Rou had never forgotten what happened that day. Through the Yanhuang battle team's own intelligence agency, those people from the Flaming Starlight sect seemed to have disappeared. They had been killed. In this way, he was even more sure of one thing. The possibility that that person was a grandmaster was very high. Bang! Zhao Rou's head bumped into a thick arm. A masculine scent hit her in the face. Sorry. Zhao Rou looked up and saw a young man. He looked very ordinary, but at second glance she felt that there was something different. Chapter 39:21. For some reason, Zhao Rou felt that she had seen this person somewhere before. But she couldn't remember. It was really strange, really unbelievable. Had she seen this person before? Do we know each other? Zhao Rou raised her head and asked, full of doubt. Lin Fei didn't expect to meet someone from the Yanhuang battle team here. She seemed to be called Zhao Rou or something. It was a nice name, but anyone who thought she was easy to bully would definitely be beaten up badly. Pretty lady, can I take that as a flirt? Lin Fei laughed. Zhao Rou didn't expect to ask a stranger like that. Now it was awkward. What do you think? Zhao Rou said fiercely. Flirting is impossible. Lin Fei decided to tease Zhao Rou. But I just feel that way. Pretty lady, you're so pretty. Why don't we go for a walk? Then you can try. Zhao Rou shook her head. She definitely didn't know such a person. She must be thinking too much. I'm very violent. Lin Fei blinked. I like violent beauties because I'm violent myself. Don't you think we're a good match? Zhao Rou was stunned. How did she meet such a person? As for violence, he was just an ordinary person. He didn't have the aura of a martial artist. His limbs were loose, and he didn't have any spirit. Zhao Rou could knock such a person down with one punch and make him bedridden for half a month. Now get out of my way. I'm leaving. Zhao Rou really wanted to give him a kick, but she held it in. Why are you leaving? Lin Fei laughed. I think you're quite interesting. We have so much time together. It'd be a pity if we didn't talk. Lin Fei felt like he was a demon king. Go away. If you don't, I'm going to get angry. Zhao Rou said, intending to go around him. This guy in front of her was so annoying. It's good to be angry. I heard that violent girls look good when they're angry. Lin Fei said seriously. It's a pity that I've never seen it in my life. What kind of person was this? Zhao Rou was furious. Get out of my way. Zhao Rou stretched out her hand and pushed with a bit of strength. Even a strong man would not be able to withstand it, and could only obediently push him to the side. This push made Zhao Rou feel as if she was pushing a mountain, and she was unable to move it at all. Instead, she was the one who was careless and knocked into it. Aya, so this is your violent method. Lin Fei smiled. I like it very much. Continue. Zhao Rou smelled the scent of a man again. It was intoxicating, and her mind also calmed down. Zhao Rou, what's wrong with you? This man is taking advantage of you. Zhao Rou pushed her hands away unhappily. As a dark force martial artist, the strength of his hands was not enough to move mountains and drain seas, but he still had the strength of hundreds or even thousands of kilograms, which was not something that ordinary people could withstand. This push was at least a few hundred kilograms of force. Zhao Rou didn't believe that the guy in front of her could block it, but the result was still like a stone sinking into the sea. The other party was still smiling. I can't even move this person. Zhao Rou jumped out subconsciously, completely dumbfounded. What was going on? It was unimaginable. That was hundreds of kilograms of force. Even a rock could be moved, let alone a person. Could it be that he is a martial artist? Zhao Rou sized up this person, but she couldn't remember any information about this person. He was very unfamiliar. As a member of the Yanhuang battle team, it was compulsory to know about East Sea martial artists, especially those who were not weak. She had to remember them. But this person in front of her was really young. Zhao Rou had actually misjudged him. This guy in front of her was a martial artist? Could he be from a nearby province? Only then would Zhao Rou not have any impression of this person. Brother Lin, I finally found you. Before Zhao Rou could decide what to do, a crisp voice rang out. A young figure ran over. Bai Shengnan, the daughter of the Bai clan. Zhao Rou recognized her at one glance and was slightly shocked. Sister Bai, does the daughter of the Bai clan know this person? Brother Lin, the one with the surname Lin? Zhao Rou didn't remember any powerful martial artists with the surname Lin in East Sea. Why did you come out? Bai Shengnan walked out with small steps and was quite surprised to see a young girl. Move, I'm leaving. Zhao Rou finally found an opportunity to leave, but she still remembered this man. This time Lin Fei really didn't stop Zhao Rou from leaving. It was quite interesting to bully a young girl like her. You bullied a young girl? Bai Shengnan asked. I saw that she was very angry. Tell me that young girl tried to hit on me on purpose. Do you believe me? Lin Fei said with a smile. Zhao Rou didn't walk very far and almost stumbled. How can there be such a shameless man in this world? Bai Shengnan burst into laughter. Keep bragging. I don't believe it. Maybe you were the one who took liberties with her. This laughter made Bai Shengnan's mood improve a lot. Why did you come out? Lin Fei said. Are you going to take me to see father-in-law? I've been looking forward to it for a long time. Bai Shengnan had indeed run out because of her father. Are you really going to see my father? Bai Shengnan asked. Of course. Lin Fei faintly smiled. I'm your boyfriend. If I don't go see your father-in-law, then I won't go. Bai Shengnan's heart warmed. Thank you. In the banquet hall. Uncle Cousin can't figure it out right now. When young Master Yan comes, I think Cousin won't have any ideas. Bai Zijuan smiled as she talked to a middle-aged man. This middle-aged man looked like he was in his early 50s and had the demeanor of a superior. I hope so. The middle-aged man Bai Tianqing was also very disappointed with his daughter. After saying a few words he ran out. Bai Zijuan was very envious. If it was her, she wouldn't even need to think and would choose to agree. That was the wife of a rich family. Cousin is back. Bai Zijuan's eyes lit up. But in the next second her expression slightly changed. She saw her cousin and a man coming in. This man was the young man she met outside. What the hell is Zitsong doing? She can't even do such a small thing. Bai Zijuan was a little angry. She was prepared to perform well in front of her uncle. But now, when Bai Tianqing saw this, he was almost infuriated. The moment she left, she actually brought a man in. This made her father Bai Tianqing very unhappy. His expression darkened and a dignified aura came out. Bai Zijuan, who was beside him, didn't dare to look at him. Uncle is angry. That kid is finished. Bai Zijuan was clear that once her uncle was angry, that young man definitely wouldn't have a good ending. Some people in the surroundings also noticed the change in this big shot of Bai Tianqing. They couldn't help but feel a little strange. But when they saw Bai Shengnan, they immediately understood. Chapter 39-22. Daytime was furious. His woman actually dared to bring a stranger over. It was really infuriating. Bai Tianqing had always hoped for the Bai family to rise to the next level. If they could establish a relationship with the Yan family, it would definitely increase the Bai family's strength by a lot. Where else could he find such a good deal? But now, Bai Tianqing really wanted to send this young man flying with a slap. Uncle, I'm Shengnan's boyfriend Lin Fei. Lin Fei walked over while holding Bai Shengnan's hand. Bai Shengnan was very nervous. At this point, no matter how angry his father was, he couldn't back down. Bai Shengnan didn't want to marry a stranger, let alone someone she wasn't familiar with. Shengnan, come here. Bai Tianqing said in a low voice. That person from the Yan family hadn't arrived yet. It would be easy to explain if he didn't see it, but once he did, it would be hard to explain. What Bai Tianqing needed to do now was to draw a clear line between them. As long as Bai Tianqing was clear of his involvement, Bai Tianqing was confident that he could resolve this matter. I'm not coming over. Bai Shengnan shook her head. This is my boyfriend, the person I like. No one can change my mind. This time Bai Shengnan's tone was very firm. Bai Shengnan knew what kind of person her father was. Bai Shengnan also threw caution to the wind. Young man, you should know who I am. Bai Tianqing couldn't do anything about his daughter. If they were at home, he would have chased her out long ago. However, this was the Longting manor, so he could only endure it. Of course I do. Lin Fei smiled. You're a big shot. It's good that you know. Bai Tianqing said coldly. Then why did you leave? If I get angry, the consequences will be dire. Leave? No, I won't leave. Lin Fei smiled and said. No one can make me leave on my own, not even you. No one can. I've taken a fancy to Bai Shengnan, so she's mine. Crazy, too crazy. Watch your words. Bai Zijuan said angrily. Lin Fei laughed and said, I'm just talking. What's wrong? By the way, your husband seems to be taking a shower outside. So cool. Maybe I'll let you see him send clothes over later. Shower? Bai Zijuan mocked. Do you think I'll believe you? As soon as she finished speaking, her phone rang. It was her husband, Chan Zizong. Zijuan, hurry up and find me a set of clothes. Bai Zijuan suspected that he had misheard. That brat was right. How was this possible? Hubby, what's wrong? Bai Zijuan asked. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and find some clothes. Before Bai Zijuan could speak again, the other side hung up the phone. What did you do to my husband? Bai Zijuan pointed at Lin Fei angrily. Nothing much, I just asked him to take a bath. Who asked your husband to be so hot-tempered? It's just nice to cool down. Lin Fei said indifferently. You bastard. Bai Zijuan really wanted to tear this guy's face apart, but he held back in the end. Bai Shengnan was confused. What was this about bathing and delivering clothes? However, he also came to a realization, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Uncle, we've met. Seeing that you're quite angry, I won't bother you anymore. Lin Fei smiled. Let's talk when we have time. Lin Fei dragged Bai Shengnan out to eat. He actually dares to leave. Bai Tianqing's eyes widened. This was the first time someone had said such a thing to him. Isn't this kid afraid of me? Bai Tianqing tried his best to suppress his anger and did not stop him. He could only stare at them with murderous eyes. He could not think of any family with the surname Lin in East Ocean. Big brother Lin, you're the first person to talk to my dad like this. Bai Shengnan breathed a sigh of relief. Your dad is also a human. There's nothing to be afraid of. Lin Fei smiled as he picked up a piece of cake. Try this, it's not bad. Bai Shengnan really admired Lin Fei. In this kind of place and situation, he could still act so calmly in front of his own father. No one in the younger generation could do this. I just heard that you took care of my cousin-in-law. Bai Shengnan asked. That Chen Zizong? I asked him to take a bath. Lin Fei smiled. That guy with bad breath. It's a good chance to wash away his bad breath. I don't like cousin-in-law either. He's a very scheming guy. Bai Shengnan said in a low voice. My cousin and cousin-in-law are really a match made in heaven. I bet they'll hate you to death. Only a useless person would hold a grudge against someone. Lin Fei said disdainfully. Only a capable person would take revenge on someone and crush them. It's a pity that your cousin-in-law doesn't have that ability. Bai Shengnan rolled her eyes. Your chicken soup for the soul is very poisonous. No matter how I look at it, it seems like you're saying that you're very powerful. Ha ha ha. I'm actually very powerful. Yan Tianheng came with Yanen. Actually, Yan Tianheng didn't want to come. But when he thought of the Bai family, if he could ally with the Bai family, it would be of great help to Yan Tianheng and the Yan family. Even though Yan Tianheng was in a bad mood recently, at least he survived. Yan Tianheng remembered that guy. If he dared to appear in Beijing, he would definitely kill him. In the East Ocean, he could only suffer first. Young Master Yan. Young Master Yan is here. When Yan Tianheng arrived at the Soaring Dragon Manor, everyone took the initiative to greet him. After all, everyone knew Yan Tianheng's background. He was the young master of Beijing, and he came from the Yan family. Who wouldn't want to suck up to him? Those rich ladies kept throwing flirtatious glances at him, and they almost pounced on him. As long as Yan Tianheng was willing, he could lie on his bed with them anytime. Yan Tianheng wasn't interested in these vulgar women. He came tonight to see the daughter of the Bai family, and also to celebrate Master Yu's birthday. This was an existence that even grandmasters had to be polite to. If Master Yu took action, Yan Tianheng believed that he would definitely be able to take care of that guy. Therefore, he specially brought something good with him. How would he know if he didn't try? Only after enjoying everyone's flattery did Yan Tianheng regain his aura as a young master. Look, this is the influence of a top family. Yan Tianheng told himself with a faint smile on his face. Yan Tianheng entered. Master Yu Zishan also came out. Young Master Yan, it's my honor to have you here. Yu Zishan could ignore ordinary people, even grandmasters, But he had to respect this young Master Yan. The Yin family was a top family. Yu Zishan was a tyrant in the East Ocean, but he was nothing in front of a top family. They could crush him with a finger and he was in a sorry state. Master Yu, you're the birthday boy tonight. I should be the one to visit you. Yin Tianheng smiled and asked his subordinate to bring the gift. This is an ancient book that I got. It's not very useful, but I believe Master Yu will like it. Yu Zishan's face lit up. Talisman. Qi Gathering Talisman. After seeing the title of the book, Yu Zishan's breathing quickened. Young Master Yin, you're too kind. I'm very satisfied with this gift. Chapter 39-23. Yu Zishan was very satisfied with this item. As a Taoist cultivator, Yu Zishan loved such things the most, because this kind of thing was too hard to find. Yu Zishan himself did not know how much effort he had put into it. It was only recently that he had found a few, and it had cost him a lot. Yu Zishan was overjoyed by Yin Tianheng's gift. This was a good opportunity to improve his strength. Many people present were very interested in this, but it was a pity that they didn't have the chance to see it. Now they could only be envious. Yin Tianheng smiled inwardly. At the very least, he had let Grandmaster Yu Zishan know his intentions. Things would be easier to handle later on. This time, no matter what, he had to kill Lin Fei. He would not be satisfied if he did not kill Lin Fei. He had lost hundreds of millions last time. Master Yu, you are too polite, said Yin Tianheng with a smile. Master Yu and Yin Tianheng exchanged a few words before he went to entertain the others. Hello, young Master Yin. Bai Tianqing took the initiative to greet him. Yin Tianheng had some understanding of White Heaven City, and seeing the person in front of him, he took the initiative to greet him. Clan Chief Bai, hello. Yin Tianheng still gave Bai Tianqing a lot of face. After all, he was the patriarch of a top-notch family in the Eastern Sea. He still had to give him some face. Otherwise, how could he rope him in the future? This time they were here for his daughter. Oh right, where is Miss Bai? Yin Tianheng said. I heard that Miss Bai is very beautiful. Bai Tianqing was very satisfied with his daughter. Apart from her bad temper, everything else was good. Then he smiled and said, Young Master Yan, you really know how to joke. My daughter is just a... Bai Zijuan, who was at the side, didn't dare to speak. Young Master Yan's aura was simply too strong. If possible, Bai Zijuan really wanted to replace his cousin with himself. He was really tall, rich and handsome. As the head of the Bai clan, Bai Tianqing didn't know what to say. His daughter had brought a strange man over. If this was seen, he would lose face. Oh right, where's Miss Bai? Yin Tianheng asked. This time it was Bai Tianqing's turn to be embarrassed, and the atmosphere became strange. At this time someone stood up and said, Miss Bai is with a strange man over there. The speaker was a young man who looked to be in his early 20s. But at this moment he had a gloating look on his face, as if he really wanted to see what would happen next. Bai Tianqing's face darkened. Yin Tianheng, who was originally smiling, also had an ugly expression on his face. She was his woman. Although he had never seen this woman before, Yin Tianheng had already regarded her as his woman in his heart. After all, she was going to be used for marriage. But now there was actually someone who dared to poach him. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Young Master Yin, listen to my explanation. Things are actually not like that. You've misunderstood. Bai Tianqing hurriedly explained. Yin Tianqing did not listen to the explanation. He followed the young man's gaze and saw a man and a woman eating. This back is a little familiar. Yin Tianheng was surprised for a moment, but he quickly shook his head. How could he meet an acquaintance in this place? It was simply impossible. I would like to see who has such guts. You dare to snatch my woman. Yin Tianheng was furious. Yin Tianheng was also angry now. He could not deal with that fellow Lin Fei. After all, he was a grandmaster expert, but it was more than enough to deal with a guy who tried to poach his woman. Young Master Yin, please calm down. Seeing that young Master Yin was about to go over, Bai Tianqing was very anxious. If this left a bad impression, how would they be able to arrange a marriage? No matter what, this matter was the Bai family's fault. Now Bai Tianqing really had the intention to kill. Could that brat come? Of all times he had to come at this time. Wasn't this a slap to his face? Now that Yin Tianheng had seen it, how could he explain it? He also hated that young man in his heart. What a talkative guy. Of all the things that could be said, he just had to say this. Lin Fei did not pay attention to the situation around him. At this time he was eating happily. Bai Shengnan, who was beside him, was the same. After all, they had gone all out this time, so they did not care about the people pointing at them. Perhaps this was the time when Bai Shengnan was the happiest, because she rarely saw her father unable to do anything to her. When everyone saw young Master Yen walking towards the man and woman, they all became curious. Everyone knew that something was about to happen. "Brat, you're quite bold, aren't you? How dare you flirt with my woman?" Yin Tianheng walked over with large strides. At the same time, there was a cold glint on his face. Many people were watching. Everyone wanted to see how this young man was going to deal with this matter. Actually, when Lin Fei was eating, he already knew who it was. He couldn't help but feel surprised. Was this the rhythm of giving him money? Last time he extorted a large sum of money. Only a few days had passed and he came again. Where could he find such a person? Lin Fei did not reply and just continued eating. But Bai Shengnan became nervous. After all, she knew who this person was. She had secretly paid attention to him just now. It could be said that the most nervous person right now was Bai Shengnan. At the same time, her father Bai Tiancheng was also worried. If this matter was not handled well, not only would it affect their relationship, but it would also offend a top family like the Yen family. This was not something that Bai Tiancheng wanted to see. If possible, he really did not want this to happen. "Brat, didn't you hear what I said?" Yin Tianheng was somewhat annoyed. He had come over and yet he dared not turn around. What kind of joke was this? Yenin, who was next to him, was ready to make a move. In a place like the East Sea, if the young master wanted to deal with someone, he could do it with just a word. Even a grandmaster expert would not dare to offend him. This was the authority and deterrence of a top family. "Brat, did you hear it clearly? Our young master is talking to you." But Lin Fei still pretended not to hear it and continued eating. It was unknown how many people were frightened by this scene. This brat was too daring, wasn't he? He still dared to eat at a time like this? Didn't he know that once young Master Yen got angry, blood would flow like a river? Although it was a little exaggerated, but there definitely wouldn't be a good ending for him. Everyone present would definitely be more than happy to step on him and show off in front of young Master Yen. "Are you sure you're talking to me?" Lin Fei turned around and looked at Yin Tianheng with a smile. When Lin Fei turned around, Yin Tianheng suddenly opened his eyes wide and trembled. He stared at Lin Fei and said while trembling, "Why are you here?" Chapter 39:24. Why are you here? Yin Tianheng was dumbfounded. Why was this guy here? Did he steal his woman? To Yin Tianheng, this guy was a nightmare. A nightmare that had haunted him ever since he came to the East Sea. No matter how much he thought about it, he didn't expect to meet him here again. The fear in his heart began to spread from the bottom of his heart. Possible, Yin Tianheng didn't want to meet this guy. Every time he met him, it was a nightmare. Nothing good would come out of it. Wait, no, I'm in Master Yu's house. What can he do to me? One had to know that this was an existence that even grandmasters feared. Right, why should I be afraid? Thinking of this, Yin Tianheng felt much better. Ha 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 ha. He even laughed out loud. Lin Fei, you still dare to come? You're dead this time. Yin Tianheng finally got over it. Lin Fei laughed. Idiot, are you sure you want to be my enemy? In Lin Fei's eyes, this guy was courting death. He had too much money and nowhere to spend it. Yin Tianheng's expression darkened and he said coldly, Lin Fei, you should know where you are. Last time I underestimated you. But this time don't even think about taking advantage of me. I Yin Tianheng am not that easy to bully. Young Master Yen knows this guy. Bai Tiancheng's expression also changed. The situation didn't look right. This was really bad. Bai Tiancheng couldn't see through it and didn't dare to say anything. Are you sure? Lin Fei smiled and lightly patted the back of Bai Shengnan's hand, reassuring her that he was here for everything. Bai Shengnan was indeed afraid. After all, young Master Yen was very influential. Especially in the East Sea, no family could compare to him. However, after hearing Lin Fei's words, Bai Shengnan calmed down. She trusted Lin Fei very much. Yan Tianheng didn't believe that he couldn't deal with Lin Fei. Lin Fei, kneel down right now. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave this house today. Yan Tianheng stared at Lin Fei. His gaze was murderous. Lin Fei laughed. This Yan Tianheng's brain must have been damaged. Come at me then. Try attacking me. Oh right, let me remind you, do you have enough money on you? Yan Tianheng was instantly enraged. This was tearing open his scars. Yan Tianheng had lost 1 billion yuan to Lin Fei. He had never forgotten about this. No matter how rich he was, he couldn't afford this kind of loss. Lin Fei, you're dead meat this time. Among the crowd, there was also someone paying attention. It was Li Leiting. He smiled coldly. He hoped more than anyone else that you would die. When he saw the conflict between Yan Tianheng and Lin Fei, he had applauded. If he couldn't deal with Lin Fei, then what about the top clans? He could kill you 100 times with just a flick of a finger. Now, the scene that he had been waiting for finally appeared. The scene in the banquet hall had also reached Yu Zishan's ears. He asked the people around him and couldn't help but frown. Get someone to take a look and see which idiot is causing trouble. Chase them out. If they offend the esteemed guests, deal with them immediately. Yu Zishan said coldly. Before his subordinates came out, another scene happened in the banquet hall. A disheveled figure rushed in. He was none other than Master Yu's godson, Yu Longfei. It was a misunderstanding. He was carried in. Something had happened to Yu Longfei's godson. When the people in the banquet hall saw this scene, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. Something big had happened. Yu Longfei was Master Yu's godson. He was no different from a son. He had an extremely high status in the East Sea. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to offend him. The situation didn't look good. He looked like he had been beaten to death. He was still vomiting blood. It was a tragic sight. This was the Longting Manor, a place where even billionaires wouldn't dare to behave atrociously. Yu Zishan came out in a hurry. When he saw this scene, he frowned and subconsciously walked over. When he saw it, his entire face was twitching. Who did this? Yu Zishan's face was extremely ugly. This was his birthday banquet. Who would want to see such a scene? Father, help me take revenge. Yu Longfei said weakly. His eyes were filled with hatred. It's a guy called Lin Fei who did it. Yu Longfei hated that guy to death. He was almost beaten to death and could only lie on a stretcher. This was something he didn't expect. This was the first time someone dared to behave atrociously in the Longting Manor. When the surrounding people heard this, they were in disbelief. There was really someone who dared to do it here. That kid is dead meat. Who did it? He's making an enemy out of Master Yu. Everyone whispered. No matter what, the atmosphere of the banquet wasn't good for something like this to happen on such a day. What everyone wanted to know was who had injured Yu Longfei. Was it an outsider? That was really a case of a fierce dragon crossing the river. Provocation, absolute provocation. Who is Lin Fei? Yu Zishan said solemnly. Stand out. But at this moment another person ran in. It was none other than Zizong, who had changed his clothes and returned. At this moment, Chan Zizong was in a sorry state. His hair was still wet. With a single glance, he saw that Lin Fei's rage was monstrous. Master Yu, it's that kid who did it. Chan Zizong pointed at Lin Fei and said, his eyes filled with hatred. If it wasn't for his fear of Lin Fei's strength, Chan Zizong would have beaten him up. Although Chan Zizong didn't have the guts to fight, he could still speak. This was the Longting Manor. Not everyone could behave atrociously here. It's him. Everyone looked in the direction that Chan Zizong was pointing and saw a man and a woman. Their eyes couldn't help but land on the young man and their hearts were filled with disbelief. What was the background of this kid? Not only did he offend young Master Yan, he even dared to injure Master Yu's godson. He was really bold. He was seeking his own death. No one dared to cause trouble in the Longting Manor, especially during Master Yu's birthday banquet. This was a slap in the face. Who was that kid's backer? Offending Master Yu would definitely not end well. He might not even be able to leave the Longting Manor tonight. Ah, you injured Yu Longfei? Bai Shengnan asked in a low voice. Her face was also filled with disbelief. Of course Bai Shengnan knew Yu Longfei. This guy was a playboy with a terrible reputation. He was the type that everyone hated. Lin Fei waved his hand and said disapprovingly, "This kind of trash thinks he's the king, but he's still trash. If I beat him up, so be it. There's nothing to be afraid of." Bai Xingnan didn't know what to say. "Boss, you've gone too far this time." Bai Xingnan was also worried. Yin Tianheng also saw this scene and felt uncomfortable. This guy really dared to make a move. That was Yu Zishan's godson. This was like touching a tiger's butt. There would be a good show to watch. Yin Tianheng didn't even need to make a move. Master Yu would teach the other party a lesson. Yin Tianheng almost laughed out loud. When the time came, he would definitely step on him a few more times. Chapter 39-25. This sudden turn of events had indeed given everyone quite a fright. Such a thing had actually happened at Master Yu's birthday banquet. If it wasn't handled well, it would become a huge joke the next day. No matter what the outcome was, this kid wouldn't have a good ending. Master Yu's gaze was cold as he turned to look at this young man. "You were the one who attacked my son." Boom! When Master Yu looked over, he immediately unleashed a spiritual attack. This was the strength of Dao cultivators. This was because Dao cultivators cultivated spiritual power, and spiritual power was a unique existence. It could be considered a formless attack. Because of this, when grandmasters fought with Dao cultivators, they were most afraid of the other party unleashing spiritual power. This was because you wouldn't be able to divert your attention to defend against it, and the outcome would be decided in an instant. As a veteran master Yu Zishan, his spiritual power was very strong. Even a look from him contained terrifying power. Taizhan, who was standing not far away, narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, "This old guy seems to have improved again. Even I feel some pressure. No wonder Dao cultivators are so difficult to deal with." As the chief of the Yan Huang battle team, his strength was not bad. However, compared to Master Yu, he was still a notch weaker. Taizhan also stared at the young man. In his memory, there didn't seem to be such a young expert in the East Sea, especially when he was causing trouble in the Longting Mountain Manor. Lin Fei gently shielded Bai Xingnan so that she wouldn't be affected. Lin Fei stood motionless. Even though the other party had unleashed his spiritual power, he stood there as though nothing had happened to him. "Old man, that look of yours is a little scary." Lin Fei smiled slightly. "Then why don't you glare at me a few more times? He's actually fine." Yu Zishan's expression changed slightly. He was in disbelief as he glared at Wu Yu again. At this moment, everyone standing around felt an immense pressure. It was as though they were in an ice house, and their bodies were cold. Everyone finally understood how powerful Master Yu was. If just a look was enough, wouldn't it be fatal if he made a move? Everyone knew that Master Yu was very powerful. However, Master Yu rarely made a move in recent years. Many people seemed to have forgotten how powerful he was. Lin Fei just smiled and watched indifferently. He was rather impressed by Master Yu's strength. The richness of his mental strength was rather terrifying. Ordinary warriors, even covert force warriors or grandmaster experts, would not be able to withstand such mental attacks. It was obvious that this fellow had mastered mental strength mystic arts. If it had been anyone else, they would have been unable to take it. However, in Lin Fei's eyes, it really didn't feel anything. He didn't even feel any turbulence in his qi and blood. Yu Zishan felt unwell. "My mental strength is useless? How is this possible? That kid looks like he's in his early 20s. How could he possibly resist my mind power? Even a grandmaster can't do it." "Who are you?" Yu Zishan was overwhelmed with shock as he stared at the screen. He did not dare to use any more mental attacks. After all, doing so would consume too much mental energy. Under normal circumstances, he would rarely use it. He was angry because of his son, so he attacked Lin Fei. "Looks like it's working." Yin Tianheng, who was at the side, was secretly pleased. Master Yu had made a move. Even Grandmaster Luo Tianyun wouldn't dare to say that he was a match for Master Yu. In that case, defeating Lin Fei was a matter of course. But why did the current situation seem a little different? This guy was still standing there, as if nothing had happened. Yin Tianheng was surprised. Could it be that this fellow was more powerful than he had imagined? How was this possible? Even if he was born in his mother's womb, he couldn't be this powerful. Ling Fei smiled and waved his hand. He slapped Yi Tianhing's face and sent him flying. Are you disappointed? Your people are no good. Lin Fei smiled faintly and then clapped his hands as if he had done something insignificant. How could he dare to make a move? This was the Longting Manor, and young Master Yan was a member of a top-notch family. Seeing this scene, everyone gasped again. This fellow was too arrogant. There was no limit to his arrogance. You're asking me who I am? Lin Fei smiled. Guess. If you guess correctly, there's a prize. There weren't many people in the Longting Manor who dared to say such words. Yu Zishan's face was no different from coal. It was frighteningly black. Guess? Then you might as well make a guess. Don't you know what kind of place this is? This time it was Yu Zishan's turn to be unable to figure out his opponent's moves. There weren't many people who could withstand his mental power attack. Could it be that this fellow had a treasure on him? Or could it be that this fellow was born with a strong mental power? Yu Zishan thought one after another. This was the only way to explain why the other party could withstand his attacks. Yu Zishan wasn't a martial artist, but a martial cultivator. As a martial cultivator, his body naturally wasn't strong. It wasn't as strong as those who practice martial arts. In a situation where he couldn't figure out his opponent, Yu Zishan really didn't know what to do. Unless he got a grandmaster to make a move. However, it wasn't easy to get a grandmaster to make a move. Grandmaster Luo Tianyun rarely made a move, and the price to get him to make a move was not small. As for the director of the Yan Huang battle team, it definitely wouldn't be easy. It could be said that Master Yu would rather get Grandmaster Luo Tianyun to make a move than the director of the Yan Huang battle team, Taizhan. All the martial artists in the country knew that the Yan Huang battle team was under the supervision of the country. Who would be willing to be friends with them? Any martial artist who committed a crime would basically be wanted by them and captured. This wasn't a joke. Once you were targeted by the Yan Huang battle team, unless you ran overseas, you wouldn't have a good ending. Yu Longfei and Li Leiting, who were lying on the stretcher, didn't look too good. This was because that fellow was still standing. What was his background? Let's have a chat. Lin Fei said with a smile. I'm not going to chat with you. Yu Zishan wanted to say that, but he suppressed that thought. He wanted to see who this fellow was and what he was up to. We can chat. Yu Zishan turned around and walked to the back. After all, this wasn't the place to talk. I've already been taken advantage of. Do I still want others to hear me? If it was somewhere else, Yu Zishan would still have the confidence to make a move. After all, this wasn't a suitable place to make a move. If he couldn't take down the other party, he would lose a lot of face. As for how they were going to talk later, that was a whole different story. Brother Lin, are you really going over? Bai Xingnan was also confused. She raised her head and asked. Until now, she still didn't know what was going on. She felt that she was the one who caused this. Lin Fei smiled and said, It's fine. I'm just having a casual chat. I'll be out soon. You can find something to eat here first. I think the food here is pretty good. Anyway, it's free, right? Bai Shangnan couldn't help but laugh. What kind of situation is this? How can you still say that? Chapter 39-26. Yu Zishan's face darkened as he arrived at the back mountain of the Longting Manor. The back mountain was indeed a mountain. It covered a large area, and the layout was very elegant. It must have been built with a lot of effort. However, Yu Zishan was not in the mood to appreciate these things at the moment because the guy he couldn't see through was really strange. However, Yu Zishan was still confident that he could suppress the other party. The Longting Manor was his base camp. Whoever dared to cause trouble here would end up in a miserable state. Moreover, apart from himself, there were also Grandmaster powerhouses. Given his reputation, they would definitely make a move. I think this place is not bad. Let's make a deal here. Lin Fei didn't follow. He stopped and said. Yu Zishan looked around and smiled in his heart. He felt a lot more comfortable. He thought to himself, this is my place and this position is quite good. Doesn't this guy know? I don't care who you are, but you ruined my old man's birthday today. If you don't give me a reason, I think you won't be able to walk out of the Longting Manor, Yu Zishan said coldly. Lin Fei smiled and said, You think too much. Since I dared to come here, I have never thought of leaving this place. Moreover, I like this place very much, so what I want to tell you is very simple. I want this Longting Manor. Ah, you want the Longting Manor? Yu Zishan was instantly furious. No one knew better than him what the Longting Manor meant to him. It was a blessed place, and it was also a place that he had spent a long time to find. How could he give it to someone else? Do you think that's possible? At this moment Yu Zishan was really angry. How dare he scheme against his blessed place? Even in the entire East Sea there was no one else who dared to do this. Those who wanted to attack the Longting Manor back then had all become skeletons now. Lin Fei smiled and said, "To me, as long as I set my sights on something, no one has ever been able to reject me. For example, if you obediently hand it over, you can celebrate your 80th birthday today. You can even celebrate your 100th birthday. But if you reject me, I think it will be very difficult for you to see tomorrow's sun." Crazy, really too crazy. Yu Zishan really didn't know why this guy dared to say such words to him here. The Soaring Dragon Manor was like Yu Zishan's personal property. No matter who it was, as long as they dared to have any ideas about the Soaring Dragon Manor, they were destined to die. He didn't mind starting a massacre at his birthday banquet. Yu Zishan was so angry that he laughed. "I didn't expect that someone would dare to scheme against my Longting Villa during my 80th birthday banquet. Are you sure you can get your hands on it? You are the first person to be able to threaten me. You are truly amazing," Lin Fei said with a smile. "So you don't intend to take the initiative to hand it over? Looks like you can only suffer a little. Bitter head. Ha 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 ha." Yu Zishan laughed heartily. It's still uncertain who will take care of who. A loud boom resounded. The ground trembled visibly. It turned out that Yu Zishan had taken control of the array that was hidden in the surroundings. Yes, a formation. This area happened to be the core of the formation. Within the Soaring Dragon Manor, there was a formation. This was Yu Zishan's trump card, and it was also the reason why he hadn't left the Soaring Dragon Manor. In this place no one could be his match, not even a Grandmaster expert. Yu Zishan's aura surged, and his gaze turned cold. "You should never have said such words to me here, because this is my territory. Kneel down immediately." Boom 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 boom. After a series of loud explosions, the heavens and earth darkened again. An invisible force came crashing down like a monstrous flood, unusually ferocious. It turned out that Yu Zishan had taken control of the formation, mobilizing the accumulated spiritual energy of the heavens and earth, and then gathering it into a terrifying attack. The power of the suppression alone was enough to reach thousands of tons, and no flesh and blood could withstand it. Of course, after using it once, Yu Zishan wouldn't be able to use it again for a long time. Yu Zishan had no reason to hesitate if he could severely injure or even kill this guy. When the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth trembled, two figures rushed over immediately, passing through the arrangements outside and arriving at the scene. The first figure was Grandmaster Luo Tianyun, and the other was the chief of the Yan Huang battle team, Taizhan. The two of them landed not far away, and looked at each other without saying a word, watching the movements on the scene. The power that erupted in that instant made the two Grandmasters' hearts palpitate. At this moment, standing not far away, they could feel the terrifying invisible force that was enough to tear them into pieces. The Blessed Enclave is indeed the Blessed Enclave. No wonder Yu Zishan refused to leave. With such a secret move, ordinary people really can't do anything to him. Taizhan squinted and thought to himself. At first, Luo Tianyun didn't know what was going on, but when he arrived at the scene, he thought that it was some bored guy who had offended Master Yu Zishan. Now that he saw the situation, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. How could it be this guy? Even if the other party turned into ashes, Luo Tianyun would never forget that he had suffered at the hands of this guy, and even his wealth had shrunk greatly. If it was possible, Luo Tianyun didn't want to see this guy ever again. He didn't expect him to come to the Longting Manor and fight with Master Yu Zishan. This guy is really bold. Does he really think that he can fight with Yu Zishan after defeating me? You should know that Yu Zishan has mastered the power of the formation, especially in the Longting Manor. He is almost invincible. This secret might not be known to outsiders, but in front of Grandmaster experts, everyone basically knew. This was also the reason why many people didn't dare to come to the Blessed Enclave, even if they had designs on it. It was because they couldn't beat Yu Zishan. Seeing that terrifying power appear again, Luo Tianyun couldn't help but shake his head. He was indeed no match for Yu Zishan. Just this power alone was enough to crush him. This kid was dead for sure. Luo Tianyun and Taijian didn't plan to make a move. From their point of view, no matter how capable this kid was, he wouldn't be a match for Yu Zishan. Moreover, with the power of the formation, he was almost invincible. Boom! A torrent of power kept coming, battering Lin Fei's body and piercing through him. This lasted for more than 10 seconds. It seemed like a very short period of time, but it contained boundless killing intent. Yu Zishan had used 2/3 of the formation's power. He didn't believe that this guy would be able to withstand the power of the formation. Lin Fei, who was in the middle of the formation, didn't seem to be struggling at all. He kept a faint smile on his face. In Yu Zishan's eyes, that smile seemed to be mocking him, making him feel uncomfortable. Chapter 39-27. In Lin Fei's eyes, the power of the formation that Yu Zishan controlled was indeed not very impressive. It was like a child scratching an itch. There was really not much difference. Not even 100% of the formation's power was fully exerted. It would be such a waste to have a treasure lying around. You are actually fine? How is this possible? This is my formation attack. Yu Zishan narrowed his eyes and stared at Lin Fei, who was in the center of the formation. He was almost going crazy. Yu Zishan could not believe that this guy was fine. Moreover, he was laughing at him. His face was full of mockery. That shouldn't be the case. One had to know that the last time they fought, Yu Zishan had personally activated the formation and severely injured a Grandmaster powerhouse. In front of the formation, the other party couldn't even block a single move and was defeated. This was something that he was proud of, and this matter didn't spread at all. However, in private, there were people who were full of fear towards the soaring dragon manor. This was the scene that Yu Zishan was most unwilling to see. Even the formation could not hurt the other party. What else could he use to deal with this guy? Lin Fei said disdainfully, I can only say that the strength of your formation is not enough. It is really not much of a threat to me. However, I am in a good mood today. I can let you see the true power of the formation. Otherwise, you will never have the chance to see it in your lifetime. In the distance, Luo Tianyun and Taijian were also shocked. They had seen the power of the formation before. Even a Grandmaster powerhouse would suffer a great loss or even die if they were not careful. Now they actually saw a young man who looked less than 30 years old. He looked very ordinary. However, such a person actually withstood the power of the formation and looked completely fine. It was really shocking. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not believe that it was true. How could a physical body be so strong in this world? Could this person be a Grandmaster powerhouse? However, even a Grandmaster powerhouse might not be able to withstand the attack of the formation. What was going on? For a moment they were also confused. They really could not see what was going on. Luo Tianyun was even more unable to accept this scene. It seems that I can forget about taking revenge on this guy for the rest of my life. Fortunately, I didn't make a move just now. Otherwise, I would have suffered a great loss. When they heard Lin Fei's last words, they were filled with disbelief. Could this guy really control the array formation? The true power of an array formation? Why didn't Yu Zishan believe it? In order to set up this formation, he had put in a lot of thought and effort. How could he allow someone else to control it just like that? Young man, you're thinking too much. Do you really think I'll believe that you want to show me the true power of the array formation? Yu Zishan refused to believe that this kid could do it. Ha ha ha. Lin Fei laughed. Then I'll let you open your eyes wide and see what a real array attack is. Formation come. Lin Fei let out a light snort. It was neither light nor heavy, but at this moment, it caused the hearts of the three powerful cultivators to tremble. Their blood and qi were affected, and their bodies began to tremble. Puff! Yu Zishan coughed out a mouthful of blood. His entire body seemed to have aged, and his expression changed drastically. At this moment, his mental strength was destroyed, and he lost the ability to control the array formation. This was something that Yu Zishan couldn't accept. In fact, he couldn't even stop it. Go! Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed. The heaven and earth spiritual qi that was visible to the naked eye instantly turned into a long spear. It was not very long, at most 2 meters long. But when the long spear was formed, everyone felt endless terror. In front of this long spear, they felt like they would die in an instant. The long spear in Lin Fei's hand instantly pierced towards Yu Zishan, drawing a long stream of light. At this moment everything seemed to have stopped, and only that stream of light was left. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. In the face of the incoming spear, Yu Zishan had no way of fighting back at all. It was as though the entire void had been frozen in place. He could neither move nor speak even if he wanted to. All he could do was watch as the spear flew towards him. He was scared out of his wits. Too terrifying, too terrifying. Is this the true power of the array formation? The array formation that I control pales in comparison to his. How can there be such a terrifying existence in this world? I'm already satisfied to die under such an attack. In front of such a terrifying existence, Yu Zishan finally knew the difference between him and his opponent. His opponent was simply too strong. Even with the array formation, it was difficult to suppress him. His opponent could kill him with just a wave of his hand. Such a person was no longer a grandmaster. At the very least, he was at the pinnacle of the grandmaster realm, and he could really kill a grandmaster with just a wave of his hand. Everywhere the long spear passed, not only was Yu Zishan's mind broken, but even Luo Tianyun and Taizhan's hair stood on end. Their limbs trembled and they broke out in cold sweat. They didn't dare to move at all, and they couldn't even think of any moves to block it. This was a sure kill move that could destroy the world, and no one could block it. Swoosh! When the long spear was about half a meter away from Yu Zishan, it instantly crumbled, turning into motes of energy and dissipating into thin air. The terrifying pressure also disappeared without a trace. Yu Zishan sat on the ground with a thud. He panted heavily, and cold sweat kept appearing on his forehead. How is it? Old man? The attack of my array formation is not bad, right? This is the true power of an array formation. For trash like you, I can kill you more than 100 times over. Lin Fei smiled. Yu Zishan no longer had any thoughts of resisting, nor did he have any thoughts of revenge. This was because his opponent was too strong, and his mastery of the array formation had also exceeded his expectations. He was a top-notch existence. He had never seen a person who could casually snatch someone else's array formation and unleash its strongest power. This was something he didn't even dare to think about before. Yu Zishan knew very well that making an enemy of such a person was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. No matter how many people tried, they would all die. If he didn't admit defeat, he would simply be courting death. He might as well accept reality, and he might be able to live a better life. Young Master Lin, I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I don't want this soaring dragon manner anymore. Young Master Lin, feel free to take it. Yu Zishan's attitude was very proper now, and he no longer had any thoughts of revenge. For him, in the past, cultivation had always been a trial and error. But this time he discovered that there was actually someone who had walked further and further on this path than him. This also made him realize that this was an opportunity. Perhaps this was an opportunity. Young Master Lin, please allow me to become your servant and serve you by your side. Yu Zishan took a deep breath and directly knelt before Lin Fei. What was the use of having face now? He had to grasp this opportunity no matter what. Chapter 39-28. Yu Zishan had completely lowered his head and volunteered to be Lin Fei's servant. This scene was rather shocking to Luo Tianyun and Taizhan, who were not far away. If news of this were to spread, countless people would definitely be shocked. This was a blessed paradise. If they didn't hear about it with their own eyes, who would believe it? For the sake of this blessed paradise, countless people had died for it. But now this mysterious young man had taken it away just like that. Luo Tianyun knew of Lin Fei's strength. After all, he could not even withstand a single move from Lin Fei. Naturally, he did not have any opinions, let alone any thoughts. He even gloated a little. At least there was an unlucky fellow. How could this be? The chief of the Yanhuang battle team, Taizhan, was very upset. After all, he had his own private mission, which was to take down the Longting Manor. It was a pity that things had turned out this way. Most importantly, Taizhan did not know this young man at all. He did not know where this young man had come from. What a dereliction of duty, dereliction of duty. Taizhan decided that he would immediately investigate the background of this young man when he returned. His strength was just too great. Perhaps only the elders of the Yan Huang battle team would be able to suppress him. At least for now, Taizhan did not have the slightest bit of confidence. As for standing out to stop Yu Zishan from handing over the Longting Manor, that was even more impossible. It was purely looking for trouble for himself. If that guy did that, he would be dead for sure. Congratulations, young Master Lin. You have obtained a manor. Luo Tianyun took the initiative to greet him with a smile on his face. He had to suck up to him and leave a good impression. What was there to be embarrassed about? Luo Tianyun was very open-minded. If even Yu Zishan was not a match for him, then he was nothing. Even Yu Zishan was fighting to be his servant. Taizhan was secretly surprised. It seemed that he was the last to know. What is this kid's background? He actually made Luo Tianyun take the initiative to lower his head. Did something happen between the two of them? Taizhan suspected that the intelligence department did not know about this. His expression was uncertain. Lin Fei was still considering whether to take Yu Zishan as a servant. Lin Fei glanced at Luo Tianyun indifferently and said with a smile, I thought you wouldn't be able to control yourself and attack me. In that case, I can still have a good chat with you. Luo Tianyun's heart skipped a beat. He almost stumbled and fell to the ground. His body was covered in cold sweat. This guy really was waiting for me. Luckily, I didn't fall for it. Forcing out an ugly smile, he said, Young Master Lin Wu misunderstood. How could I possibly attack you? I wouldn't dare even if I had 100 guts. Don't make fun of me. When Yu Zishan saw Luo Tianyun's actions, he cursed in his heart. That Luo fellow isn't a good person either. He actually suffered at the hands of this kid. He hid it from others and caused himself to suffer so much. Yu Zishan still felt some resentment. If he knew that this guy was so strong, Yu Zishan wouldn't have dared to make a move against him even if he had the guts. Just now, he had been on the verge of death. That feeling was something that Yu Zishan would never forget for the rest of his life. Lin Fei smiled faintly. Sigh, what a pity. Luo Tianyun stood there, not daring to move. He didn't know what to say either. The atmosphere was very tense. All right, you can leave now. Lin Fei smiled and said, Little Yu, bring me inside to take a look. The latter sentence was directed at Yu Zishan. Lin Fei wanted to take a look at the blessed paradise and see what it was like. When he was looking from the outside, he could only see that it was a blessed paradise. However, he wasn't very clear about the specifics. Yu Zishan said in a fawning manner, Young Master Lin, this way please. I will lead the way for you. Lin Fei turned around to look at Luo Tianyun and Taizhan and said, If there's nothing else, you can wait in the hall outside. He was going to clear the place. Luo Tianyun naturally didn't have any objections. Chief Taizhan of the Yan Huang battle team couldn't say anything either. After all, Yu Zishan had already handed over the Longting Mountain Manor. He was also an outsider here. Moreover, the other party was so strong. If he was really unhappy with him, no one would be able to handle it. It was better to leave immediately to avoid trouble. The two grandmasters obediently left just like that. Their emotions were very complicated, especially Chief Taizhan of the Yan Huang battle team. On the way, Taizhan asked Luo, Old Luo, do you know where that kid came from? Luo Tianyun shook his head and said, If only I knew. That kid is very strange. I dare say that there isn't a single grandmaster in our East Sea who is a match for him. It's the same for the number 1 grandmaster in the East Sea. That guy's strength is unfathomable. Taizhan frowned. He believed Luo Tianyun's words and thought to himself, this kid is probably someone new. However, logically speaking, the Yan Huang battle team should know about such a young grandmaster. Luo Tianyun followed up and asked, I wanted to ask you about this. This kid has the strength of a grandmaster, and his strength is unfathomable. Your Yan Huang battle team should have a record of it. Could he be someone from that place? Taizhan's heart skipped a beat and his expression changed. The words that place were like a taboo and terrifying, causing one to feel an unknown terror. He could only smile bitterly and say, Our Yan Huang battle team really doesn't have a record of this. Our Yan Huang battle team doesn't have any records of this. It's also my first time seeing that kid. We have indeed failed in our duties. As for whether or not he's from that place, I can't guarantee it. We'll have to go back and investigate before we know. This kind of answer was not meaningful at all. And Luo Tianyun didn't ask anymore. Various thoughts popped up in Taijian's mind. He made up his mind to immediately investigate this young man's background after they got out. No matter what, he had to get to the bottom of it. Such an uncontrollable person in the East Sea was definitely a ticking time bomb. He had to be watched no matter what. The Longting Mountain Manor was huge, especially the back mountain. Yu Zishan led the way in front, constantly introducing the situation of the Longting Mountain Manor, such as some of the things that happened when he obtained this mountain in the past. He hoped to leave a good impression. He had made up his mind that he had to become Lin Fan's servant. Once he could receive pointers from such a strong person, a casual word from him would be extremely beneficial to him. After all, he was 80 years old now. Who wouldn't want to live longer and longer? If it wasn't for the appearance of the person in front of him, Yu Zishan couldn't see any hope at all. At most, he would live to around 100 years old. Young Master Lin, this is the core area. Yu Zishan opened many checkpoints, and finally came to a place 30 meters underground. He pointed to a spring in front of him and said, 30 meters underground. Yu Zishan had spent a lot of effort to set it up. It was no different from an iron wall. At this moment, a pool of about 3 meters in diameter could be seen. There was a large area of pure white in the pool, and a deep breath could make one feel relaxed and relaxed. I didn't expect there to be a small spirit spring here. After seeing the spring, Lin Fei smiled. The harvest this time was indeed not bad. Chapter 39-29. Lin Fei was surprised that there was a spiritual spring in this place. He thought that it was just an ordinary blessed enclave. He did not expect that it would produce spiritual spring water. This was a good thing. For Lin Fei, the appearance of spiritual spring water was very good for the recovery of his body. He had come to the right place this time. Spiritual spring water was condensed from the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. It was very rare. It was very common in the alternate world, but it was very different on Earth. It was a rare thing that could only be found by chance. Many people might not even know about it. Young Master Lin, this place is good, but there is a big problem here. You have to be careful. For example, the spring water seems to be not far away, but it is very difficult to take it out. Yu Zishan smiled bitterly and said, because there is a monster under the water. If you want to take out the spiritual spring water, you have to exchange it with something and obtain this monster. This was also the most troublesome thing for Yu Zishan. He had a treasure mountain, but he could not maximize the benefits. Otherwise, his strength would be far more than what it was now. He could at least reach the peak of the Grandmaster realm. Every time he thought about it, he felt sullen, but he had no way to vent it. A monster. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and looked at the pool. If he did not look, he would not know that there was a shadow hidden under the pool. Others might not be able to see it, but it was very obvious in his eyes. Interesting, really interesting. There is actually a guardian spirit beast, although it is only a fish monster. Lin Fei said with a smile. He stretched out his hand to grab the pool. At this moment, the black shadow below seemed to have sensed that someone was coming to steal the spiritual spring water. With a swoosh, it rushed out from below almost like a sharp sword. It was unbelievably fast. It was a fish monster with a body length of about half a meter. Its body was covered with scales and it exuded a ferocious aura. The fish opened its mouth, revealing its jagged teeth. It was obvious that it was not to be trifled with. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before it got close to Lin Fei, the black shadow shot out a large number of water arrows. There were dozens of them, and they shot out like a rainstorm, covering Lin Fei's body. Yu Zishan's expression changed greatly as he warned loudly. Young Master Lin, be careful. This water arrow is very poisonous and can destroy your body. Yu Zishan had suffered greatly because of this little fellow. He subconsciously shouted out to remind Lin Fei that if he were to suffer, he would be the one to suffer when the blame was placed on him. Yu Zishan had a love-hate relationship with the thing at the bottom of the spring. He loved that the effects of the spiritual water were very good, but he hated that there was such a thing guarding it. He could only obtain a little every time. What was this? Lin Fei was very calm. With a light wave of his hand, the water arrows exploded and turned back into water, returning to the pool. He stretched out his hand and unhurriedly grabbed the black shadow. The black shadow was quite quick-witted. It turned around and tried to return to the pool. However, this time it was a step too slow. The moment it turned around, it was caught. The scales on the black shadow's body instantly stood up and gave off a cold light. However, this time it did not release its power. Lin Fei's hand was like a steel plate, tightly holding onto the little thing. He exerted some force, and the black shadow immediately screamed and did not dare to move. Lin Fei smiled calmly. If you move again, I'll crush you to death. I know you understand. When Yu Zishan saw this, his eyes widened. That insufferably arrogant fellow was caught just like that, and he did not even have a chance to resist. This was too shocking. Lin Fei let go, and the black shadow did not dare to move anymore. As a spirit beast, it could already smell danger. This fellow in front of it could kill it. Lin Fei did not know whether Yu Zishan was lucky or unlucky. To think that such a thing would happen. A spirit spring was actually guarded by a spirit beast. This fellow's strength was no weaker than a grandmaster's, and it was smart and agile. Its scales were impenetrable, and it was very difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, it met Lin Fei this time, and no matter how strong it was, it could only be obedient. Lin Fei took out a pill and threw it to the little fellow. Although it looked timid, it knew that this was a good thing. It opened its mouth and swallowed the pill, and now it was even more obedient. Cultivate well, and you can continue to live here in the future. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and shot out a jingguang, which landed in the little fellow's mind. This was a cultivation technique for demonic beasts, and if it cultivated it, it could cultivate a human form. As for whether or not it could cultivate it, it would depend on itself. After placing the little fellow back into the pool, Lin Fei took a sip of the spring water and drank it in one gulp. The taste was not bad. Although it could not be compared to the spirit water in the other world, it was still acceptable in China. Yu Zishan watched everything from the beginning to the end, and he had to admit that this Lin Fei was indeed powerful, even more powerful than him. Not only did Lin Fei easily defeat him, but he also made the guardian spirit beast obediently guard him. Little Yu, you have taken over this place. Even if you don't have any merits, you have worked hard. Since you want to be my servant, then I will accept you as my servant. Longting Manor needs a housekeeper, and from now on you will be the housekeeper. Lin Fei said with a smile. At the same time, he stretched out his hand and pointed, and a jingguang entered Yu Zishan's forehead. Since you are going to be my housekeeper, you must improve your strength. You are still too weak, and I feel embarrassed even when I go out. The surprise came too quickly. The jingguang landed on Yu Zishan's forehead. At first he did not know what it was, but in the next second he suddenly became excited. The things in front of him were like supreme treasures, almost driving him crazy. Thank you, master. I will definitely be a good housekeeper. I will not let you down. Yu Zishan was very glad that he had taken the right step. Losing face was much better than losing face now. He had actually obtained a cultivation technique, a very complete one. Compared to his current incomplete cultivation technique, it was like heaven and earth. Back then, in order to find a complete cultivation technique, Yu Zishan had put in a lot of effort and even rejected many people. Unfortunately, he had not found anything. He did not expect to obtain it so easily now. With this cultivation technique, Yu Zishan believed that his strength would soon improve, and he would become even stronger, even reaching the peak of the Grandmaster realm. He might even have a chance to break through to the divine realm. This was something he did not even dare to think about. Yu Zishan, get out here. The 10 years are up, do you still want to hide? Right at this moment, a thunderous roar could be heard majestically. It traveled all the way to the depths of the underground and entered Lin Fei and Yu Zishan's ears. Chapter 39:30. The sudden voice made Yu Zishan's face darken on the spot, and he instantly thought of something. Why did they come at this time? Yu Zishan had a headache, especially at this critical moment. Wouldn't this be troublesome for him? Young Master Lin, I'm sorry. I've caused you trouble. Yu Zishan turned around and said while gritting his teeth. There was a guilty look on his face. Obviously, this was not a small matter but a big one. Why? Someone is eyeing the Longting Manor? Lin Fei said with a smile. It seems that they are not weak. Could it be that some big family from the other provinces has taken a fancy to them? Judging from the voice, Lin Fei could clearly sense that there was more than one person. but as many as 5 people. The 2 leaders were grandmasters, and the remaining 3 were experts at the peak of covert power. Such a lineup was indeed quite incredible. If anyone underestimated them, they might suffer greatly. Now that the Longting Manor had fallen into the hands of Lin Fei, he was even less worried that someone could snatch it from him. He didn't care whether they were from the province or from the other provinces. He would chop off the hands of whoever reached out. He wanted to let those people know that the Longting Manor had changed hands and was no longer something they wanted. Lin Fei was thinking that after this matter was over, he would set up the formation of the Longting Manor again. The formation here was too weak and had no effect at all. If he could set up a large formation, it would save him a lot of trouble. For example, the 2 grandmasters and 3 experts at the peak of covert power would not be able to break in so easily. Yu Zishan nodded. They aren't from the other provinces. They are from a special place in our region. The people there are very strong. We don't see many grandmasters in the outside world, but in their place, as long as they are given time, they can create grandmasters. Yu Zishan quickly explained the situation. It was actually very simple. 10 years ago, when Yu Zishan had discovered the blessed sky grottos, someone had come to snatch it away. However, Yu Zishan had violently suppressed them. Moreover, they had agreed on a time to mind their own business for the next 10 years. The only thing he did not expect was that they would come on this day. It seemed that they were planning to break the promise this time. They must be confident that they could take down the Longting Manor. So that's the case. Lin Fei understood what it meant. In that case, the people in that special place should be from a certain sect. Lin Fei couldn't help but think of the Star Flame School from a while ago. He never thought that another one would appear now. It seemed that this world was quite interesting. Don't worry, they're here. Lin Fei looked ahead and smiled. Whatever happened between you and them is in the past. Now Longting Manor is mine. Anyone who dares to behave atrociously in my place will be killed without mercy. In particular, the last few words caused a terrifying chill to sweep through Yu Zishan's body, making him unable to move even if he wanted to. Those few words almost caused his spirit to collapse. Not far from the forest, a few figures rushed out. Obviously, they came from another place. They were the people that Lin Fei mentioned. They were very fast and appeared in front of them in a short period of time. They were led by 2 middle-aged men who didn't seem very old, barely in their early 40s. The 3 peak internal force experts behind them looked to be in their 30s, and the younger one was barely in his 20s. After they stopped and stood casually, they actually put on the best fighting style. Seemed simple, but there was a lot of knowledge behind it. It could be said that as long as they wanted to deal with someone, they already had the right time in the right place. Once they attacked, they would have an absolute advantage. This kind of skill was not something that just anyone could learn. From this, it could be seen that these people were indeed not simple. Yu Zishan, today is your birthday banquet. You didn't expect us to come, did you? The middle-aged man in the lead smiled. Actually, we didn't want to come either, but Longting Manor is too important to us. This time you won't be able to stay. The middle-aged man next to him looked a little impatient and said coldly, Wang Yuan, why are you talking so much nonsense with him? Just take him down. Isn't he just a cultivator? Let's join forces and kill him. He didn't take Yu Zishan seriously at all. Obviously, he was very confident this time. Yu Zishan, something happened last time, so you occupied the Blessed Enclave. Yu Zishan, something happened last time, so you occupied the Blessed Enclave. However, you shouldn't have gained much from it. You should know that not everyone can tame that thing, which can be proved by your strength. Otherwise, you would at least be an expert at the Grandmaster peak, but now you are at the Grandmaster middle stage at most, which is good for scaring people. You should understand one thing. Hand over Longting Villa, and it will be good for both you and everyone else, lest you have to fight hard at the age of 80. If you die here, then the East Sea will be very lively tomorrow. Wang Yuan's words were full of threat. As soon as the 2 of them spoke, their words were shocking and intimidating. They were trying to make Yu Zishan surrender without a fight. If it was before, Yu Zishan might really bow his head. After all, the 2 of them were very strong, even stronger than Luo Tianyun and Taizhan. Moreover, there were 3 masters of covert power beside them. He was no match for them at all if he was alone, so handing over Longting Manor was inevitable. But now it was different. He had a backer, and this backer was not just an ordinary kind of powerful person. It was simply a thick thigh that could explode with terrifying power just by moving a finger. You'd better put away your thoughts. I won't hand over Longting Manor to you. Even if I can't get the spiritual spring water, you're not qualified. Yu Zishan snorted coldly. Get out of Longting Manor now as far as you can. Once I take action, I don't mind letting you stay. This unusual action caused the two middle-aged men to feel a little surprised. Did he take the wrong medicine at Yu Zishan today? He actually dared to talk to them like this. Didn't he know who he was? Was their Medicine King Valley powerful? That's right, they were from Medicine King Valley. Medicine King Valley was very low-key in the outside world, but they were present in many pharmaceutical companies in the world. It was said that Medicine King Valley's influence was amazing, but many people did not know about it. For warriors, Medicine King Valley was a place they yearned to worship because there were pills that could help people break through to the next realm. Yu Zishan, are you sure you want to be enemies with Medicine King Valley? I'll give you 3 breaths to think about it. Either get out of here or be killed by us. Wang Yuan was also angry. Since Yu Zishan did not want face, then he would be killed. Chapter 39-31. Wang Yuan and Lai Shisan had come here to take down Longting Mountain Villa. No one knew the importance of Longting Mountain Villa better than them. If it weren't for the incident in the past, Longting Mountain Villa would have fallen into their hands long ago. Fortunately, there were spirit beasts guarding Longting Mountain Villa. With Yu Zishan's strength, it was impossible for him to take that thing. This was also the reason why they weren't in a hurry. They just wanted to find someone to help them look after it. Now they were going to take it back. When they came here, they thought that with their help, Yu Zishan would obediently hand it over. However, the situation had changed. The only thing they didn't expect was that Yu Zishan actually dared to fight them head-on. He didn't give the Medicine King Valley any face at all. What was this called? One had to know that if the Medicine King Valley released a word, who knew how many companies and martial artists would rush to do things for them? However, the importance of a place like the Longting Mountain Villa could be imagined. The Medicine King Valley did not want to sell it to too many people, so it had not been publicized. Yu Zishan laughed and said, "If I offend you, then so be it. I'm not afraid of you. Anyway, I'm already so old. Longting Mountain Villa is mine. If you want it, then show me your strength. Don't scare me here." A rumbling sound was heard. Yu Zishan made his move. He directly mobilized the power of the formation and used his strongest attack. Although it wasn't as strong as when he dealt with Lin Fei, it was still enough to make a master tremble. Yu Zishan wanted young Master Lin to understand that he wasn't a freeloader. He believed that young Master Lin wouldn't just stand by and watch. Who said that Yu Zishan wasn't smart? He was actually very smart. He was definitely afraid. There was no need to doubt the strength of the Medicine King Valley. God knows how many master-level experts wanted to have a relationship with the Medicine King Valley. Yu Zishan, do you really think that you can defeat us by relying on the formation? You could in the past, but not this time. Wang Yuan snorted and raised his hand to shoot out a ray of light. This ray of light instantly split into 5 rays and rushed into the ground. Suddenly, a sound came from the ground. It was no different from a small earthquake. The originally powerful attack disappeared completely at this moment. The condensed array formation attack seemed to have been blocked by something inexplicably. Before it could unleash its true power, it vanished into thin air. Yu Zishan let out a muffled groan and retreated a few steps before regaining his footing. Blood began to flow from the corners of his mouth. This was the result of the backlash from the array formation. You actually have such a thing. You're not bad, you actually know about this. Do you think our Medicine King Valley is just a bunch of idiots? Wang Yuan said disdainfully, your formation is just a basic formation. 10 years is more than enough to crack it. I wonder if you've accepted your fate. At this moment, Wang Yuan had a look of absolute certainty on his face. Yu Zishan smiled bitterly. Your Medicine King Valley is really something. Using 10 years to research and break my array, you're really something. Yu Zishan did not hate them. Instead, he secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, he had curried favor with Wang Yuan. Otherwise, he would definitely be finished today. Perhaps he would not even have to celebrate his 80th birthday. Yu Zishan's strongest attack method was the array formation attack method. Now that it had been broken so easily, it had lost its strongest deterrence. 10 years ago, Yu Zishan had relied on the array formation to crush them and obtain Longting Mountain Villa. Who would have thought that 10 years later it would be like this? If you take the initiative to hand over Longting Mountain Villa, I can let you go. After all, you are a famous person in the East Sea. If you die here it would be a pity. Wang Yuan was very clear about Yu Zishan's strength. Although he had lost the array formation attack, the methods of a cultivator were still difficult to guard against. If possible, he would take back Longting Mountain Villa. If not, he would not make a move. This was the strange thing about cultivators, and also the reason why they were not easy to deal with. If it were a martial artist, they would not hesitate to attack and kill him first. There would be no need to talk so much nonsense. But for a cultivator, this was not good. They might suffer a great loss. A master's counterattack before death could definitely kill one of them, and make them accompany him in death. Yu Zishan laughed. Your Medicine King Valley is indeed powerful. Unfortunately, you came too late. In Longting Mountain Villa, you are no longer me. You are still my master, right? I am very disappointed and helpless. Yu Zishan walked towards Lin Fei and stood behind him like a servant. Wang Yuan were shocked. They suspected that they had heard wrong. How could Yu Zishan give Longting Mountain Villa away? One had to know that their people had been watching Longting Mountain Villa's every move. They were worried that it would be snatched away by others. Even those who had ideas were beaten up by Medicine King Valley, until they gave up on Longting Mountain Villa. But now these words were like pouring a bucket of cold water on them. Yu Zishan, you are talking nonsense. Longting Mountain Villa is still in your hands. How can you be willing to give it away? Wang Yuan sneered. Do you think we will believe you? Young Master Lin, I have disappointed you. They are from Medicine King Valley. Yu Zishan lowered his head. Seeing Yu Zishan talking to a young man, Wang Yuan noticed the young man beside him. Although he had noticed this young man when they came in, he did not have any aura. He was no different from an ordinary person, so he did not pay much attention to him and completely ignored him. But now they were a little dumbfounded. This young man was called Young Master Lin by Yu Zishan. What kind of joke was this? Did he think that they were 3-year-old children who could be easily fooled? Lin Fei did not make a move. He could tell what Yu Zishan was thinking at a glance, but he did not stop him. If a lackey wanted to show off, how could he not let the other party show off? Otherwise, how could he prove that he was the big backer? Lin Fei was quite satisfied with Yu Zishan's attitude. After all, Longting Mountain Villa still needed someone to manage it. Yu Zishan was the most suitable person to manage it. Moreover, he was a cultivator comparable to a master, so he could solve a lot of problems. You did not hear wrong. Longting Mountain Villa now belongs to me. Medicine King Valley is one step too late. If there is any cooperation, then we can talk about it. If you want my Longting Mountain Villa, then you should go back. Lin Fei said indifferently, announcing the ownership of Longting Mountain Villa. Young man, whose child are you? Did no one tell you how powerful our Medicine King Valley is? Wang Yuan said coldly. His mind was quickly searching for information about this young man, but he could not find such a young man. Chapter 39-32. Wang Yuan couldn't believe it. How could there be a young man in this world who was not afraid of their Medicine King Valley? Hearing the 3 words Medicine King Valley, who would not tremble in fear and tremble in fear? But the current situation didn't seem right. In the East Sea, as long as one was a martial artist or a member of the upper class, they would more or less know about the existence of Medicine King Valley. Otherwise, they would be too embarrassed to say that they were part of the upper class. Lin Fei couldn't be bothered with these guys. Medicine King Valley was nothing in his eyes. I'm in a good mood today. Get lost. Go back and tell the higher-ups of Medicine King Valley that this Longting Villa is mine from now on. Don't even think about it. Otherwise, I don't mind going to Medicine King Valley to see what I can do. What? Wang Yuan was furious on the spot. Do you think Medicine King Valley is a place you can go whenever you want? Brat, I don't care who you are. This Longting Manor is mine, said Lai Shisan, who was standing beside Wang Yuan. Lai Shisan, who was standing next to Wang Yuan, wasn't in the mood to talk. He took a step forward and slammed into Wang Yuan like a mountain. This was a show of strength to Lin Fei. Longting Villa is yours to take? Do you really think our Medicine King Valley doesn't exist? Lai Shirshan didn't believe that this guy had any strength. He dared to talk big here because of Yu Zishan. Now that Yu Zishan was no match for them, Longting Villa was not in their pocket yet. Seeing that the other party didn't dodge and Yu Zishan didn't move, Lai Shirshan revealed a cruel smile. Crack, 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 crack. Lai Shirshan's collision felt like he had slammed into a mountain, or even a big iron plate. Countless bones in his body were broken in an instant. Everything happened too fast. Is this the confidence of your Medicine King Valley? Lin Fei smiled faintly and kicked Lai Shirshan away. Wang Yuan's eyes narrowed, his face darkened, and his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. That crisp sound directly exploded in his heart. Lai Shirshan suffered a big loss. This was the only thought left in Wang Yuan's mind. This person has such a strong physical body. He can actually make Lai Shirshan suffer such a big loss. When did East Sea have such a powerhouse? Is he a physique training grandmaster? Wang Yuan instantly lost his composure, and his face turned solemn. A physique refinement grandmaster was quite terrifying. If one wanted to defeat one, they would need at least 2 grandmasters. If the current situation was not good, they would need at least 3 grandmasters to defeat this young man. Medicine King Valley naturally had information about physique refinement grandmaster. It was not an easy task to become a physique refinement grandmaster. It required constant hard work, a long time, and a large number of medicinal pills to assist the body. Under normal circumstances, few people could cultivate to this level. As a result, when a physique refinement grandmaster appeared, he would become very famous. Why you are a physique refinement grandmaster? Wang Yuan secretly analyzed the results and could no longer remain calm. He took a deep breath and stared at the other party. Lin Fei said, "Whether I'm a physique refinement grandmaster or not, you'll know once you try. Why don't you dare? Is this the confidence of your Medicine King's Valley? Weren't you talking big just now? Elder Wang, let's go." At this time, the 3 masters at the peak of covert power who were standing outside looked eager to have a try. This was a chance for them to show off. Without waiting for Wang Yuan to nod, the 3 covert force experts rushed over from 3 directions. They were very experienced in combat, and it was obvious that they had dealt with many people. "Forget it, you're too weak." Lin Fei laughed and took a step forward. The 3 covert strength experts were sent flying. Cracking sounds rang out in the air. It was as if a piece of art had been shattered. They fell to the ground and wailed in agony. Lin Fei laughed and took a step forward. Then he saw the 3 covert strength experts flying backward. That scene sent chills down one's spine. As a grandmaster, Wang Yuan was also in the middle stage of the transcendent state. But at this time, his pupils shrank as he realized that this person might really be a physique refinement grandmaster. The grandmasters of Medicine King Valley were quite powerful, much stronger than the grandmasters outside. But now they were so vulnerable in the hands of the other party. It was not an ordinary grievance. If this was not Longting Villa, Wang Yuan would have suspected that he had come to the wrong place. "You should have injured the disciples of Medicine King Valley. Are you really not afraid of Medicine King Valley's revenge?" Wang Yuan said with narrowed eyes, but in fact, he was afraid. Lai Shirshan's strength was similar to his, but he was seriously injured. If it was Wang Yuan, the result would be the same. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment. "Hey, you're also a grandmaster expert. Why don't you make a move? What's the point of just talking? Why don't you take a palm from me? Only if you can hold on will you be qualified to talk to me." "Take a palm from you?" Wang Yuan's heart trembled and his hair stood on end. He saw a figure rushing up and the other party's hand slammed down heavily. He subconsciously reached out to block it, and a torrential force directly crushed him. Bang, 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 bang. Wang Yuan also flew backward. Along the way, he spat out countless mouthfuls of blood, and countless bones were broken. In the face of the torrential force, any resistance was useless. "Okay, the matter is settled. Now you can go back and tell Medicine King Valley that this Longting Villa is not something you can own. You're lucky this time. I won't kill you. If I come next time, I don't mind killing a few grandmasters here. I believe it will be very interesting." Lin Fei did not look at them and said indifferently, "Little you, make a call and get an ambulance to take them away. This is my place after all." It's not good for them to die. I'll get someone to send them away right away. Yu Zishan witnessed with his own eyes how vulnerable these two Grandmaster experts were. His heart was full of pride. Who asked you to be so smug? Alright, you've suffered a big loss. Looking at their injuries, Yu Zishan felt that they would not be able to go back without a month or two of rest. Our family's backer is truly formidable. He is invincible within the Grandmaster realm, and seems to have defeated quite a few Grandmasters. Could it be that our family's master is at the late stage of the Grandmaster realm, or at the peak of the Grandmaster realm? Yu Zishan didn't even dare to guess. After dealing with such a small matter, Lin Fei did not take it to heart. After all, it was just Medicine King Valley. If they really did not know what was good for them, he would go there himself. Maybe he could broaden his horizons. After Lin Fei left, Yu Zishan also found someone to send the two of them and the remaining 3 people away. Remember, next time you come, behave yourself. When my young master gets angry, even I am afraid, let alone you guys. Yu Zishan finally felt relieved and no longer felt sullen. This was the benefit of having a backer. Otherwise, he would be the one suffering now. Wang Yuan and Lai Shisan were in so much pain that they could not speak. But they also knew that they had really kicked an iron plate this time. This matter could only be solved by the higher-ups. Yu Zishan, you will regret it. Yu Zishan and Lin Fei returned to the banquet hall again. Those who were originally paying attention to them were also in disbelief when they saw the two of them coming out with smiles on their faces. Nothing happened. How could it be possible? Foster father, we brought people here. Is this guy causing trouble? As long as he says the word, we will kill him in minutes. How dare he cause trouble here? Yu Zishan's several foster sons were all in the banquet hall. As soon as they heard that something had happened, they immediately called their men to wait. Yu Zishan's smiling face immediately stiffened and his expression became ugly. He roared, "All of you get out. Who allowed you to come out?" Chapter 39-33. In the banquet hall. Those who had been paying attention were shocked when they saw this scene. Chat? How did it end up like this? No one could believe that this was real. Was this still the Master Yu Zishan? In their memories, Master Yu Zishan was a cold and emotionless person. Anyone who was targeted by Yu Zishan would end up in a miserable state. Hence, there was a saying in the East Ocean, it was better to offend a Grandmaster than to offend Master Yu Zishan. Furthermore, Master Yu Zishan was actually reprimanding his own godson. This was a very rare thing, especially in such a situation. He didn't seem to care about his godson at all. The adopted sons were also dumbfounded. Clearly, they did not expect such a situation to occur. This wasn't right. Their godfather would never speak to them like this. Now they were even doubting whether their godfather was their godfather. What was going on? Scram! Do you still want to stand here and embarrass yourselves? Yu Zishan snorted coldly. Those godsons' hearts skipped a beat as their faces turned pale. They staggered and left without saying a word. Things happened quickly, and they were resolved quickly as well. A drama had ended just like that. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, who would have believed that it was real? Bai Tianqing wasn't feeling well. After all, he had been paying more attention to this young man than anyone else. There weren't many people who dared to be impudent in the Longting Mountain manner. Furthermore, none of them had a good ending. However, when this kid and Master Yu Zishan came out, Bai Tianqing knew that something was wrong. This kid was walking in front while Yu Zishan was walking behind him. It seemed like a small difference, but to those who were paying attention, it was obvious that something had happened. It was hard not to notice. How could this be? Could this kid be a young master from a big family in Yanjing? If not, why would young Master Yan be afraid of him? Bai Tianqing's breathing quickened as he panicked. He had just offended this kid. What if Yan Tianheng, who had always treated Yu Zishan as his biggest hope, was also paying more attention to this matter than anyone else? As long as that kid was defeated by Master Yu Zishan, he would be able to deal with him however he wanted. But when he came out, Yan Tianheng's entire body trembled, and he broke out in cold sweat. It's over, it's over. It's really over this time. That kid, how could he be so strong? While the two of them appeared calm and collected, Yan Tianheng knew very well that this was Grandmaster Yu Zishan lowering his head. If he did not lower his head, how could he be acting like this? He was very good at judging people. Yin Tianheng really wanted to leave now, but he did not dare to. That faintly discernible gaze landed on his body like a needle. If he could, he wouldn't want to come here again even if he was beaten to death. This time he was really tricked to death. The changes on the field gave rise to the same feeling in many people's hearts. This time another powerful person had appeared in the East Sea. Many people remembered this person and did not want to offend him even if they were beaten to death. Who knew what kind of background this person had? If they offended such a person, the consequences would be unimaginable. The birthday banquet continued. To everyone present, tonight was destined to be an unforgettable day. Yu Zishan's birthday banquet was actually interrupted by someone. However, this old man was still smiling. It was hard to imagine what happened after that. But no matter what, the appearance of this young man made everyone remember that there was such a person in the East Sea. Are you all right? Bai Xingnan was also very nervous. She only heaved a sigh of relief when Lin Fei returned. She did not care about the people present and hurried over to ask. Lin Fei smiled and said, "I'm fine. Look at how good I am now. I just chatted with Master Yu Zishan. After all, we are in the same circle." With Bai Shangnan's intuition as a woman, she felt that Lin Fei's words were not true. It was as if she was lying. However, she did not probe further. It was fine as long as he was back. "Young Master Lin, I was wrong. Please let me off this time. I won't dare to do it again. As long as young Master Lin appears, I definitely won't appear." Yin Tianheng tactfully walked over. At this time, even if he lost face, Yin Tianheng had to come over and admit his mistake. If he did not, he would be finished. He had to have the right attitude. No matter how stupid Bai Shengnan was, she realized that her boss was more powerful and mysterious than she had imagined. Lin Fei glanced at Yin Tianheng indifferently. This glance caused Yin Tianheng's entire body to go numb, and his heart to shatter. "Consider yourself lucky today. I'm in a pretty good mood. You know the old rules. Within 3 days, I won't say anything unnecessary." Yin Tianheng was already prepared to throw caution to the wind. Hearing this, he heaved a sigh of relief and nodded. "Young Master Lin, don't worry. I will definitely do it within 3 days." Only he felt extremely bitter in his heart. He was going to have to bleed again. This time he didn't know what he could use to repay the debt. Yin Tianheng had already decided that after this matter was settled, he would immediately scram back to Yanjing. The East Sea was too dangerous. In just a short period of time, he had practically emptied his entire fortune. The only thing he could rejoice about was that he was still alive. As for making things difficult for Lin Fei, Yin Tianheng would not dare even if he was given 100 guts. He was already scared out of his wits. Yin Tianheng's initiative made everyone realize that this person called Young Master Lin was definitely someone with a powerful background. Those who had thoughts about Bai Shengnan all subconsciously wiped away their cold sweat. They had almost offended a top-notch young master. This was asking for their lives. Yin Tianheng left. However, another person walked over. This person was none other than Bai Tiancheng. This person's expression was extremely complicated. He was terrified and uneasy. The guy that he looked down on just now had actually turned over a new leaf and became an existence that he had to look up to. Bai Tiancheng even suspected that if he made things difficult for this Lin Fei, he wouldn't even need anyone else to do anything. Yu Zishan would not let him off easily. Just thinking about it was terrifying. The only thing that made Bai Tiancheng feel fortunate was that his daughter had really good taste. She had actually found such a boyfriend. Moreover, it was a person with a huge background. He was even more powerful than that Yin Tian. Now, comparing Yin Tianheng to Lin Fei, that guy was just a piece of trash. If Yin Tianheng knew about this, he would definitely vomit blood. After all, he was still a young master. "Uncle, do you think I'm qualified now?" Lin Fei turned around and smiled at Bai Tiancheng, who was walking over. Remember the mobile website M. Chapter 2685 Uncle, am I qualified enough? Page 1/1. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 3934. Bai Tiancheng could only smile bitterly as he thought to himself, if you're not qualified, then who is? This pair of eyes of mine is really useless. If it wasn't for my daughter's good eyesight, I would have really misjudged him. Young Master Lin, you must be joking. If even you're not qualified, Then I'll be the first to disagree. Bai Tianqing said with an ugly smile. Bai Shengnan tugged at Lin Fei's clothes. Big brother Lin, can you not scare my dad? My dad is very timid. Although she said that, Bai Shengnan was very happy. It was rare for her father to be scared. She laughed in her heart. Who asked you to introduce me to someone? All right, now you've embarrassed yourself all the way to your grandmother's house. A hint of happiness and warmth appeared on Bai Shengnan's face. She believed that at least this time she would be able to help her solve her problems for a long time. Her father definitely wouldn't dare to have any ideas about her anymore. Bai Tianqing didn't dare to get angry at women anymore. He had been in business for his entire life and had seen many people, but his eyesight was not as good as his daughter's. He thought that young Master Yan would be very good, but compared to Lin Fei the difference was really too big. Bai Tianqing could guarantee that after tonight, the entire Donghai would know about Lin Fei. Based on the relationship between Lin Fei and Yu Zishan, as long as Lin Fei asked, Yu Zishan would definitely help without hesitation. This wasn't something that just anyone could do. Just thinking about it made one's hair stand on end. As the head of the Bai family, Bai Tianqing had good eyesight. He knew that there was such a thing, but no matter how he thought about it, he couldn't think of Lin Fei's background. Shengnan, what are you saying? Bai Tianqing said. Young Master Lin, you're right. My precious daughter should find a qualified man to be her boyfriend. Otherwise, I won't be interested in ordinary people. Bai Shengnan was a little embarrassed. Bai Tianqing was thick-skinned and quite good at talking. Lin Fei indeed didn't want to make things difficult for Bai Tianqing. After all, he was Bai Shengnan's father. He just needed to say a few words. As for other things, it was pointless to bully him. After all, he was Bai Shengnan's boyfriend now. Daughter, have a good chat with young Master Lin. I have a few friends over there. You young people have fun. Bai Tianqing found an excuse and left. He had no choice. Facing someone who even Master Yu had to respect, Bai Tianqing felt a lot of pressure. He even felt like he couldn't breathe. Apart from the top families in Yanjin, he had never experienced such a situation in the East Sea. After Bai Tianqing left, a lot of people surrounded him. They were actually there to gather information. This made Bai Tianqing put on a smile. Only he knew what it felt like to be forced into a corner. This son-in-law had a huge headache. As the father-in-law, he was also under a lot of pressure. He didn't even dare to say anything harsh. His daughter was awesome, but this was too awesome. Am I a good boyfriend? After Bai Tianqing left, Lin Fei laughed. Bai Shengnan rolled her eyes and said, You almost scared my dad to death. I haven't seen my dad talk like that in a long time. But to be honest, I have to thank you. I believe that after this my dad won't have any other ideas. But I'm also in trouble. Bai Shengnan seemed to be complaining about something. However, she didn't seem angry at all. Instead, she sounded very relaxed, because she could finally let go of this matter. A while ago, Bai Shengnan had been unable to eat or sleep well because of this matter. Now she could finally have a good night's sleep. No one would disturb her, and her father wouldn't say anything about it either. Unlucky? Lin Fei didn't understand. Bai Shengnan rolled her eyes again. You men know everything else, but you're so lacking in this area. You're my boyfriend now. Tell me, who else in the entire Donghai would dare to pursue me? Don't you think I'm unlucky? I won't be able to find a man in the future. Hearing this, Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, after thinking about it carefully, it seemed to be the case. Today, almost all the famous people in the East Ocean had gathered here. He believed that they all remembered Bai Shengnan and Lin Fei. After seeing how powerful Lin Fei was, they definitely wouldn't dare to let their sons pursue Bai Shengnan. This was simply asking for death. It's fine. If you really don't have a boyfriend, then I don't mind taking you in. After all, how can someone as powerful as me not have a bunch of women by his side? Lin Fei laughed. Bai Shengnan burst out laughing. You're really thick-skinned. How can you say that? You're a scumbag. At this moment, outside the Longting Villa, the Yanhuang team's chief, Taijian, walked out with a serious expression. He had seen everything that had happened just now. He wanted to investigate this young man's background even more. After getting on the car, Taijian also saw Zhao Rou sitting in the car. Chief Tai, the banquet hasn't ended yet. Why are you back first? Zhao Rou was a little confused. Taijian was curious why Zhao Rou was sitting in the car. Shouldn't she be in the Longting Villa at this time? Then why are you in the car too? Zhao Rou naturally wouldn't say that it was because she had just been teased by a man. It was such a shameful thing. Until now, Zhao Rou still hadn't come back to her senses. How could she have encountered such a thing? That was a stranger. Fortunately, no one saw it. Otherwise, she would have found a crack to hide in. Turn on the surveillance cameras in the Longting Villa and find me someone, Taijian ordered. This was not an ordinary car. It had been specially designed with a series of high-tech equipment. It could be said to be the most advanced technology in the East Ocean. Just the equipment in this car alone was worth tens of millions. This was also because the Yan Huang team was rich and overbearing. Otherwise, ordinary people wouldn't be able to keep up. The subordinate immediately turned on the surveillance cameras, and the scene in the banquet hall appeared. Taijian stared at the screen and quickly searched. Finally, he pointed at one of them and said, "Lock on to him and pull up the information as soon as possible." The person in charge of the operation was also shocked. They could also hear that the chief's tone was different. This was a very rare thing. "Chief Tai, what happened?" Zhao Rou was also very surprised. After all, this was not the chief's style of doing things. Since when did the chief pay attention to such a person? One had to know that the chief was usually responsible for keeping an eye on the masters in the East Ocean. The matters below were usually handed over to them. It was not like now. It was strange. When this person was pulled up, Zhao Rou, who had just finished speaking, was secretly shocked. How could it be him? Isn't this the man I went up to hit on? But why is he in the chief's eyes now? Did the chief see it just now? Chapter 39-35. Director Taijian didn't notice Zhao Rou's little trick and said coldly, "It's this person. Investigate everything about this person immediately. I want to know everything about him since he was a child. I want to see all his information in the shortest time possible." Director Taijian had never been so eager to see a person's information. He always felt that there was something wrong with this person. The Lin family in Yanjing seemed to be quite influential, but it was not a top family. Taijian had never heard of an expert from the Lin family who could reach the Master Realm. Otherwise, the Lin family's influence would not be limited to this. No matter what, this guy's surname was Lin, so he had to investigate him. After all, it was impossible to cultivate a Master Realm expert without a lot of resources. There must be a force behind this Lin Fei, and such an unstable force must be dug out by Taijian. The next step would be to better deal with Lin Fei. "Director Tai, this person is very young," Zhao Rou asked cautiously. "Is he another playboy from someplace?" Taijian shook his head. "It's hard to say for now. Anyway, you just need to know that this person is not to be trifled with." A Master Realm expert was definitely not to be trifled with. Zhao Rou was even more confused. This person was about the same age as him. Was he really that powerful? Although Zhao Rou had attacked him before, she only thought that the other party was slightly stronger than her. But now, from the director's tone, it seemed that this person was very powerful. Zhao Rou suddenly became curious. After the banquet, Lin Fei came out with Bai Shengnan. Because Bai Shengnan drank a little at the banquet, her face was a little ruddy, and she looked very cute. "I'll send you back." Lin Fei took Bai Shengnan to the Bentley Toyota. Although Bai Shengnan didn't drink much, Lin Fei could also see that she was in a good mood today. She didn't drink much today, but she was still a little drunk, so he didn't feel at ease letting her go back alone. Anyway, Longting Villa was already in his hands, so there was nothing for Lin Fei to worry about. "Big brother Lin, I don't want to go home today. Take me for a ride." Bai Shengnan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, blurted out. Bai Shengnan didn't know why, but she always felt very comfortable when she was with Lin Fei. She felt carefree and didn't feel any pressure at all. This feeling wasn't very obvious at first, but as she spent more time with Lin Fei, this feeling became more and more obvious. To Bai Shengnan, Lin Fei's aura was extremely mesmerizing. This kind of aura was like a poison to women. After experiencing it, she would never forget it. Under normal circumstances, Bai Shengnan would rarely say something like this. After all, she was still a strong woman. Otherwise, she wouldn't have been able to manage the company in an orderly manner. Later on, there were some problems, but this was inevitable. Lin Fei was in a good mood today. After all, He had obtained the Longting Mountain Villa and knew that there was spiritual water below, which was a good thing. Okay, no problem. My girlfriend has asked. How can I refuse? I'll definitely be a bachelor for life. Lin Fei smiled. He started the Bentley Tianhua and stepped on the accelerator. I'll take you for a race. Let's experience what it's like to fly. Although the Bentley Tianhua wasn't a sports car or a supercar, in Lin Fei's eyes all cars were the same. Racing was nothing more than daring. As long as you were daring and fast, you could race anywhere. Some people might say that this was something only ignorant people would say. What daring and fast could race? That required a lot of racing skills, okay? But to Lin Fei, this wasn't a problem at all. 200 kilometers per hour and 300 kilometers per hour were actually the same thing. In Lin Fei's hands, any car would become an obedient little white rabbit. It wasn't like a fierce tiger or lion in other people's eyes. The Bentley Tianhua shot out like a ray of light. In the beginning, Lin Fei didn't dare to go too fast. He was afraid that Bai Shengnan wouldn't be able to adapt. But after driving for a while, he realized that Bai Shengnan wasn't as bad as he imagined. Instead, she was full of energy. Faster, faster. Bai Shengnan yelled under the influence of alcohol. She was completely different from the strong woman she usually was. No problem. Lin Fei smiled. He stepped on the accelerator again. He turned into the nearest road according to memory. Because it was nighttime, there weren't many cars on this road. And so Lin Fei became completely unrestrained. 140, 180, 230, 240. The Bentley Tianhua's speed kept increasing. It was like a ghost on this dark road. So fast, so fast, so fast. Bai Shengnan's tone became anxious. This was the first time in her life that she experienced the feeling of speeding like lightning. The repeated turns and acceleration greatly stimulated Bai Shengnan. She didn't know that racing was this fun. Brother Lin, you're amazing. I didn't expect you to be so good at driving. I'm starting to wonder if you're a professional racer. Bai Shengnan grabbed the armrest with one hand. Her face was red, but she didn't panic at all. Instead, she was ecstatic. Lin Fei could tell that Bai Shengnan had been suppressing her emotions for too long. This time, she was using the alcohol as an excuse to let it all out. It was good for her body. Hehe, what racer? You're thinking too much. Do you think there's a racer as good as me? It's impossible. In Lin Fei's hands, the Bentley Tianhua was like a rabbit. It would turn and go as fast as it wanted. It was unrestrained and unrestrained. Then are you the god of racing? Bai Shengnan asked again. I don't believe it. God of racing? Lin Fei felt that this title was quite nice. After all, with his ability, driving wasn't that easy. I quite like this title. Then I'll be the god of racing, East Sea's #1 god of racing. I'm happy today. So I'll let you see the true strength of a god of racing. Lin Fei smiled. He was also in the mood to play. Then, great god of racing, hurry up and show me. Bai Shengnan clapped her hands. I'll also be a racing girl for once. Ordinary people don't have this opportunity. Lin Fei laughed out loud. It's my honor to have you as my racing girl. Since it's like this, let's go. The god of racing is going to fly. The Bentley Tianhua sped up again and charged into the night. There seems to be a car in front. Quickly overtake them. Quickly overtake them. Bai Shengnan suddenly pointed to the front and saw a few taillights. She became happy like a child. Overtaking is my forte. Watch how I overtake them one by one. Remember the mobile version? Chapter 2687. Racing Old Driver Takes You Racing, page 1/1. Bookmark for easier reading. Chapter 3936. Wang Guang was a rich second generation in Donghai. He was different from other rich second generations. He had no interest in showing off his wealth, but he loved racing. Basically, he would invite 3 to 5 groups of people to race every night. In his words, it was called Fast and Furious. Especially after a certain movie became popular in the past few years, Wang Guang treated racing like eating. Every night, he would feel uncomfortable all over if he didn't race. Tonight was the same for Wang Guang. Of course, tonight was different from the previous nights. There was going to be an exciting racing competition on Mount Pan not far away. Wang Guang was driving a Ferrari now. A speed of 100 kilometers per hour was nothing to say. He was very familiar with this section of the road. He came here almost every day. Not only did Wang Guang go alone, he also called 2 friends. The 3 cars chased each other on the road. It was very lively. Not only that, they also had a short-distance communication device in their car. They could only know the situation on the road in case of emergencies. "Brother Guang, it seems like someone is catching up," a modified Mustang next to him said through the pager. Wang Guang looked through the mirror and saw a bright light behind him. It was definitely a car light. However, he didn't think much of it. It was probably some people rushing to Mount Pan to watch the racing competition. After all, there were a lot of racing experts on Mount Pan tonight. As long as it was a racer in Donghai, including the second-generation young masters, they would basically go to watch. They met several groups along the way. "If you want to pass through us, you'll have to ask us first." Laughter came from another car. It was obvious that they had a bad idea. Since there weren't many cars on this road at night, the 3 cars were almost side by side, occupying the entire road. Therefore, if the people behind wanted to go to the front, they could only obediently follow behind them. As for overtaking, they didn't even need to think about it. It was easy to get into trouble. Wang Guang didn't pay much attention to the cars behind him. Right now, he wanted to rush to the top of Mount Pan and have a good battle. After all, he was very confident in his racing skills. Especially since there were a lot of experts tonight, this was a rare opportunity to fight. "They're here so soon?" After a while, Wang Guang suddenly realized that the light was getting closer and closer. Then a car appeared. When the car got close, Wang Guang was completely stunned. F***CK, it's actually a Bentley Tianyue. Is this guy using a Bentley Tianyue as a race car? This speed? Wang Guang recognized the car behind him at a glance and was also quite surprised. Tonight was a racing competition. Most of the cars would be used for racing. Who would use this kind of scooter? Wang Gang was speechless. Of all the cars he could drive, he chose to drive a Bentley Roadster. Furthermore, it looked like it hadn't been modified. "Brothers, let's teach this kid a lesson. Of all the cars he could have driven, he just had to drive a Bentley. Does he really think he's a god of racing?" Wang Guangda laughed. In the remaining 2 cars, they also burst into laughter, directly blocking the road again. It was basically impossible to rush through. "Big Brother Lin, these guys are so mean. They're purposely blocking our way." Bai Shangnan pouted unhappily like a little girl. Wang Guang and the other 2 lined up side by side, blocking the road. It was indeed very overbearing, especially for Bai Shangnan, who had just drunk some alcohol. Without a doubt, it was very unpleasant. Lin Fei was also quite surprised that he actually met a racing expert here. Normal people wouldn't dare to do something like this, because if they weren't careful, a collision between the 3 cars would cause an accident. "Interesting. This is really interesting." Lin Fei laughed. "Don't worry, I'll immediately overtake them. Aren't they just a few racers? Just a good time to play around." From the looks of these cars, Lin Fei could tell that these people were all racers and their skills were pretty good. To be honest, Lin Fei had never crossed paths with a racer before. In the past, when he heard the words racer, he would think that they were pretty good. They were proficient in everything such as turning and drifting. Who knew how many people were envious of them? Back then, Lin Fei could be considered as one of them. "Hold on tight. I'm getting ready to overtake them." Lin Fei smiled as he stepped on the accelerator. The Bentley Timberlake once again approached. Wang Guang was also very playful. The 3 cars lined up side by side, not wanting to let the people behind them overtake them, so they obediently followed behind them and ate dirt. However, Wang Guang still underestimated the people behind them. They actually stepped on the accelerator as if they were going to rush over. "Brothers, stop them for me. If you want to go over, have you asked for our permission?" In the next second, the 3 cars began to move, blocking the road. It was basically impossible to cut through unless one had the ability to slip through the gaps, but that was completely impossible. However, they still underestimated Lin Fei's ability. When the 3 cars began to move, a wide path appeared in the middle, just enough for 1 car to pass through. Of course, this wide path only appeared for a split second, and it required really sharp eyes and quick hands. However, they did not know who Lin Fei was. He was an Undying Realm expert. Any vehicle in his hands would turn into an obedient little white rabbit. Moreover, to others, even if their eyes and hands were quick, They would not be able to pass through. However, to Lin Fei, it was as easy as drinking water. Vroom vroom. The Bentley Timberlake's engine let out a roar, and with a swoosh it actually passed through them like a sharp sword. The whole process didn't even take a second. After the Bentley Timberlake passed through, the three cars lined up again, blocking the road. At this time they could only see the tail lights of one car. It wasn't over yet. That car actually popped a head out and gave them the middle finger. "You're all so weak, so weak. Go home and sleep." Wang Guang didn't have time to react, and his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. They really overtook them. While they were shocked, they saw a woman shouting at them, and they instantly became unhappy. F***CK. That woman is too arrogant. Chase after them, immediately chase after them. No matter what, we have to stop this car. Who dares to laugh at us? Those who could afford to modify cars were all rich people. Moreover, they all had money and backgrounds. This time they were actually laughed at by a woman. As men, how could they tolerate it? They simply couldn't take it lying down. It had always been them being arrogant. Since when was it someone else's turn? Chase after them, you must catch up to them. Wang Guang stepped on the accelerator and chased after them. He wanted to let that car know that Donghai's little prince's ability wasn't a joke. That's right, Wang Guang himself was known as Donghai's little prince, and he could run 100 meters in 2.3 seconds. Chapter 39-37. Wang Guang and the other two madly stepped on the gas pedal, trying to overtake the car. They wanted to see who the driver was. How dare he ignore them? "Brother Lin, I think they're catching up. I think I got into trouble." Bai Shengnan turned her head and sat in the passenger seat. She looked a little scared. Bai Shengnan had done that because she was having fun. Normally, Bai Shengnan wouldn't say something like that. However, she was really happy just now, so she couldn't help but poke her head out and mock them. After she shouted, she realized that she seemed to have done something wrong. After all, those three cars were worth a lot of money, so they must have belonged to someone important. Although Bai Shengnan wasn't afraid of trouble, it was still troublesome to talk about it. Lin Fei said nonchalantly, "It's okay. Those guys behind us won't be able to catch up even if they have 100 guts. As for looking for trouble, let's see if they have the guts." Lin Fei didn't care about the three cars that were catching up. Instead, he purposely let go of the gas pedal. When they were about to catch up, he stepped on the gas pedal again. To Wang Guang and the others, this was definitely a slap in the face. It was a blatant provocation. But no matter how hard they chased, the modified car was still eating dirt behind the other party's Bentley Toyota. Every time they tried to overtake another car, the other party seemed to know what they were doing and would easily change lanes to block their path. None of the three cars could overtake it, and they were always being suppressed by the Bentley Toyota. After a long time, even they started to feel pressured. They felt extremely sullen. This guy is an expert. Wang Guang was forced to retreat again. Although he was a racer and liked racing, he didn't want to risk his life. Therefore, every time the other car blocked his way, he could only retreat. It was impossible for him to charge forward. This made Wang Guang, who was driving, roar. "What the hell? Why are we in such a situation today? Brother Guang, what should we do now? This guy seems to be an expert. We can't overtake him. Are we going to eat dirt behind him?" Wang Guang was also bitter. He had finally gotten out of Donghai, but he still encountered such a disgusting situation. Since when did experts become so cheap in Donghai? One could be found anywhere. What else can we do? We'll just follow him obediently. When we reach Mount Pan, we'll teach him a lesson. Wang Guang was also at his wits' end. He couldn't catch up to it. To think that one day, he would be overtaken by a Bentley Toyota. If news of this were to spread in the industry, he would really become a laughingstock. The other party's Bentley Toyota was just a luxury car. It wasn't even considered a real luxury car. However, such a car had actually caused them to be covered in dust. Time and time again they failed. Guang Wang even suspected that he was driving a fake luxury car. What a useless guy. You can't even catch up. Lin Fei shook his head. "What do you think? My skills are pretty good, right?" Bai Shengnan said with a look of worship. "You're really the god of racing. You're even better than I thought. I think those guys are going to curse you right now. Who told them to be so cocky and block all the lanes when it's not easy to drive? They deserve it. Lin Fei drove for a while, but seeing that they didn't catch up, he stopped by the side of the road. Brother Lin, why did you stop? Bai Shengnan asked worriedly. Lin Fei laughed. That's boring. It's not easy for us to come out and have fun. Now that we've bumped into a racer, it would be a pity if we don't have some fun. Those who knew Lin Fei would definitely be able to tell that he was looking for trouble out of boredom. Wang Guang and the others finally caught up. When he saw the Bentley Toyota parked by the roadside, he immediately got angry. He quickly stopped at the side and rolled down the window. Guang Guang saw a young man and a woman in the Bentley. However, he did not recognize the young man at all. He was really very young and did not look like a racer. However, his skills were indeed very good. Kid, you're very cocky. Before Wang Guang could say anything, two young men with dyed hair got out of the two cars next to them and shouted at Lin Fei and the Bentley Timberwolf. They were all filled with anger. Lin Fei smiled and nodded. I'm very cocky because I'm stronger than you guys. With your speed, I waited for you for half a day, and you still didn't catch up. How disappointing. Guang Guang and the others felt as if they had been slapped in the face. How could there be such a guy? He actually stopped by the roadside just to show off. That was too crazy. Did he not know who they were? Kid, what are you so cocky about? Didn't you just drive faster? If you're so good, let's go to Lupan Mountain and compete. The blonde man sneered. The other young man with a mohawk hairstyle also said, What's so good about this place? Didn't you just beat us? There's a racing competition on Lupan Mountain tonight. If you have the guts, let's go and try. Lin Fei really didn't know that there was a racing competition on Lupan Mountain. Bai Shengnan had heard a little about Lupan Mountain, so she explained to Lin Fei in a low voice. Big brother Lin, I know about Lupan Mountain. I heard that it's a holy land for racing. The place is like a winding mountain road, and it's exciting and thrilling. For many racers, it's a racing heaven. However, because of the special nature of the place, many people die every year. Even so, many people still risk their lives to try it. 2 years ago, a member of the Bai family died there. Lin Fei suddenly understood. No wonder he could meet 3 racers tonight. So that's what happened. There are a lot of experts there? Guang Guang and the others looked at him as if he was a weirdo. You don't even know that? I thought you went to Lupan Mountain. After hearing their words, Lin Fei confirmed that there was indeed a racing venue not far away. Since he had encountered such a thing, Lin Fei felt that he had to go and take a look. Bai Shengnan said worriedly, Big brother Lin, that place is very dangerous. Why don't we not go? After all, I've already experienced Fast and Furious. Lin Fei shook his head. That's not Fast and Furious. That's the real Fast and Furious at Lupan Mountain. Besides, I haven't had my fill in the car yet. If I don't teach them a lesson, how will they know how good I am? Guang Guang and the others had learned something new. There was actually someone who talked about teaching those experts a lesson. F***ck, if you want to teach them a lesson, they should teach you a lesson instead. It's fine. With my strength, it'll be a piece of cake for me to beat them up. Lin Fei stepped on the accelerator. With a rumble, the Bentley charged forward, and in the blink of an eye, only its taillights remained. This bastard is too arrogant. Guang Guang clenched his teeth. Let's go too. When the time comes, we'll keep an eye on this bastard. Chapter 39-38. Mount Lupan was already crowded with people. One had to know that tonight was a big day on the mountain. Almost all the famous racers in East Ocean were here, including many rich second generations and nouveau riche. The entire mountain was filled with a lively atmosphere. Lamborghinis, Maseratis, Ferraris, big cows, small cows, and so on. Almost all the luxury cars in Donghai could be seen here. People stood together in 2s and 3s. Accompanied by special car music, the top of the mountain seemed to have become a lively event. The appearance of the Bentley Toyota didn't attract much attention, because it was too ordinary tonight, similar to a Mercedes-Benz or a BMW. Wow, it's so lively. It was Bai Shengnan's first time to come to such a place. The lively scene was an eye-opener for her. As a strong woman, Bai Shengnan was actually a good girl in her bones. She had never seen such a scene before. It's indeed interesting tonight, Lin Fei said with a smile. He stopped the car at an empty space. Let's go down and take a look. Lin Fei and Bai Shengnan got out of the car. After they got out, A young man not far away noticed them. The young man looked to be in his early 20s. He wore a watch on his wrist and was wearing branded clothes from head to toe. When he saw Bai Shengnan getting out of the car, he thought he was seeing things for a moment. The young man was called Zhang Hui, a member of the Zhang family in East Ocean. The clothing business was quite influential in East Ocean. Although it hadn't reached the level of the top 10 families yet, it wasn't far from it. As long as he managed it well, he would be able to make it in another 10 years. Therefore, when Lin Fei and Bai Shengnan got out of the car, Zhang Hui noticed them immediately. Bai Shengnan's temperament was different, and she was a member of the Bai family, so people would more or less remember her. Ha ha ha. Looks like it's my chance to show off tonight. I didn't expect Bai Shengnan to come to a place like this. God is on my side. Zhang Hui was quite good-looking. He was considered one of the best second generations. He had managed his own business and network at such a young age. Zhang Hui was overjoyed when he saw Bai Shengnan. Zhang Hui more or less knew that Bai Shengnan was going to marry a disciple of a big family in Yanjing, so he didn't go to the Longting Manor tonight. However, he didn't expect that Bai Shengnan would come here instead. However, when he saw Bai Shengnan walking with a man, Zhang Hui was very unhappy. This is the woman that I have my eyes on. I can't afford to offend the people in Beijing, but you're just a brat. What's there to be afraid of? Zhang Hui was also a scheming person. He did not go up directly. Instead, he called his underling over and arranged for someone to go up and inquire about the situation. After all, there were a lot of people at the top of the mountain tonight, and the competition was about to start. If he accidentally offended someone, it would definitely be a big iron plate. Zhang Hui did not want to cause trouble for his family. This was also the reason why he had been living comfortably. He was cautious and always bullied those who had no background. As for those who had a background, he would rather curry favor with them than offend them. This was Zhang Hui's way of doing things. It was Bai Shengnan's first time coming to a place like this. She looked around, and it was an eye-opener for her. It was rare to see so many luxury cars gathered together. And from time to time, she would hear about some amazing racer. Sister Shannon, why are you here? While Lin Fei and Bai Shengnan were strolling, a figure ran over and smiled at Bai Shengnan. Little Yong, you're here too. If your mother finds out that you came to a place like this, you'll have a hard time. Bai Shengnan recognized the person and teased him with a smile. Bai Yong was the young man who had come. He was also a collateral disciple of the Bai family. He had a good relationship with Bai Shengnan. When Bai Yong saw Bai Shengnan coming over, he was actually very nervous. He was not afraid of anyone but Bai Shengnan. Bai Yong had braced himself to come here. Fortunately, Bai Shengnan did not try to tell on him, so he heaved a sigh of relief. Sister Shengnan, don't bully me. I only come here occasionally, but I definitely don't know how to drive. Don't worry. You also know that I don't have the guts to do that. Bai Shengnan believed in Bai Yong's words. After all, this was Mount Pan. Bai Shengnan had personally experienced it when they came up. It was indeed a very dangerous place. If they were not careful, they would crash and die. That's what you said. I won't say anything about it. But if you really want to participate, then I'll definitely call your parents, Bai Shengnan warned him. Bai Yong felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. He slowly let out a sigh of relief. Sister Shengnan, you came at the right time. Our East Ocean's racing god Qin Wushuang just arrived. I heard that he's going to challenge the #1 racing god in our country today. Also, a few racers from other countries have come to compete on this Mount Pan road. Bai Shengnan had naturally heard of Qin Wushuang. Why is he here too? Bai Shengnan was not in this circle, so she naturally did not know. Bai Yong saw that Sister Shengnan did not seem to know much, so he explained, Sister Shengnan, it's quite interesting. Do you know who organized the racing on Mount Pan Road tonight? You won't be able to figure it out even if you're beaten to death. Bai Shengnan really did not know who was the organizer tonight. She glared at him. Brat, you've got guts. Hurry up and tell me, then I'll call your parents. Just as Bai Yong was feeling proud of himself, he immediately surrendered and did not dare to say anything else. Hee. The one who's holding the Mount Pan Road race tonight is the #1 beauty of our East Ocean. #1 beauty? Bai Shengnan was obviously very surprised. Why would she hold a car race? Bai Shangnan had naturally heard of the number one beauty in East Ocean. She was just like her name, a true beauty. She was a special existence in East Ocean. I'm not sure about that. Anyway, it's said that she personally said that whoever wins against her can have a meal with that person. As for the specifics, I'm not sure, so as you can see, Qin Wushuang and the others have all come to eat with that number one beauty. Of course, if they can go one step further, that would be even better. Bai Yong laughed mischievously. Lin Fei, who was at the side, also found it funny. The number one beauty here is really influential. There are actually so many people here. Could it be that she's an outstanding beauty? Everyone loves her. Just from the luxury cars on the field, it could be said that they were worth at least a few $100 million, and the organizer was actually a great beauty. This was indeed a bit shocking and unexpected. Brother Lin, don't doubt me. That beauty is indeed beautiful. Not only is she beautiful, but she also has a very powerful background. In our East Ocean, she can be considered a special existence. Brother Lin, why don't you give it a try? Maybe you can even have a meal with her. This is the dream of all men. Forget it, I'm not interested in this. I'm just here to see the experts. Lin Fei shook his head. Bai Yong said, Sister Shunan, this friend of yours is quite interesting. The number one beauty in our East Ocean is the number one beauty. She's known to be invincible in our country, and she's also at the top level abroad. There are not many people in our country who can compare to her. Chapter 39:39. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He really didn't know that the number one beauty was so good at racing. Lin Fei knew that it was very difficult for a woman to improve her racing skills. She needed to put in a lot of effort and talent. Without talent, no matter how hard she trained, she would never be able to improve her racing skills. Then I want to see it even more. Lin Fei said with a smile. I want to see it too. Bai Yong didn't dare to ask who this person was, because he had appeared with Sister Shangnan. He knew that his sister Shangnan was going to Longting Villa tonight. Now that she had brought another man out, Bai Yong was full of admiration. Friend, you should be able to see the power of the number one beauty later. Look over there, they are all waiting for the number one beauty. Many of them are the top racers in our country. Bai Yong pointed at the group of people not far away, many of whom were dressed like racers. Bai Shangnan also saw those people, but she shook her head gently. No matter how good they are not as good as my brother Lin. When the time comes, my brother Lin will definitely sweep them all away. Bai Yong seemed to have heard wrongly. Since when did his sister Shangnan say something like that? Could it be that this was really her new boyfriend? Sister Shangnan was too amazing. Wasn't she afraid of her family talking about it? Wang Guang and the others finally came up. They thought that they could follow behind her, but in the end she just flicked her tail and ran away without a trace, causing them to sulk for a long time. Little Wang, why are you only here now? The show is about to start. Seeing Wang Guang and the others coming, Zhang Hui couldn't help but frown. After all, Wang Guang was his lackey, and he was still hoping that this guy could help him tonight. Don't mention it. Wang Guang smiled bitterly. I met a ghost tonight. So he briefly told them what happened on the road in the future. Zhang Hui's mind stirred. Are you talking about a Bentley Tianyue? If that's the case, then you're lucky. Do you know who's sitting in the car? Yes. It's a Bentley Tianyue. You said that a scooter can drive faster than me. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Guang Wang ridiculed. Oh right, he really didn't know who was in the car. Zhang Hui said. The one sitting in the car is the daughter of the Bai family, Bai Shangnan. Don't you think she has a powerful background? You still have the nerve to settle the score with her. Fortunately, you didn't make a move. Otherwise, you'd be finished. Ah, it was that Bai Shangnan. Didn't they say that she never came out to play? How could she race with a man in a car? Wang Guang broke out in a cold sweat after he heard it. He was ready to find someone to settle the score. That's why I say you're lucky. Of all the people you could have offended, you chose to offend the 100 Victories man. Fortunately, he didn't cause you any trouble. Wang Guang naturally knew about Bai Shangnan, the daughter of a wealthy family. More accurately, the Bai family behind her was very powerful, a top family in the East Sea. Brother Hui, didn't I hear that the Bai family is getting married to some big shot tonight? How did he escape? Wang Guang was also a well-informed person. He was full of doubts. I'm not sure about that. Zhang Hui shook his head. It's fine if you have a grudge against that car, but you must not have a grudge against Bai Shengnan. If you want to find someone, go find that man. I'm guessing that man should be an ordinary person, and definitely not someone from the Bai family. Just as Zhang Hui finished speaking, a lackey ran up from the side. Brother Hui, I just saw Brother Leopard and Brother Fei come. They seem to be in a bad mood. What? Brother Leopard, Brother Fei, and the others are here. Hearing that, Zhang Hui immediately became excited. Quickly take me there. Quickly take me there. Not far away, Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei walked out of a top-notch sports car. The two of them came here purely to vent. They still hadn't recovered from the incident at the banquet, and they didn't even know what their foster father had eaten to actually tell them to scram in front of so many people. This made them feel very uncomfortable, and they had lost all their face, especially since they hated that Lin Fei. They didn't dare to make a move in the villa, so they could only find another place to vent. Since they wanted to vent, there was no better place than this winding mountain road. They were also racers and their level was quite high. Moreover, they were also martial artists. Although their talent was average, their abilities were much stronger than the average person's, and they were also very famous in the East Sea. Moreover, with the addition of the Longting Villa, it was impossible for them not to be powerful. After knowing that the two young masters had arrived, many people took the initiative to greet them, just to get familiar with them. However, seeing that the two of them seemed to be in a bad mood, they didn't dare to stay any longer. Zhang Hui could be considered to be relatively close to them, and could also be considered a lackey, the kind of lackey that they were more satisfied with. Little Hui, you came at the right time. Go find two girls, beautiful ones with long legs. Hearing this, Zhang Hui was flattered and nodded repeatedly. No problem, I'll go find them right away. Tonight we have a lot of beautiful girls here, big breasts, long legs, as many as you want. If one isn't enough, we can still have two. Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei laughed out loud, and the haze in their hearts dissipated a lot. You're really good at things. As long as you do your job well tonight, there will be plenty of benefits for you in the future. Zhang Hui felt that today's luck was pretty good. He had fawned on them to get more benefits. With Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei's help, he was not afraid that he wouldn't have a chance to get some money. After Zhang Hui left, Yu Longfei was ready to go play. After all, he had a stomach full of grievances today. If possible, he didn't mind finding someone to step on and vent his anger on. Wait, that brat actually came too. When Yu Longfei walked around, he actually saw Bai Shengnan, the young lady of the Bai family, and Lin Fei in an inconspicuous corner. This time, his face immediately darkened, and he became furious. Yu Longfei ran back immediately. Big brother, guess who I saw? I saw that Lin Fei and Bai Shengnan. They caused us to suffer at the banquet, and this brat actually dared to come here. Yu Longfei didn't dare to offend Bai Shengnan, but he would never forget that Lin Fei for the rest of his life. Every time he bumped into him, nothing good happened and he was filled with anger. Yu Longlai also burned with anger. Are you sure that brat came? You didn't see wrongly? I remember that he should be at Longting Mountain Manor. When did he come? Although they said so, the two still sneaked over, and they really saw Bai Shengnan and Lin Fei chatting and laughing. It really is that brat. He beat up young Master Yen in our manor, and even made our foster father look at him in a different light. This brat is quite famous. Yu Longlai's face was terrifyingly gloomy. However, no matter how capable he is, since he dared to come to Mount Pan, I will not let him return. Yu Longlai's bones revealed a ruthless intent. Yu Longfei was afraid of Lin Fei, but when he heard that he could kill Lin Fei, he also became happy. Then how do we do it? That brat seems to be quite skilled. Even if we join forces, we won't be his match. Yu Longlai said confidently, we definitely won't do it, but we can ask someone to do it. This brat must have come here to race. Maybe he wants to show off in front of Bai Shengnan. Since he wants to race, let's kill him on the racetrack. Don't forget that this is a mountain road. Yu Longfei's eyes lit up. That's right, this is a mountain road. Mobile version fastest updated website. Chapter 3940. Young Master Lai, did you say you want to deal with that guy? Qin Wushuang was flattered when he saw Yu Longlai. After all, He was one of the young masters of East Sea. Even if he didn't come from a top family, no one dared to ignore the Master Yu behind him. If he offended Master Yu, not only would he be unlucky, his entire family would be in trouble. Although Qin Wushuang was not born in a big family, he was still a rich second generation. Naturally, he also knew the meaning of the 3 words Master Yu. He could offend anyone, but he definitely could not offend the master of the Longting Villa. Thus, when Yu Longlai arrived, he immediately bowed and flattered. Yu Longlai personally found Qin Wushuang because he wanted Qin Wushuang to deal with Lin Fei. One had to know that in East Sea, Qin Wushuang was the only one with good driving skills. Furthermore, Qin Wushuang was a local, so Yu Longlai wasn't afraid that Qin Wushuang wouldn't make a move. Yes, it's that kid. Yu Longlai nodded. As long as you can make something happen to him, no matter if he's dead or alive, I'll help you solve your urgent problem. I heard that your father's business is in trouble. I can make the decision and lend your company 30 million. Qin Wushuang also knew about his family's situation. Because his business had been expanding recently, it was a bit troublesome for him to circulate funds. Now that he heard that he could lend his company 30 million, how could Qin Wushuang dare to refuse? He immediately agreed and patted his chest, promising, "Young Master Lai, don't worry. As long as that kid dares to get in the car, I'll dare to kill him." Qin Wushuang had done this kind of thing many times, but he hid it very well. Normally, no one would be able to tell. Furthermore, he was very familiar with Mount Pan. He was very clear about the place and the most suitable place to make a move. "You should know what to do next," Yu Longlai said. "However, you must not offend the woman next to him. You should know that." Qin Wushuang recognized that woman. Wasn't she the daughter of the Bai family by Shengnan? Even if he was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to make a move. "Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll definitely take care of that kid easily, and I won't let anything happen to that woman." Qin Wushuang had already thought of a countermeasure. Wasn't it just to make that woman not follow him into the car? This was too simple. All he had to do was provoke him a little, and that kid would obediently fight with him. After Qin Wushuang left, Yu Longlai said, "Look, it's that simple. We don't even need to do anything. Qin Wushuang alone is enough to take them down." Yu Longfei laughed. "Big brother is still the best. When that brat dies on the mountain road, he asked for it. In any case, there are many people who die here every year. It doesn't matter if he dies or not. Who would say anything?" At the same time, a red Ferrari rushed up, instantly attracting everyone's attention. "Bing Qingya is here." Someone shouted, and everyone stared at the red Ferrari that was coming up. When the red Ferrari appeared, the roaring sound made many people's eyes light up. This was a modified red Ferrari. Not to mention other things, just the price alone was very high, at least more than 10 million. At the top of Mount Pan, the red Ferrari was the most eye-catching. Everyone knew that the driver inside was the #1 racer in the country. The red Ferrari drew an arc and came to a stop. The car door was pushed open. A pair of long and slender legs came out of the car. A woman in white came out of the car. She was tall and slender, and with those long legs, it was hard not to be noticed. As soon as she came out, she instantly suppressed everyone. That cold aura was like a snow lotus. Just by standing there, it made people feel unapproachable and sacred. The #1 beauty is indeed the #1 beauty. This aura is too strong. Yeah, I have to admit it. The #1 beauty, Bing Qingya, lives up to her name. Seeing the #1 beauty Bing Qingya came down, everyone was stunned by her cold aura. No one dared to go up and disturb her. After Bing Qingya got out of the car, a red-clothed girl wearing sunglasses also got out of the passenger seat. Compared to Bing Qingya, this girl had a completely different aura. Her red lips were like flames, revealing a fanatical passion, forming two extremes. "Huafeng Phoenix is here too." Another person cried out in alarm. "Is she the #1 beauty?" With such a big commotion, Lin Fei naturally also noticed it. However, when he saw the woman in white, he couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth and smile. Her aura is not small at all. Bai Shengnan, facing the woman in white, also felt the other party's powerful aura. This was something she couldn't compete with. She said faintly, "Yeah, she is the #1 beauty Bing Qingya. Isn't she very beautiful and moving?" Bai Yong, who was next to her, was entranced, almost drooling. Lin Fei shook his head and said, "What number one beauty? I don't think there's any difference, except that her aura is a bit cold. However, this kind of woman doesn't have much of a feeling when playing with her. She's just like an ice cube." Bai Shengnan laughed and looked at Lin Fei in disbelief. "If you say that, you will be beaten up by everyone. That Bing Qingya is our East Sea's goddess. She has a lot of fans. Not to mention others, just the second generation here are all her fans." Lin Fei said disapprovingly, "So what if she's a goddess? She's not even the same. She's not as good as the one next to her. She's passionate and flirtatious." Bai Yong thought that he had misheard. This Sister Shengnan's friend really knew how to talk nonsense. Wasn't he afraid of offending Bing Qingya, the number one beauty? It should be known that those who had bad intentions towards Bing Qingya, or tried to make a move on her, didn't have a good ending. Even that Huafeng Phoenix next to her wasn't someone anyone could afford to offend. Even if Bai Yong was given 100 guts, he wouldn't dare to say such words. The red-clothed woman next to the Ferrari Huafeng Phoenix suddenly turned her gaze and looked in Lin Fei's direction. With a passionate smile on her face, she actually stretched out her hand and made a cut on her neck. She looked extremely valiant. This scene attracted many people's attention. When they turned their heads, they found that it was a stranger. As for the woman next to her, many people recognized her. Wasn't she the Bai family's daughter, Bai Shengnan? Who is that kid? He's so brave. That's right. He actually dared to talk nonsense. Isn't he trying to offend Huafeng Phoenix? Hee, there's going to be a good show later. Huafeng Phoenix isn't someone who's easy to talk to. If you're not careful, you might end up suffering. The second generation present all knew that the red-clothed woman's background was unfathomable. Moreover, her temper was as fiery as a raging fire. Who knew how many people had suffered at her hands? Therefore, some busybodies named the red-clothed woman and the white-clothed woman as the ice and fire twin. It could be seen how terrifying these two were in everyone's hearts. Bai Yong was so scared that he didn't dare to speak anymore. His whole body was trembling. That was Huafeng Phoenix. Who would dare to offend her normally? But now with that gaze, Bai Yong couldn't remain calm anymore. Even the Bai family's identity couldn't protect him. Lin Fei, on the other hand, looked as if nothing had happened. He just watched quietly. Chapter 39-41. Our chance is here. After this, Yu Longlai suddenly realized that this was a great opportunity. If he could leave a good impression on the ice and fire duo, he would be able to get closer to them. The ice and fire duo's background was unfathomable. Yu Longlai had heard from his adoptive father that these two were super snobbish people. Offending them would not end well for sure. Yu Longlai had heard his adoptive father say more than once that they were not afraid of anyone in the East Sea, be it the White Gang or the Black Gang. However, the ice and fire duo could not be offended. Even Yu Zishan himself was afraid of them. "Miss Huafeng Phoenix, if that brat dares to talk nonsense, I will go and tear his mouth off for you right now." Yu Longlai jumped out and shouted at Lin Fei. That's right, today is the race day. How can this kind of shameless person affect everyone's mood? Yu Longfei also jumped out. "I'm willing to help Miss Fire Phoenix get rid of this guy." Although they could not see where Lin Fei came from, they did not believe that his background was as big as Huafeng Phoenix and Bing Qingya. Moreover, there were many second-generation young masters here. If everyone worked together, they would definitely be able to take care of him. Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei took the initiative to jump out and take the lead, instantly gaining everyone's approval. For a moment, everyone was looking at this strange man aggressively. "Little Lai, you are very good this time. I will leave everything here to you. You handle this eyesore." The woman in red, Huafeng Phoenix, closed the door and pulled Bing Qingya to a place not far away, because there was an RV there. The woman in white, Bing Qingya, did not say a word. She just followed Huafeng Phoenix and left. She did not look at Lin Fei from beginning to end. Huafeng Phoenix's words calmed everyone down. Since this lady had spoken, then they should quickly take care of this guy. If they could leave a good impression, they might be able to reach the sky in one step. Who didn't know that Huafeng Phoenix was a forthright person? As long as things were done well, there would definitely be benefits. Therefore, they would rather curry favor with Huafeng Phoenix than offend Huafeng Phoenix. This was because once the irascible Huafeng Phoenix made a move, It would not end well for them. Countless precedents were enough to prove this. Sister Shangnan, we seem to have gotten into trouble. Bai Yong shrunk his neck. Seeing the people surrounding him, all of them had powerful backgrounds. His breathing quickened. What was going on? He had gone to great lengths to go up the mountain to greet them, and now he had encountered such a situation. Now Bai Yong didn't know whether to leave or stay. He was like an ant on a hot pan, feeling extremely uncomfortable. Bai Xingnan was also a bit nervous. After all, these people were surrounding them, and each of them looked like fiends. Don't worry, it's fine. There won't be any waves. Lin Fei was still very calm. What a joke. I haven't even gotten angry yet, so when will it be their turn to get angry? Miss Bai, this matter has nothing to do with you. Please stand to the side. Yu Longlai came up and said. This daughter of the Bai family couldn't be offended. Yu Longlai also gave 100 likes for his calculations. He had easily obtained the approval of Huafeng Phoenix. With Huafeng Phoenix's support, this brat would definitely suffer a bit today. As for resisting, perhaps when the time came, Huafeng Phoenix would personally make a move. Bai Shangnan said resolutely, I'm not going anywhere. No matter what, she would stand together with Lin Fei and face this together. Lin Fei patted Bai Shangnan's shoulder. I see that you haven't eaten anything tonight. Just so happens that there's food over there. Since it's still early, why don't you go and eat something? I'll have a good chat with them. I believe that these people are definitely easy to talk to. Many people wanted to laugh. Did this brat not know what kind of situation he was in? Chatting with them, did he really think that he was a big shot? Bai Shangnan looked into Lin Fei's eyes and felt a lot more at ease. She nodded. All right, I'll go and eat something first. I'll wait for you to come back. Lil Bai, accompany your sister Shangnan. Lin Fei said to Bai Yong. Bai Yong had long wanted to leave. He nodded repeatedly. Okay. After Bai Shangnan and Bai Yong left, Lin Fei glanced at these people indifferently. While I'm still in a good mood tonight, scram as far away as you can. Otherwise, I don't mind rubbing you on the ground again and again. Bai Yong, who had only walked a short distance, staggered and almost fell. Oh my god, is this guy trying to offend all these people? Even a super second generation can't withstand the attacks of these people. Sister Shangnan, what's the background of this friend of yours? Bai Yong asked uneasily. Bai Shangnan also heard this, but she didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. She smiled sweetly. You just need to treat him as a very mysterious person. That's right, mysterious. In Bai Shangnan's eyes, her boss was filled with a mysterious aura. Even now, Bai Shangnan couldn't see this person. Mysterious? Bai Yong rolled his eyes. Ha ha ha. Yu Longlai laughed loudly. Who do you think you are? Who do you think you are? That's right. You should be the one to scram. You don't have the right to speak now. Just kneel down and admit your mistake. Maybe if Miss Huafeng is in a good mood, she might spare your life. Everyone put on a front. After all, Huafeng Phoenix had already spoken. Who was afraid of this kid? Even if he had a powerful background, he had to obediently bow his head in the East Sea. This was what they thought when facing Huafeng Phoenix. Lin Fei sighed softly. You guys still don't want to listen to me. In that case, I can only rub you on the ground and teach you a lesson. It's been a long time since I fought someone. Today I can have a good fight. Since there are so many punching bags, it'll be a waste if I don't fight. Lin Fei threw down these words and rushed into the crowd like a ghost. Bang 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 bang. A shocking scene happened. All the rich second generations and nouveau riche who surrounded Lin Fei were smashed to the ground one by one. That scene was as satisfying as it could be. Countless people screamed. In less than 3 minutes, 20 to 30 people were lying on the ground, wailing non-stop. Everything was like the autumn wind sweeping away the fallen leaves. Among them, Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei were even more miserable. God knows how many bones in their body were broken, and the ground was smashed to the ground. You guys don't listen to me, so this is what will happen to you. Lin Fei smiled slightly. I don't know if this feels good or not. If you don't, we can continue. Not far away, the woman in red and the woman in white looked at each other in surprise. Interesting guy. I didn't expect him to be such a hot-tempered guy. This time he doesn't take me seriously. Chapter 39-42. This scene caused everyone on Mount Pan to be shocked. Everything happened too fast, so fast that they didn't even have time to react. More than 20 people wailed in pain, especially Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei. Their miserable appearances made people suck in a breath of cold air. This was too cruel. Where did this strange man come from? He actually dared to beat up these people. Was he not afraid of being ganged up on? Huafeng Phoenix and Bing Qingyao were also slightly surprised, especially Huafeng Phoenix. She was a hot-tempered person. Seeing this scene, she couldn't help but feel that it was fun. It seems that some people didn't listen to my words. Huafeng Phoenix looked at the young man. Are all the young people these days so arrogant? Bing Qingyao, who was next to her, said coldly, "Why do you want to fight again? Or are your hands itchy? I know your temper." Fire Phoenix laughed. "Actually, I also want to make a move, but this isn't a good place. We'll talk about it when the time comes. Do you really think I'll be the same as I was a few years ago?" Bing Qingyao said coldly. "I thought you wouldn't be able to control yourself. It seems that you've suffered a lot these years. You've learned your lesson." Huafeng Phoenix shook her head. "This is all in the past. Qingyao, don't talk about it anymore. But you initiated this race. Do you really want that? If those guys knew, they might be heartbroken." Bing Qingyao looked away. "Regret? There's nothing to regret. I've chosen anyway." Huafeng Phoenix couldn't say anything to her best friend. Everyone had their own difficulties. After Lin Fei beat them down, he shook his head. "No one dares to come up. They're all a bunch of cowards. They talk big, but in reality they're too weak." Originally, everyone wanted to show off in front of Huafeng Phoenix. But now that someone had suffered, the rest didn't dare to rush up. They were definitely looking for trouble. As a man, what's the point of using force? At this time, a person jumped out. It was none other than Qin Wushuang. "If you have the ability, let's fight on the road and see who's stronger." Qin Wushuang did not forget Yu Longlai's words. Even if Yu Longlai was injured now, if he could cripple this brat, he believed that Yu Longlai would be extremely happy. Perhaps when he was happy, 30 million would turn into 50 million. Hearing this, the others realized that they didn't have to fight. This was the mountain road. If they had the ability, they could fight in the car. What's the point of beating people up? Let's have a fight along the way. Otherwise, we won't accept it. They might not be good at fighting, but they were very good at racing. Not to mention the others, just Qin Wushuang alone was enough to suppress them. Qin Wushuang stepping forward undoubtedly gave the people present a chance to vent. Naturally, they wouldn't say that they were afraid that the fellow would cripple them. How could Lin Fei not see that this was their way of provoking him? Especially this Qin Wushuang guy. There was even a trace of hostility in his tone. He might be able to hide it from others, but he couldn't hide it from his eyes. "You guys are only good at talking. Isn't it just a race? That's easy. Even if you don't say it, I still want to see your power. Since I'm bored, I'm bored." Lin Fei laughed. "If anyone wants to fight, feel free to come. I'll give you a chance to show off." Qin Wushuang let out a long sigh of relief. Hee, this guy finally fell for it. When we reach the mountain road, I'll definitely kill this brat. Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei, who were on the ground, were also helped up. However, they looked very miserable, and their injuries were not light. However, when they heard that Lin Fei was going to go on stage, in a short period of time they seemed to have forgotten about the pain. This Qin Wushuang really knew how to do things. Lin Fei didn't look at Daoist Qin Wushuang. When he saw that Huafeng Phoenix and Bing Qingyao had already boarded the RV, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. This incident made everyone know that there was such a person at the peak of Mount Pan. He actually dared to fight against the two young masters of the Yu clan, and he didn't even take Huafeng Phoenix seriously. This made countless people remember this guy. As for those who were injured, they were all helped up. Their eyes were all fierce and evil. They didn't attack again, but instead they all made calls. No matter what, they must take revenge on this matter. They must take revenge ruthlessly. "Brother Lin, are you really going to go racing later?" Bai Shangnan asked. "Of course. If I don't teach them a lesson, they'll think that they're very powerful." Lin Fei laughed. "Later, don't get on the car. After all, the mountain road isn't ordinary." Bai Shangnan nodded. "I'll listen to you." "Alright, is there a place to place a bet?" Lin Fei smiled and asked Bai Yong. Bai Yong was also stunned by the scene in front of him. Now, he didn't dare to look down on this friend of Bai Shengnan's. He was really too domineering. This must be a martial artist. Only a martial artist could not put these people in his eyes. Yes, there is a betting area here. Bai Yong nodded repeatedly. Lin Fei laughed. Then bring me there. I'm bored anyway. Let's place a bet. If you have money, you can place a bet too. You can even make a fortune. Bet? In his heart, Bai Yong didn't think that Lin Fei would win. After all, the people at the peak of the mountain were all very strong. Although they weren't good at fighting, their driving skills were first class. At the betting area, Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony. He directly placed 100 million Chinese dollars. This also shocked many people. Because if he won, the betting area would have to pay him 1 billion Chinese dollars. This was also the reason why they didn't think that Lin Fei would win. If he didn't earn money, then he would be a bastard. If he didn't take a bite of the fat meat that was delivered to his doorstep, they would feel that it was a pity. In the end, Bai Yong reluctantly put down 10,000 yuan. As for Bai Shengnan, she boldly put 5 million yuan into Lin Fei's account. Brother Lin, this is my private money. If I lose later, I'll blame it on you. Bai Shengnan joked. Lin Fei said, It's just 5 million. Don't worry. If I really lose it all, I'll pay you back. I'll even support you. Bai Shengnan's face turned red. Lin Fei's words were too bold and too ambiguous. After placing the bet, Lin Fei directly went to his Bentley Tianyue. The second-generation nouveau riche started discussing in low voices. No one was optimistic that Lin Fei would be able to take first place. What a joke. Didn't he look at who was ranked first? That was the number 1 in the country, the god of racing Bing Qingya. Qingya, look at that kid. He actually has the nerve to bet 100 million on his own first place. He doesn't take you seriously. When Huafeng Phoenix heard the news, she also sneered. Later, I'll let him see what kind of tricks this guy has. He dares to say that he will take first place. Chapter 39-43. Although both Yu Longlai and Yu Longfei were seriously injured and were lying directly on the stretcher, they did not leave immediately. They were not willing to go to the hospital until they saw Lin Fei with their own eyes. If any of you cripple that kid, I will personally reward you with 10 million. Yu Longlai immediately arranged for someone to pass the message to the racers present. Originally, Yu Longlai planned to let Qin Wushuang deal with Lin Fei. But after suffering such a big loss, Yu Longlai was filled with hatred. He was no longer satisfied with just Qin Wushuang, so he wanted everyone present to take action. The 10 million reward was still tempting to many people, because Yu Longlai was from the Longting Villa. As long as they took care of that kid, not only would they earn 10 million, but they would also get a good impression. This kind of good thing was rare. Who wouldn't be willing? Without batting an eyelid, everyone started plotting to kill that Lin Fei fellow. Did he really think that there was nothing he could do to him on this winding mountain path? Ready. Half an hour later, on the top of the mountain road, luxury cars began to roar one after another. Among them, more than a dozen luxury cars began to withdraw from the race. These people were all injured by Lin Fei, so they lost the right to drive. A young female racer walked up, holding a flag in her hand. She came to the center of the entrance and waved it enthusiastically. 123. After 3 sounds, as the young woman waved the flag in her hand, a red light instantly rushed out. Bing Qingya's red Ferrari, which was in first place, instantly pulled away from everyone. Boom! 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 The other luxury cars also rushed out like sharp swords. However, the most incredible thing was that the Bentley Skyway did not move at all. What the hell is that guy trying to do? Is he planning to let everyone take a step back? What an arrogant guy. Many people could not guess. After all, this was the top race in Donghai and even the whole country. The owner of the Bentley Skyway even bet 100 million on him to win. In this kind of race, once you fell behind, it was basically very difficult to catch up, especially on this mountain road. There were a total of 108 turns, and it was also known as the 18 levels of hell. On the other hand, Lin Fei, who was sitting in the Bentley Timberwolf, looked very relaxed as the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. If you all don't leave first, how am I supposed to teach you all a lesson? It would be more interesting to catch up to them now. Otherwise, I'm really not interested in chasing after them like a swarm of bees. If these words were to spread, It was unknown how many people would vomit 3 liters of blood. This was boundlessly arrogant. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lin Fei stepped on the accelerator, and the Bentley Timberlake rushed out. After rushing out, Lin Fei stepped on the accelerator all the way, and the speed kept increasing. The roaring sound made the people watching through the big screen secretly click their tongues. This guy is definitely a newbie. I can guarantee that this road is full of twists and turns, yet he dares to step on the accelerator to the end. Madan, that's way too fast. He's almost broken 300. He's really not afraid of death. It's good that he's dead. I can't believe someone like him dares to drive here. He's almost at the first bend, but he's not slowing down. Is he planning to drift over? Too arrogant. Very quickly the first bend appeared. This bend wasn't big, but it was very fast. Normally, people who were good at it would put on the brakes and slow down. Many people were cursing Lin Fei for getting into trouble at the first bend. Under normal circumstances, he definitely wouldn't be able to get through at this speed. Wow! The Bentley Timberlake steadily circled around the edge and dashed out. At that moment, it was unknown how many people were shocked. He actually passed. He actually passed. This kid actually hit himself well. He actually passed at this speed. It's just a coincidence. Many people saw this scene and shook their heads. They didn't dare to believe that it was real. It must be a coincidence. Many people thought so. Under such circumstances, only a coincidence could explain it. Lin Fei's speed very quickly increased to 310 kilometers per hour. It was almost at the limit of the Bentley Timberlake. Under such a limit, the Bentley Timberlake was like a black shadow that continuously streaked past. The second bend, the third bend, the fourth bend. Everyone was cursing Lin Fei time and time again. However, he easily passed 4 bends. At the same time, he also destroyed quite a few cars and left them in the dust. This guy is too strong. He didn't slow down when passing bends. That's too unreasonable. Countless people saw this scene and felt their scalps go numb. If it was them, they would have died 9 out of 10 times. If there was one more time, they would have been seriously injured and turned into a vegetable. But this guy actually passed them time and time again. He didn't even get hurt. He's too strong. Also, that's clearly a normal Bentley Timberlake. It's not a modified racing car. How can its performance be so high? They, who were experienced and knowledgeable, couldn't understand it at all. Haha, that's great. Brother Lin is amazing. Although Bai Xingnan was worried, she couldn't help but feel excited when she saw Lin Fei surpass his opponents time and time again. Sister Xiangnan, is this Brother Lin the god of racing? Bai Yong asked. He was also shocked by this scene. He even regretted placing so little bet. You guessed it right. He is the god of racing. Can't you see that he's preparing to teach everyone a lesson? Bai Xiangnan said with a smile. Bai Yong seemed to understand why Lin Fei was the last to drive. He's really teaching everyone a lesson. This time Bai Xiangnan nodded vigorously. Lin Fei's speed was extremely fast. After seeing the first car, he chased after it again and again. Those people who had originally wanted to scheme against Lin Fei saw the Bentley Timberlake charge forward without slowing down at all. They didn't dare to stop him at all. In the meantime, a few cars tried to stop him. When the Bentley Timberlake passed by them, they were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. There were even a few who were so scared that they crashed into the road. In terms of courage, they really weren't a match for Lin Fei. Hence, they could only watch as he passed them one by one. They didn't dare to stop him. They couldn't believe that there was actually someone with such guts. This wasn't racing. This was playing with their lives. This was too crazy. They couldn't afford to play with him. When they reached the 30th bend, there weren't many cars in front of them. It's a pity that this car is too slow. Otherwise, the speed could be increased. Lin Fei stepped on the accelerator to the end. He was still very satisfied with this speed. After all, the Bentley Timberlake wasn't a sports car, nor was it a Ferrari, nor was it a Lamborghini. Naturally, it wasn't as fast as them. However, even so, the Bentley Timberlake's stable performance allowed Lin Fei to easily overtake them. Qin Wushuang's driving skills were very good. He maintained the 5th position. At this moment, he couldn't help but feel that it was a pity that Lin Fei actually didn't catch up. This meant that he didn't even have the chance to show off. Virum. A sound came from behind. He subconsciously looked at the rearview mirror. With this look, Qin Wushuang suddenly saw a Bentley Timberlake rushing forward. The bright lights made him excited. What? This kid actually caught up. Didn't he disappear just now? This speed is too fast. In a few moments, Qin Wushuang saw a car rushing forward. It was getting closer and closer to him. Moreover, this Bentley was the only one on this road. If it wasn't Lin Fei's car, then who else could it be? Ha ha ha, the heavens are helping me. If he didn't catch up, I wouldn't have the chance. Now it's finally my chance to show off. Qin Wushuang was ecstatic. At this moment there was a huge bend in front of him. Outside the bend was a cliff. This was a very dangerous bend. In the eyes of racers, this was called the Bend of Death. Great, let's kill him here. Chapter 39-44. The turn of death was here. Qin Wushuang was ready to make his move. He stepped on the accelerator and looked as if he was going to make the turn of death. At the same time, he secretly observed the people behind him. He realized that Lin Fei was also following him without any signs of slowing down. Qin Wushuang was even happier. Looks like you don't know how powerful this turn of death is. You'll regret it later. No, I should say that you won't even have the chance to regret it. Qin Wushuang laughed coldly in his heart. 100 meters, 80 meters, 70 meters, 60 meters. Just as he was about to reach 20 meters, Qin Wushuang suddenly braked. His taillights lit up and he quickly changed gears. Then he lightly stepped on the accelerator and prepared to drift out. All of this was done smoothly. Qin Wushuang believed that Lin Fei wouldn't be able to react in time. There was only one outcome. He would charge out of the turn. Qin Wushuang couldn't be any more familiar with this death curve. Back then, he had knocked down a powerful racer here, and nothing had happened to him afterwards. However, just as Qin Wushuang was about to make the turn, a black shadow passed him with a whoosh. It was a Bentley Toyota. It brushed past Qin Wushuang's sports car and rushed out. Qin Wushuang felt his car shake slightly. It was this shake that caused his sports car to lose its stability and crash into the curve at the side. No! Qin Wushuang shouted. He wanted to step on the brakes. However, this time Qin Wushuang was half a beat slower. He panicked. Because of this light touch, his sports car was already close to the edge of the turn. Bang! Just like that, the whole car rushed out and fell heavily. Then it was swallowed by the night. Lin Fei continued to step on the accelerator. To him, what happened just now was just a small matter. If Qin Wushuang didn't have the intention to harm him, Lin Fei might have given him a chance to live. However, he had made a move. Only death awaited him. At the top of Mount Pan, many people saw this scene and screamed. They felt that Qin Wushuang was too unlucky. Who would have thought that the other party would be faster than him when he made the turn? In the end, Qin Wushuang didn't have time to dodge. If they were to go down this turn of death, they would definitely die. No one noticed the details of that light collision. After passing through more than a dozen bends, Lin Fei overtook one sports car after another and finally saw a white Lamborghini. The other party's driving skills were very good. In Lin Fei's eyes, it was not a big deal. As long as the other party wanted to live safely, their driving skills would never improve. After all, they were made of flesh and blood. No one would joke around with their lives. This brat actually caught up. The driver of the Lamborghini was Wuxia Phoenix. She was stuck in second place because the previous few people had been pushed down by her. When the Bentley Lexus rushed up, Wuxia Phoenix knew who it was. She was more or less surprised. It seems that this guy is quite good. He actually caught up so quickly. However, you can only consider yourself unlucky to meet me. I'm not that easy to bully. Wuxia Phoenix slowed down and waited for the other party to catch up. She would teach the other party a lesson. After Lin Fei caught up, Wuxia Phoenix also showed her strength. She blocked left and right, not letting Lin Fei overtake her. Even when they were passing corners, she could easily maintain her advantage. This woman is different when she's stingy. She can't do that. Lin Fei shook his head. Wuxia Phoenix blocked the other party again and again. Her heart was full of pride. You want to overtake me? Let's see how you overtake me. As long as I'm in front of you, you will obediently follow behind me. You still want to take first place? Do you really think that you're the god of racing in Donghai or even the whole country? Wuxia Phoenix was very proud. Through the rearview mirror, she stretched out her finger and gave Lin Fei the middle finger. If the speed of the car wasn't so fast, Huafeng Phoenix wouldn't have minded shouting and provoking this guy. But in the next second, a loud bang. Just as Huafeng Phoenix gave Lin Fei the middle finger, the Lamborghini actually swayed. Huafeng Phoenix suddenly couldn't lean forward in time. She lost her balance and crashed to the side. This scene frightened Fire Phoenix so much that she immediately stepped on the brakes, barely managing to turn around. However, this also caused Fire Phoenix's anger to soar to the heavens. This brat actually dared to hit me? How dare he hit me? This old lady isn't done with you. Huafeng Phoenix was also famous for her bad temper. When she encountered this kind of situation, she immediately remembered this guy. However, just as Huafeng Phoenix finished throwing her temper, the Bentley Toyota behind her hit her again. It was just a light hit. Huafeng Phoenix's Lamborghini shook again and swayed from side to side. B*****. He's really a B*****. How dare he hit me again? Huafeng Phoenix couldn't stop cursing. This was the first time she encountered this kind of situation while driving. On this kind of winding mountain road, there was actually someone who kept hitting her car. It was simply unimaginable. If they were on the ground, Huafeng Phoenix would definitely teach this guy a lesson. But in the car, even if she was strong, she couldn't withstand this kind of danger. If she was even a little bit careless, she would immediately rush off the cliff and die in the crash. Lin Fei stepped on the accelerator again and stared at the Lamborghini. Isn't it just not letting me overtake? Then I'll keep hitting you. I guarantee that you'll feel good. Lin Fei laughed evilly. He did it on purpose. He wanted Huafeng Phoenix to know how powerful he was. Once, twice, thrice, she hit the Lamborghini again and again. Huafeng Phoenix also tried to pull away again and again, but she was always locked by the Bentley Toyota behind her. This made Huafeng Phoenix roar and curse, but she also felt uneasy and nervous. Almost every time, it made Huafeng Phoenix's heart beat faster. The feeling of stabilizing the car was like riding a roller coaster. Huafeng Phoenix couldn't bear it anymore. Fortunately, Huafeng Phoenix was different from others. She wasn't a real racer. If she was a real racer, she would have rushed down a long time ago. How could she stop here? Huafeng Phoenix completely remembered this young man named Lin Fei. He drove so fiercely. Did he have to be so arrogant? Didn't I just say a few words? After hitting her again, Huafeng Phoenix's face turned pale and she cried directly. I'm done, I'm done. I'm done. This time, Huafeng Phoenix finally stepped on the brakes. The Lamborghini slid out and slid along the edge of the road. Sparks flew everywhere before the car finally stopped. The moment she stopped, Fire Phoenix heaved a sigh of relief. Even Huafeng Phoenix herself did not know how she had managed to get down here. When he finally stopped, he could only pant and feel a lingering fear in his heart. Beauty, did you feel good just now? Lin Fei's Bentley Timberwolf stopped next to the Lamborghini and rolled down the window. Huafeng Phoenix was furious. I don't care who you are or where you came from. I'll remember you. I'll definitely make you kneel in front of me and sing conquer. For Huafeng Phoenix to say something like that, it was obvious how angry she was. Then I'll wait and see, beautiful. Lin Fei laughed. He stepped on the accelerator, and the Bentley rushed out. Chapter 39:45. Qingya, you have to be careful. That brat is catching up. Don't let him get close to you. This guy is a bastard. He actually used a Bentley Tianyu to hit my Lamborghini. Sob sob sob, he hit me 7 or 8 times. I almost couldn't talk to you anymore. Sob sob sob, you have to take revenge for me. Don't let that brat overtake you. Huafeng Phoenix got out of the Lamborghini. Her legs were weak, and her eyes were filled with tears. However, she immediately called Bing Qingya and complained. The red Ferrari was like a stream of light, constantly passing through the bends. It was very skillful and it almost didn't stop at all. After receiving Huafeng Phoenix's call, Bing Qingya was slightly surprised. What? You got knocked down by him? Fire Phoenix smiled bitterly. Don't mention it, I was wrong. That guy is too savage, he actually used a Bentley to hit me at high speed. You have to be careful, that guy is not to be trifled with. To be able to hit an opponent's car at high speed and still be able to keep his own car intact, this kind of ability is not something that just anyone can do. No matter what, it is 1 in 100 or even 1 in 10,000, there may not even be one. That was why Huafeng Phoenix contacted Bing Qingya as soon as possible. She was worried that something might happen. Then I will be careful. If he dares to come up, I will definitely let him know the consequences. Bing Qingya was also looking forward to it. If this brat was really that powerful, then she had really met her match. After all, from the beginning, Bing Qingya really didn't pay much attention to her opponent. Not long after hanging up the phone, in less than 10 minutes, or even only 6 minutes, Bing Qingya heard the roaring sound of a fast engine coming from behind her. Then she saw a Bentley Tianyue rushing up. Wow, he actually didn't slow down when passing the bend. He didn't even change the gear. He kept maintaining a constant speed. How is this possible? Bing Qingya was an exception. However, this time, seeing that the opponent was also coming at him aggressively, and didn't even seem to slow down, Bing Qingya had indeed found her opponent in an instant. This guy is an expert. It's not a waste of my effort to organize this race. Right now, only he can be my opponent. Bing Qing suddenly became spirited. I really want to see, how can you surpass me? Lin Fei finally caught up. At this time, he was at most 20 to 30 turns away from the finish line. This Bing Qingya's technique is really good. She actually managed to put such a distance between them. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to catch up. Lin Fei said with some surprise. But this is good too. It's been a long time since I've met such an expert. No matter what, I have to have some fun. Previously, the Huafeng Phoenix gave Lin Fei a little fun, but his psychological endurance was too poor. He only hit it 7 or 8 times and it actually stopped. Of course, this was because Lin Fei was lenient. If he had hit it hard, it would not have been able to withstand 3 hits. Lin Fei was not that kind of cruel person. He treated the girl well, and she did not really offend him, so he did not mind her suffering a little. Boom! The engine roared. Just like that, Lin Fei drove the Bentley Tianyu to get close. However, as soon as they collided, Bing Qingya controlled the Ferrari to dodge to the side, not giving Lin Fei any chance to collide. For the first time, Lin Fei missed. This Bing Qingya should know that I am dealing with the Huafeng Phoenix. But even if you dodge, can you react faster than me? Lin Fei laughed and directly hit it. Driving a car, wasn't it for excitement? Obviously, there was nothing more exciting than this. Madman, this guy is definitely a madman. After dodging twice, the car shook as soon as it made a turn. Bing Qingya, who had always been as cold as frost, directly scolded. This is racing, this is the real Fast and Furious. If you are not careful, the car will be destroyed and you will die. This was the first time Bing Qingya encountered this kind of thing. She finally understood why her bestie Huafeng Phoenix would cry. Usually, when they were racing, which one was not careful? Which one was not as crazy as this guy? No, I have to get rid of him immediately. Bing Qingya didn't dare to be careless anymore. According to this cruel method, after 6 or 7 hits, people who couldn't bear it would be finished immediately. Bing Qingya wanted to get rid of him, but the Bentley Tianyu was still following closely behind. Ferrari didn't have a chance to escape at all. Even when it was around the bend, it was still going straight, as if the Bentley Tianyu was a toy in the opponent's hands. Bing Qingya didn't have the ability to drive however she wanted. She dodged again and again, but she was still hit by the opponent's Bentley Tianyu, and the magnitude was not small. Bing Qingya believed that the rear of her Ferrari must have been damaged. This guy is definitely a madman, too crazy. How did I meet this guy? How did this guy appear in the East Sea? Is he not afraid of accidents? Bing Qingya's body shook again, and the frost on her face became even colder. She wanted to get rid of the opponent, but she couldn't. She could only bear the opponent's impact, and the angle of the impact was very good. It was neither light nor heavy, but it gave her a terrible threat, even life-threatening. This kind of situation once was enough, but 1, 2, 3 times Bing Qingya was starting to feel unbearable. Lin Fei sat in the car calmly. The Bentley Tianyu was like a toy in his hands, and every time he hit the Ferrari, Lin Fei would deliberately find the right angle so that Bing Qingya, who was in the car, could really feel the real speed and passion, and even her adrenaline was surging. Isn't it just racing? Then I will help you, I will give you a good time. After hitting for 10 times, Lin Fei also admired Bing Qingya. She actually didn't stop the car. At this time there was another small turn in front of them, and they were almost at the finish line. This chase and collision, unknowingly, they were getting closer and closer to the finish line. Lin Fei smiled. Seems like I need to use my trump card. Or else Bing Qingya will really win. Because the turn in front was too small, it was impossible to succeed if he tried to force it. Of course, in Lin Fei's eyes, there were still many opportunities. In the Ferrari, Bing Qingya's hands were tightly gripping the steering wheel. Fortunately, this Ferrari had been modified to be very good, or else it would have been finished. This time I will definitely win, you can't surpass me. Bing Qingya believed that as long as she held this situation, she would definitely win. Not far away there was a turn, this was the last big turn, and the remaining few turns were basically small turns. As long as she held this big turn, Bing Qingya would know that she had won. If you want to get first, I will make you lose 100 million Chinese dollars. Bing Qingya was a woman, but she also had times when she was petty. Wait, where is the car? Bing Qingya tried to drift through the big turn, and found that the car behind her had disappeared. Bing Qingya's heart shook. The Bentley Timu was not on either side. Bing Qingya, who was in a daze, suddenly opened her eyes wide as she saw a black figure rushing down from the back. What is this guy trying to do? Could it be? Suddenly, Bing Qingya saw the intersection below and understood. Madman, he's a madman. How dare he? Chapter 39:46. At this time, the people at the top of the mountain also saw this scene. They saw that the Bentley flew down from the bend and was instantly drowned in the night. Madman, he really is a madman. How dare he just rush out like that? He's dead. He's dead for sure. Why doesn't he look at where he is? Did he watch too many movies? Does he really think he won't die if he rushes down like this? Even an immortal wouldn't be able to handle this kind of crazy behavior. Everyone was dumbfounded. That guy was really a genius. Bai Shengnan and Bai Yong were nervous. They didn't dare to look anymore. It was too scary. Everyone knew that this was the holy land of death. Who knew how many people had rushed down from this bend and died? Brother Lin, he will be fine. He definitely won't. Bai Shengnan's face was pale. As for those who were originally prepared to settle the score with Lin Fei, they were all grinning from ear to ear. The only regretful thing was that they did not personally make a move. However, being able to watch Lin Fei charge down was already a relief to them. Yu Longrong and Yu Longfei looked at each other and couldn't help but laugh. Good. After all, they had suffered a lot from Lin Fei. If this guy didn't die, they would have to think about how to deal with him. Now that he was dead, they didn't need to do anything. Where else could they find such a good thing? Bing Qingya, who was in the Ferrari, slowed down. She couldn't help but be startled. She couldn't believe this scene. That guy actually dared to rush down. How did he dare to go down? Doesn't he know what this means? Bing Qingya kept staring at that shadow. Then she quickly turned around and rushed through a few checkpoints. She didn't hear any explosion or even the sound of falling. She didn't see any wreckage along the way. Did he succeed? Bing Qingya really wanted to say that this was impossible. Coming down from such a high place, no matter what kind of car it would be impossible to control it perfectly. If it was her, she would be the same. She wouldn't dare to do such a crazy thing. However, after passing through the last few corners, Bing Qingya suddenly saw a Bentley parked not far away. However, this Bentley Tianhua looked a bit messy. The rear of the car was starting to fall apart. However, it stopped steadily at the victory finish line. At this time, many people at the finish line were dumbfounded. Clearly, they could not accept the scene before them. This is ridiculous. That brat actually rushed down and nothing happened to him. He even overtook Bing Qingya, the god of racing, and got the first place. This is too shocking. No one would be able to forget this scene tonight. The number one car god of East Sea, Bing Qingya, was defeated. Lin Fei leaned against the car door next to the Bentley Lexus, looking very relaxed. He watched as the Ferrari drove over and finally stopped at the side. Beauty, it seems like you're not brave enough, so I'll take first place. I think you won't have any objections, right? Lin Fei laughed. Bing Qingya got out of the Ferrari and looked at the smiling young man. You're crazier than I thought. In order to win, you actually rushed down from above. You're the craziest person I've ever seen. This time I'm convinced of my loss. Bing Qingya indeed did not dare to do this. That was a challenge with her life. Even if she had 100% confidence, she would not do it. Lin Fei laughed. Thank you for your compliment. Actually, you're not bad. To be able to withstand so many collisions with me, ordinary people do not have your quality. It would have been fine if he didn't mention this, but once he did, Bing Qingya instantly became angry. You have no quality at all. Ordinary people would not dare to do what you did. Lin Fei laughed. Is it because you're Bing Qingya? Can't I do it? Ridiculous, it's useless to me. Even if a powerful person stood in front of me, he would still look the same. With 2 ears and 2 eyes, there's not much difference. What do you think? This was the first time Bing Qingya heard someone talk to her like this. One must know that she was the #1 beauty of the East Ocean. Although she didn't care about this title, it was the first time she was ignored by a man like this. Bing Qingya felt a little uncomfortable. Bastard, you actually dared to hit me just now. At this time, a Lamborghini caught up and quickly opened a big teleportation. A figure got out of the car. A red figure rushed out, coldly snorted, and directly kicked towards Lin Fei. Moreover, it was a series of kicks bringing up a large number of shadows. Lin Fei did not care about the incoming attack at all. He lightly used his hand to block and push upwards. The woman in red, with a huala sound, flew backwards and fell heavily on the ground. Girl, what's the point of fighting and killing? It's better to be polite. Lin Fei faintly laughed. Bing Qingya's pupils also shrank. She quickly went to help Huafeng Phoenix. Phoenix, are you okay? Huafeng Phoenix raised her head and looked at Lin Fei, gritting her teeth. She wanted to cut him into 8 pieces. I'm fine. It's just a small injury. It's nothing. Huafeng Phoenix was very clear that the series of kicks just now was not light. It was almost comparable to the martial power of a master, but in the end it was easily blocked by this guy. Again. Huafeng Phoenix pushed Bing Qingya away. Suddenly, she took out a black dagger and slashed at Lin Fei. Lin Fei was still very calm. The corner of his mouth raised slightly, carrying a trace of a smile. You're even playing with weapons. I think this dagger is not bad. I'll take it. Lin Fei smiled as he stretched out his hand to grab it. Without making any other movements, Fire Phoenix felt her hand becoming empty as the dagger in her hand disappeared, falling into Lin Fei's hand. Next, Lin Fei lightly slashed the dagger, bringing with it a chilling sensation as it landed on Fire Phoenix's neck. Huafeng Phoenix also stopped at this moment. She did not dare to move anymore because the dagger was extremely sharp. The coldness fell on her neck, making it difficult for her to move. She subconsciously swallowed. Until now, she still did not know how her dagger was taken away by the opponent. Sir, please have mercy. Bing Qingya was also anxious. She knew Huafeng Phoenix's strength, but she did not expect that she would be defeated in front of this strange man. Moreover, she was in danger. The dagger was only a hair's breadth away from Huafeng Phoenix's neck. If the opponent wanted to, he could just gently push it forward, and Huafeng Phoenix's head would be separated from her body. Lin Fei said, "Don't worry, I don't bully women. As long as she begs for mercy, I will let her go. After all, she dared to attack a man and even used a dagger. No matter what, she has to suffer a bit. Otherwise, she will not learn her lesson." At this moment, Huafeng Phoenix was indeed panicking. After all, she did not usually fight much. Her strength was not bad, and under normal circumstances she could crush her opponent. However, this was the first time she had encountered such a situation. She was actually being threatened. You want me to suffer, I won't agree. Huafeng Phoenix was also a person with a temper. Even with a dagger against her neck, she did not look like she was going to admit defeat. Lin Fei said with a smile, "Are you sure? Then I will cut your beautiful face a few times. I believe that with such a beautiful woman like you, it will be very interesting to have your face cut a few times. At the very least, you can get the title of ugly, don't you think so?" Huafeng Phoenix was completely anxious and said angrily, "You dare." These words began to reveal a kind of guilty conscience. No matter what, Huafeng Phoenix did not have enough confidence this time. She really did not dare to move. In her heart, she was very clear that if the opponent wanted to kill her, it would be easy for him to control this level of strength. Lin Fei was still smiling. "Then you can give it a try. See if I will make a move or not. It's a pity that this beautiful face will be wasted." Chapter 3947. Oh right, you can also tell me what word you want. I think you can write an ugly word on the left side, and a woman on the right side. Together, it will be an ugly woman. I believe it will fit your identity very well. Lin Fei laughed. Don't worry, my strength is very good. I guarantee that you will not dissipate for the rest of your life. When Huafeng Phoenix came down, she had a bad temper. She just wanted to take revenge on Lin Fei. She wanted to beat him to the ground and sing Conquer. She had to sing it at least 10 times. It was a pity that her wish was good, but the result was not beautiful. How could she have known that the other party would transform from a sheep into a ferocious tiger, completely devouring her? Now, even her own safety was in the hands of the other party. This kind of huge difference made Huafeng Phoenix very upset. For a moment, she could not come back to her senses and accept the scene in front of her. Huafeng Phoenix was anxious. Her eyes turned red and tears rolled down her face. What do you want? I admit defeat, okay? You bully a weak woman like this, is it fun? In one night, she had suffered twice and shed tears twice. Huafeng Phoenix wondered if she had come to the wrong place. How could she encounter such a thing? And this man did not have the demeanor of a gentleman at all. He even dared to make her suffer. Huafeng Phoenix really wanted to rush up and slap him a few times. But now she did not dare to do anything. Even Bing Qingya, who was not far from her, did not dare to do anything. Because the dagger was too close to Huafeng Phoenix's neck, as long as the other side moved, she could easily slit Phoenix's throat. Now you know you are wrong, but it is too late. Oh right, you are not a weak woman. If I did not have some strength, I would have been at a disadvantage. You women are really unreasonable. Lin Fei joked. You were in a hurry just now, acting like a big sister. Now it is not like your style just now. Huafeng Phoenix was about to collapse. She wanted to say, if I knew you were so powerful, I would not have done it. Whoa, I was wrong, okay? I won't dare to cause trouble for you anymore. I'll admit defeat, okay? Huafeng's Phoenix tears flowed down. She was like a pear blossom in the rain. It was a tragic sight. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people couldn't help but feel pity for him. They wanted to rush over immediately. However, when they thought about how powerful this person was, they immediately suppressed those thoughts. He had dared to rush down from above. He was a few dozen meters away and he was completely fine. Who could do that? Lin Fei really admired Huafeng's crying skills. She looked delicate and pitiful, and it was indeed quite good. This made him feel like a demon king bullying a weak girl. He laughed out loud. Beauty, you look pretty good when you cry. Why don't you cry a few more times? Maybe if I'm in a good mood, I'll let you go. Huafeng Phoenix was in a bad mood. How can this bastard say such a thing? This time Huafeng Phoenix had suffered too much, but she didn't know what to say. She really couldn't understand this man's habits. Bing Qingya said with a cold voice. Mr. Phoenix is my best friend. What happened just now was Phoenix's fault. I'll apologize to you on her behalf. Please forgive her, okay? If you want compensation, I'll agree. Bing Qingya wasn't sure if she could make a move. Although the other side didn't make any movements, he just stood there casually, giving Bing Qingya a feeling that he was invulnerable and absurd. However, this absurd feeling didn't make her doubt it. Bing Qingya believed that if she dared to make a move against him, she wouldn't be able to get any benefits. She might even implicate Huafeng Phoenix. Bing Qingya really couldn't see through this kind of person. Lin Fei smiled. I'm not an unreasonable person. Since the #1 beauty of the East Ocean has spoken, I have to give you face. How about this? If your best friend calls me daddy and spare his life, I'll let him go. How about it? Lin Fei looked at Bing Qingya with a smile. Fire Phoenix almost roared out, suspecting that she had heard wrongly. How could a young miss like her take the initiative to call him daddy, and even ask him to spare her life? Huafeng Phoenix felt extremely ashamed. He was obviously toying with her. Huafeng Phoenix really wanted to go up and fight, but she still didn't dare. Lin Fei said again, I'll give you a choice. If you say it, I'll let you go. Otherwise, I'll make my move. You should know that a powerful daddy like me can't be called by anyone. Anyway, you won't lose anything. Don't you think so? Huafeng Phoenix cried even harder. This was too much of a bully. Although Huafeng Phoenix knew that this was a bad taste, calling a young man daddy was too awkward. Huafeng Phoenix really wanted to find a crack in the ground and crawl into it. Can you change it? Bing Qingya asked. Lin Fei shook his head and said, no, it has to be like this. Now I'll count to 3. If you don't say it, then I'll make my move. You can try and see if I dare to make my move. Huafeng Phoenix looked at Bing Qingya with pleading eyes. However, Bing Qingya shook her head slightly, looking helpless. Huafeng Phoenix was very clear about her best friend's strength. Now, even she didn't dare to make her move. That meant that she didn't have any confidence. She could only clench her teeth to stop her tears. I'll say it, okay? Huafeng Phoenix didn't lower her head. She really didn't dare to gamble anymore. Right now, she could only get rid of the danger first. As for whether she would take revenge or not, that was another matter. Daddy, spare my life. Daddy, I won't dare to do it again. Huafeng Phoenix called a young man daddy. Her voice was almost no different from a mosquito. However, her whole face quickly turned red, like a red apple. Her whole body also became hot. This was too shameful. Huafeng Phoenix didn't even dare to face this man again. Lin Fei, however, was not very satisfied. He lightly snorted. Your voice is too soft. I can't hear you at all. Please continue your performance. Huafeng Phoenix was so anxious that she wanted to stomp her feet. This bastard was definitely doing it on purpose. Remember, you don't have much time. Huafeng Phoenix suddenly quivered and didn't dare to think anymore. Daddy, spare my life. Daddy, spare my life. I won't dare to do it again. Huafeng Phoenix closed her eyes and also threw caution to the wind. This time the voice was very loud. Ordinary people would be shocked. However, Lin Fei was very satisfied. Daughter is so obedient. Daddy will buy you candy. Huafeng Phoenix finally felt that the dagger had disappeared. She turned around and ran into the Lamborghini. She turned into a stream of light and rushed out. Lin Fei, I hate you. I will definitely take revenge on you. Bing Qingya smiled bitterly. She glanced at this strange man and hurriedly chased after her to comfort her best friend. Lin Fei didn't stop them from leaving. He was still smiling. What an interesting 2 women. However, this daddy is quite nice to hear. I hope there will be another chance next time. Fupin Chinese.